Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Conflict by Matthew Peed, narrated by Gabriel Vaughn and Eva Kaminsky. Chapter 1. Regan. Looking over the giant crater that was now my front door, I considered what I wanted to do with the wide, gaping space. Thanks to a certain shadow dragon, I would have to redo nearly half my dungeon. It would take some mana to fix this, but I wanted to have a decent idea on how I was going to build it before I invested the mana. I could have just reset it back to the square maze, but that seemed like a waste. I knew a lot more and could make it even more interesting than before. I felt a tug on my arm and turned. Alara stood beside me, looking tired. I smiled and created a chair for her to sit in. After I'd defeated her dungeon and shattered her core, a certain type of magic had taken over, at least according to Ignia. It wasn't quite a slave pact, or even that weird dragon mating magic that Nova used on Morka. Alara retained all her abilities in her dungeon, but I had control over it. The closest thing to it would be my subcores. Still, I didn't plan on ordering her to do anything, and she didn't have to listen to me even if I did. I really didn't understand the point of it until a few hours ago when a monster wandered into her aura, which was still considerably big even with her core still repairing itself. When the guards I'd left with her core killed it, I felt the flow of mana that was released, and part of it went to me. So, it just expanded my idea that it was basically a subordinate core now. It would be enlightening to see how long this binding lasted. Plus, it gave me some interesting ideas to try out later, but I didn't want to risk anything while I was still so low on mana. That was another reason to get my dungeon back up. The adventurers needed a reason to stay in town. If their source of income was gone, they would have to leave to find something else. "Here you go," I said as I helped her sit. I was still enthralled by her beauty. It was a sort of ethereal thing, her hair cascading down her back, the paleness of her skin, her eyes that appeared to see the truth of the world around her. The black metal crown still rested on her head, and her sword still hung at her waist, markings from her time under the necromancer's control. From what I understood, they were seared into her mental image of herself, so it would take a long time before she would stop creating them when she formed her avatar. The sword had a level of magic that was almost on par with Azal's foyer. They caused a contrast that I felt just made her all the more beautiful. She nodded her thanks and leaned back in the chair. If someone were to pass by, they might mistake her for a doll by how still she went. I just shook my head at the surrealness of the sight. I turned back to the area around me. Thinking about the necromancers gave me an interesting idea. I reshaped the crater a bit, but left it mostly the same. Now, the magic that governed the dungeons recognized that the space it occupied were my floors. I pulled up the automata that would normally be on these floors. Tweaking them a bit, I made them look damaged and in need of repair. This would make it easier for adventurers to penetrate the outer layer of the crater. The automata grew more dangerous the closer to the center you came. After a few hours, I had the first layer completed. A bare crater would be boring, so I added a junkyard environment to the floor. The junk metal I added was worthless and would break into dust as soon as someone picked it up. I also used other things, like destroyed stone golems, to decorate the area. I felt it came out quite nice. I wasn't too worried about people flying over the junkyard straight to the entrance to the next set of floors. Mages and warriors high enough to do that could easily just battle their way through after all, and I would just be suffering losses by forcing them to fight. I had to think about rewards for these floors. A lot of the adventurers used to farm the greed traps, and I couldn't have that anymore. I was still trying to deal with the massive amount of gold I'd put into the market. Then again, part of the draw for the valley was the high payout. I tapped my chin, deciding to come back to it later. Moving over to a pile of junk, I created a trap inside. a machine gun placement that would rise and target anything that came within 30 meters of it. I kept the caliber down, though, so as long as an adventurer had a decent quality shield, they would be able to survive a few hits. This was only the first floor. I gave it a set amount of ammunition as well. It would be random in order to stop people from figuring it out easily. Once the turret was disabled, whether from waiting it out or by actual damage to the weapon, the party would find a chest with some coins in it. I made it so that the trap could judge how they achieved it. That way, if someone charged the weapon and survived, they would get more coins than someone who sat it out. I didn't want to flood the market again, so I kept it in the silver range. The mine was also gone. That had been the largest draw for many people living in the town. I snapped my fingers as an idea hit me. Though I kept to the lower tier of metals, I placed them where a person could get to relatively safely, a happy medium. Metal veins through the crater. This would allow people to mine. At the center of the crater, I recreated the entrance to the dungeon. Only this time, I went for overkill. The mech I'd made in Alara's dungeon now sat over the entrance, which was made of massive titanium double doors. The mech was mostly repaired, but I'd left its armor battle scarred for effect. Runes of all kind were traced on its surface. I wanted it to be a testament to how far my magical knowledge had advanced since I'd come to this world. There were times that I felt I'd cheated since my dungeon senses helped a great deal. However, I knew that even a dungeon would have a challenging time matching my speed in learning magic. Starfall, back in its spear form, went into the mech's hands. He looked like a guardian deity. I just hoped that didn't cause anyone to freak out and not dive into the dungeon. If it did, I would cross that bridge when I came to it. The saddest part about the dungeon floor being turned to rubble was that Colossus and the framework for his boss creation were completely destroyed by Morka pulverizing her way through. I considered what to do about the boss. I needed something to fit the theme of the floor, but Colossus had always been too powerful in my opinion. It was good while I was weaker, but now I didn't mind people getting deeper. The strength of the people living here needed to be raised so they could defend themselves. Thinking about what I wanted to create, I channeled mana into a creation spell. I kept the flow low, however, as I didn't need another nova. A humanoid form quickly took shape in front of me, grasping a gun, cannon-like in both shape and size. It possessed a lot of rusted parts and wore overalls. Its face was more like a mask with only one eye, which flickered on, and it looked at me. Wires made up its hair, reminding me of dreadlocks. I always made sure to give my creations the ability to talk. However, after Colossus's change, this time I waited to see what I was dealing with. "Creator, thanks for giving me life, man," it said with a fist bump. His tone was masculine. "Ah, no problem. What should we call you?" I asked, not even surprised anymore. "I be leaving it to you. You the boss," he said as he pulled something off his belt. A slot opened on his faceplate, and he inserted what looked like a pipe. A moment later, he blew out a stream of steam. "Ah, that be the stuff there." I looked around at the junkyard, trying to think up a name. I wish I had one of those websites like Back on Earth where it would randomly generate a name for you. It gets hard to think up a name every time you create something. I tapped my chin for a moment as I looked at the piles of junk before I finally came up with something, though it wasn't the least bit original. "Collector, that will be your name," I said. "Sweet, man," Collector said, hefting his cannon. He walked over to a pile of junk and placed his foot on it. It slowly morphed into a set of trees and a hammock. I just closed my eyes as he placed his cannon on the ground and jumped into the hammock. "You know your job, right?" I asked. "Kill some people," Collector said with a poof of steam. "Good enough for now," I said with a sigh. I rubbed my head, then made my way to where I felt Alara. I walked it to get a feel for what the adventurers might experience. It wasn't too oppressive, and I figured they shouldn't have too much trouble once they got used to it. I was a few hundred meters away from where I left Collector when I heard an explosion and spun around. A figure flew in the air, dodging flak from the blasts. Moving my focus over, I realized that Luella was flying into the main dungeon. She wasn't technically in it yet, so I hadn't been paying attention to her. The problem was that she was almost directly above the entrance and, by extension, Collector. I teleported over to Collector and told him to stop firing. "The fly was annoying me," Collector said with a shrug. "Luella is welcome in my dungeon. It'd be best if you remembered that," I said tersely. "You the boss." Collector shouldered his cannon and went back to lounging. I turned just as Luella was landing. Her clothes were covered in soot, but she looked unharmed. I was impressed at her expression, which merely said, "It's no different from what I expected." "Evening, Viscountess. What can I do for you?" I asked with a playful bow. "I received reports that changes were happening to the outside of the dungeon. I wanted to check up on you, but was suddenly attacked, not that it hurt." She gave me a sly glance and began dusting herself off. "Next time I'll message ahead." "Sorry, just made him and he didn't know better," I said with a grin. That was the interesting thing I'd come to learn about the dungeon. It was a living entity on its own. My consciousness made up the driving force that directed it, but the individuals inside, especially the intelligent ones, had what might be called a social life. The automata calling individuals selected was an example of this. Whatever, as long as it doesn't kill me, I don't care anymore. Lekazar is in chaos, and I wanted to know how your mana reserves were coming. Better. Had a massive expenditure 2 nights ago, however, that put me almost back to empty. I looked inside my dungeon to Goblin City, taking note of the 1,000+ airships that were anchored around the city. I'd built the city for a population of nearly 1 million. There was plenty of space for them to live comfortably. "I see. Refugees are flooding into the valley. I was hoping you could make shelter for them. It doesn't have to be extravagant, but winter is only a stone's throw away. We will have many people dying if they are forced to weather the cold," Luella said, concern coloring her features. "I understand. The massive influx of people is good for me. At this rate, we'll reach 400,000 in a few days. Wow, I haven't checked it in a while. How did the number get so high?" The figure surprised me. No wonder my mana levels hadn't bottomed out. With that many people, I was getting somewhere near 2 to 3 million mana an hour. The wonderful thing about getting mana from people was that it was never cut when I went up a rank or level. A massive wave of terror decimated just about every village and town on the continent. The cities survived due to some ancient magic left behind. This event was almost worse than the necromancer attack, Luella explained, then placed her hands on her hips. "You wouldn't know anything about this?" I turned around to look at the mountains as if thinking about it. "Whoops. What was the death toll?" I asked more seriously. Thankfully, it wasn't too bad, all things considering. According to the reports, forests and dungeons in the path of the wave reduced its power. As it came in swells, most people were able to evacuate buildings before they collapsed. In fact, villages built in forested areas were almost unaffected. "That's good." I heaved a sigh of relief and turned back around. "All right, please empty the West Fields tomorrow. I'll make a new district for the refugees, though people might want to live there more once they see it. I'll leave the distribution up to you." "What about the fields? Even if they have a place to live, it won't matter without food," Luella said, crossing her arms as she thought the problem over. "No worries. You remember the 9th floor?" I asked and got a nod. "I plan on making a floor that will be passive and entirely for farming. I want to turn the valley into a sprawling city someday, but I don't want you to rely on outside sources for food. Any farmer who wants to work a field will get a silver for working 12 hours on the farming floor." "Are you sure? Your floors are meant to be a way to protect yourself, aren't they?" "Yes, and making everyone in 1,000 kilometers fall in love with the foods and produce farmed in my dungeon is one way to do that. You've seen my restaurant. All that food was from things made or bred in the dungeon," I explained with a chuckle. "Thank you. Really, I appreciate everything you've done for me," Luella said, bowing her head. I chuckled again and waved her off. "Give and take, my dear, give and take." She smiled. Then I sensed a magnetic field form around her as she shot into the air. She was quickly out of sight. Teleporting back to Alara, I found her right where I left her. In fact, it didn't look like she had moved a centimeter. I kneeled in front of her chair and ran a hand down her cheek. "Wake up, Alara. Time to head back inside," I said gently. She still frightened easily, especially when awakened. Her eyes shot open and locked on mine, and her rapid breathing slowly calmed. I smiled softly and held out my hand. She took it, and I helped her to her feet. She looked up to my shoulders. My avatar was a bit over 3 meters tall and had wide shoulders. She pointed to them, and I tilted my head quizzically. "Go ahead," I said, not sure what was going on. She suddenly jumped, the most movement I'd seen her do since our fight. She landed perfectly on my shoulder and sat there. I heard a sigh of relief, or happiness, I wasn't quite sure. I laughed and started walking back into the dungeon, enjoying the company. Chapter 2. Regan. I was walking through what would be considered the 10th floor. I had already moved the other floors down. The fort was the only thing that made an impact here, and the rest of the dungeon floor was rolling plains. When I had a little more mana, I was planning on expanding it to the 10-floor theme. I wanted to have homesteads here so people could claim a spot as theirs and work it on a rented basis. My mana ocean was sitting at a few million, but I didn't feel very comfortable about it and wanted to give it a few days to build up. There was never a safe number when it came to mana, in my opinion. You could never have too much. When you were a dungeon core, you needed mana like a mortal needed air to breathe. Alara was tired again, so I brought her to the core room. While I was placing her in bed, I felt something in my tower at the center of town. It had been a while since I had even gone in it. The cultivation stones were still being sold, but it was all automatic. I actually saw it as Gray and Anna's home. Curious to see who was calling me, I teleported over. "Dungeon host, I wish to converse with you," said a little girl that couldn't have been more than 10. She was filthy, or at least her clothes were. Her hands and face looked like they had been recently washed. She possessed interesting silver eyes that almost appeared to be made of mana. In fact, when I looked at her with my dungeon senses, I saw that mana was behaving strangely around her, almost like it was trying to get her attention. "Hello, little girl," I said, materializing a few meters in front of her. Hearing some steps on the stairs, I turned to see Anna being led by Gray. They must have heard the girl shouting for me. "Anna, Gray, I'll take care of this. Please return upstairs. She obviously wants to speak to me alone," I said, motioning for the golem to take the blind elf with him. The eyes of this girl were not a young child's, I noted, as she glared at both of them with the intelligence of someone much older. She had seen something that had forced her to grow up. I idly wondered what she could have gone through to cause such a thing. "Yes, Lord Regan," Anna said, then patted Gray's hand to have her lead him back. "Now, what is your name?" I said, turning back to the girl. "Sophia," she said simply. I had to stop myself from chuckling. She wasn't giving me much to work on. Hundreds of refugees came into town every day. Was she an orphan, or did she run away from home? Either way, she appeared to know what she wanted, or at least had a solid goal. "All right, Sophia," I said, conjuring a pair of chairs for us. "What can I do for you?" She sat down and stared at me. I wasn't sure if she was scared or what, as I couldn't get a read on her emotions. It reminded me a little of the first robots I'd built with learning AI. A few days on the internet always left them speechless. I waited patiently for her to decide what she wanted to say. A few minutes later, she finally spoke. "I want to bind myself to the dungeon." Well, that certainly surprised me. Not something a 10-year-old child should want, let alone know about. I leaned forward and put my chin on my hands. From what I knew, binding her to the dungeon would be permanent. It was one of the paths I had not explored extensively due to it being easier for me to just create new children from magic. Before the person suffered a personality change, as was the case with Azra, I needed to understand a bit more of the situation. My understanding of magic was greater, and I knew I could more fully control the mental component of the spell. Still, to request something like this, I knew she wasn't an average child. She spoke with too much sophistication for that. "Why?" Sophia looked at the ground before she replied. "I just spent a month traveling to get here while avoiding my own people, all while everyone around us was fleeing as refugees, all because of my sister. If I couldn't trust my own flesh and blood, how can I trust anyone else?" Sophia looked up with tears in her eyes. "Can you trust me?" I asked. "I don't have to. The magic behind the bond requires both parties to agree. I have only one requirement. Do not betray me. You can do whatever you want with me. Force me to kill people, make me go to war. I don't care, as long as you do not betray me." I considered for a moment. "How do you know what I consider betrayal is the same as you? I could consider killing you to be an act of love," I said, leaning back in my chair. Sophia thought that over for a moment. Obviously, she was smart for her age and had a very good upbringing. I was debating whether changing her was even a good idea. "Then how about this? Treat me like one of your daughters. I heard the cores treat the creatures they create like family. Do that for me rather than treating me like an outsider." I thought it over. Even if she was the daughter of some noble, I wasn't too afraid of anything they could do. The entire continent was currently in upheaval. They had too much on their hands to deal with a single child. Plus, the girl obviously didn't trust mortals anymore. If I left her alone, it might not be long before she descended on a path that might later be hard to return from. Then there was the fact that I was interested in why the mana was reacting the way it was to her. "Very well. I welcome you to the family," I said, standing up and holding out my hand for her to shake. She got up slowly, exhaustion showing on her face. I wondered how long it had been since she'd gotten some real sleep. She reached out and clasped my hand. I couldn't help but notice how small her hand was and the obvious trials it had endured. I was not expecting what happened next. Like gravity had been increased several-fold, the ground cracked in a circle around us. I grinned at her, even more intrigued. I was always most interested when magic was related. I certainly loved science, but magic was this world's science. I loved to learn more about it. A magical contract formed between us with my name already signed on it. Sophia read it over with what I could tell was quite a bit of understanding. She would have made a good lawyer on Earth, as she would read a section multiple times, making sure she understood it correctly. At points, she even asked me to clarify a few items. She managed to read the entire thing even with the mana pressing down on us. Then, upon being satisfied at what it said, she brought her finger up to the document and quickly signed. There was a moment of tension as all sound died. Then, with a surge of mana all around us, my own mana rushed into her. And not only mine, but the ambient mana as well. As the bond formed between us, I glimpsed the desire inside her. She wanted an entirely new form. She wanted to leave being mortal behind, leave being weak behind. Seeing that, I decided it was a good thing I'd gone through with this. That sort of desire could lead people down paths they would later come to regret. I had little control over the magic by this point, and could only watch as the mana flooded into her. Her pale skin changed to a silver metal. Her hair turned into strands of blonde wire that looked so much like regular hair it was almost impossible to tell the difference until you touched it. There was a high chance that it would slice your finger. She grew a few centimeters and was only a little shorter than Alara now. The tower shuddered as the pressure from the mana, or rather gravity, increased farther. Honestly worried the thing might collapse, I made sure to continue to channel the mana, but the spell called for more. I didn't want to damage her new form by allowing the magic to fail. Arcs of energy raced over her skin, burning her filthy clothes with the intense heat being generated from the interacting magic. Finally, the changes were complete. Sophia dropped into my arms as I reached out to catch her from falling, most likely completely spent mentally. I wondered if anyone would even be able to recognize her now. I examined the mana emanating from her and found it in the high Tier 2 range, though she had so much of it she could contend with a Tier 3 if she gained enough combat experience. Not that I ever planned to let a child take to the battlefield. I would have to watch her. She might be mature for her age, but I didn't want to take any chances by releasing her into the world. It would be like giving a loaded weapon to a child. Not only did she have enough mana to level a city, she likely had the control to go along with it. I threw a blanket over her naked form, then called for Anna. She came down a few moments later. "Yes, master?" The worry in her eyes was apparent, but it went away when she saw the sleeping child in my arms. "Same thing as with Ren. Take care of her until she is better. She probably won't trust you since you're not from the dungeon, but try to help her," I said, lifting the girl to better support her weight. I carried her upstairs to one of the many empty rooms, while Anna followed behind. Thanks to her mana sight, she could follow me with ease, given that my body was made from mana. As was the tower, now that I thought about it. She likely could see just fine in here. "As you command. I have to ask, do you think this was a good idea, changing a child?" I placed the girl on a bed, then looked off through a window as I thought about it. I didn't think I could answer that question. A logical person would probably have gone to find someone who could help the girl, perhaps her parents or family, or anything really. I was a dungeon core, though. I wanted things that would make me more powerful, that would help protect what I considered mine. From a moral standpoint, nope, I said, putting my hands in the air. From my standpoint, yes. She has access to a mana type that is very rare from what I've seen. "A rare mana?" Anna asked, moving over to look at the girl straight on. She jerked back quickly with a gasp of pain. Rubbing her eyes, she tried to look at the girl from an angle. I could tell it didn't help much. "Gravity, or the force that keeps us from flying off the planet. I can play with it, but I want to see how a mortal will interact with it. My curiosity got the better of me. That, and she has the potential to be one of the most powerful personages on the continent," I said with a grin. I started to leave the room, then remembered Sophia wouldn't have anything to wear. I couldn't have my adopted daughter going around naked. I thought about the clothes I'd seen girls around the town wear, then shook my head. Most were simple. This girl deserved better. Plus, I felt like she was likely used to better. I pictured the dresses that princesses back on Earth wore and created a few of them while adjusting them to this world. I added gear and circuit designs so that people would know she was from the dungeon. "Such beautiful clothing," Anna said. I blinked, surprised, then realized she would have been able to see them while they were forming out of mana. With a laugh, I said, "If you would like some, just let me know. I am pleased with how much of a personality Gray and his brother are showing since they started interacting with you." I really was fascinated by the growth of the two. They were close to being, if not already, complete individuals. I knew that Gray's brother worried about his safety. Gray clearly cared for Anna in a way a mortal might care for another. I couldn't, she started to say, but must have felt something from me as I started to glare at her. Most of my dungeon children knew that when I offered something, I didn't like to be told no. I shall let you know. Thank you. She bowed her head, then moved around me to check on the child. I would like it known that I do take care of those I find interesting, I said with a chuckle, then vanished from the room and went over to the core room. That little event had cost me more mana than I had wanted to use. Since she was a little kid, I'd figured it would be a couple thousand tops. No, she used 3 million and pulled mana from the ambient aura as well. It would be interesting to see what the little child could do in the future. Regan, I heard, the voice coming from town. Sighing, I wondered what it was this time. I teleported and arrived in one of the sitting rooms in Luella's castle. She was sipping some type of hard alcohol and looking stressed. I knew it came from my dungeon, only I did not observe every detail of that section of the dungeon. The automata were constantly creating new brands. What do you need this late at night? I asked, forming my avatar already sitting on one of the couches. Luella bowed her head. Sorry, I know I bugged you a few hours ago. A few guests arrived here earlier, and the younger sister has vanished. Rather than scour the town for her, I thought it better to just ask you. She put the glass to her lips and downed all the liquor in one go. Guests, you say? I cast my mind's eye over to where a young woman, more a girl just about to leave her budding years, was searching the castle frantically. All right, what's the girl's name? I tapped the armrest as I started focusing around the castle. This person was clearly important to Luella. Helping to find someone shouldn't take me more than a few seconds. Sophia Lekazar. I paused mid-tap, which didn't escape Luella's notice, even with some alcohol in her system. Damn higher-tier bodies, I thought with annoyance. Do you happen to know a Sophia? She asked with an arched eyebrow. I coughed, covering my mouth with my hand. I may have met said Sophia earlier this evening, I said, tilting my head as if thinking it over. Oh, fate, tell me she didn't wander into the dungeon, Luella said, rushing over to me and grabbing my shoulders. I didn't fail to notice that she was able to put dents in my metal shoulders. Define what you mean by into the dungeon, I asked, still playing dumb, as I wasn't sure how she would take the real answer. The entire town was in my aura after all. Is she alive, damn it? Luella asked, just short of screaming at me. Yes, I can confidently say she is indeed alive. I lifted my finger up in the air as if making a point. She calmed down considerably and stepped back. Thank goodness. Well, where is she? She asked, putting her hands on her hips. I decided to change the subject in a way. On another note, do you remember Azra? Huh? The slave girl you changed? Regan, you didn't! Luella shouted. I forget she had a faster processing speed now since she'd become a partial elemental. I would have to think of higher-level stuff to tease her later, just to help her get used to her new abilities. In my defense, I said, holding my hands up as arcs of lightning popped off her skin. They wouldn't hurt me, but it was the fact of the matter. I didn't know she was a princess, and she seemed to pretty much hate all other mortals. Given her type of mana, I thought it was in the best interest of everyone to take her under my wing, so to speak. The lightning died down. Chloe is going to kill me, Luella said, putting her face in her hands and dropping to the couch. As long as your head survives, I can make you a new body, I reassured her, clapping my hands. It never hurt to be as encouraging as possible. I heard a groan from her and had to hold back a laugh. It always made my day to tease her.
Chapter 3. Luella. Explaining to an old friend why her sister had bound herself to the dungeon took more effort than I ever wanted to use. Between her being angry, sad, or just confused, the conversation lasted most of the night. I could tell her guard wanted to comfort her, but given his station, and the very fact that I was in the room, he was forced to keep his distance. I wanted to leave them alone, but felt that wouldn't be right. Plus, whenever I tried to hint at leaving, Chloe would shut me down fast. "I want to see her," Chloe demanded, grabbing my shoulders. I could tell by her eyes that she was getting close to the edge. I couldn't imagine the time she must have had traveling here. That, coupled with her sister joining the dungeon, she must have been close to snapping. I needed to help ease her worry. "I know. I will make sure you get to see her soon. Please, for now, just retire to a guest room and clean up. I have it in good confidence that she will be fine," I said, placing my hands over hers and pulling them in front of me. At the sensation of dense terra mana starting to form from her, I narrowed my eyes and sent a small surge of lightning mana through her hands. She yelped and yanked her hands back, then looked at me in surprise. I pointed toward the guard without even looking at him. I'd sensed him tensing when Chloe had started to channel mana. "I will not have anyone using force around here to get their way. That includes you," I said, with arcs of lightning dancing on my skin. I loved Chloe. She was an old friend, but I had enough people who wanted to throw their weight around to get their way. I wasn't the same fragile girl from a few months ago. I'm sorry. I will wait," Chloe said, letting her arms drop to her sides. "Good. Mr. Guard, please go with the princess. There is an adjoining room that you can use," I said, turning to Chloe's guard, who had a white-knuckled grip on his sword. I wasn't sure what was going through his head, but I'm glad it ended with him removing his hand from the weapon. His tier wasn't completely clear to me, but I was sure I was higher than him. Plus, I was in my castle. When I rang a bell, a few of my guards entered and escorted the two from the sitting room. This was truly turning out to be an interesting day. Never thought I would have the princess from the country I used to live in be escorted by my own guards. I found I didn't mind it too much. Opening the window, I looked out to find it was well into the night. The stars shone, with the moon Krona nearly full just above the horizon. Clouds that seemed to promise the first snow creeped along the night sky. It would have been beautiful if I didn't have so much to worry about on my plate. I took a breath of the night air and left for my office. Sleep beckoned, but there was just too much to do. I looked up from the document I was working on when the first light of day shined through the east window. I'd reached a good stopping point with the plans for the refugees. I didn't have an exact idea of what kind of setup Regan was going to use, but these guidelines were just the foundations for future plans. Though, knowing Regan, I'd likely have to redo most of them after today. Leaning back and cracking my neck, I considered what I should do today. There were plenty of nobles in the city right now who all wanted a meeting with me. Almost every village and town west of the Lekazar capital was decimated, their occupants forced to flee, and their town leaders or mayors needing to see me. I felt like there wasn't enough of me to go around. Due to the terrain, most went to the southern pass, but quite a few came here. That included nobles. I pulled a report from the stack and rechecked the numbers listed. Regan was right. The town had a population of 362,000 as of yesterday at gate close. If there wasn't a dungeon in the valley, I doubted we would be able to last more than a day before riots and other crimes of need started to take place. I really needed to tour the town. It had been a while, and I wasn't even sure what the second district looked like anymore. Even when I left, I usually flew to where I needed to go to save time. Basically, I knew my town had some really nice rooftops. It had been nearly 2 weeks since Regan's dungeon was attacked. With the number of refugees and other immigrants, I was sure there were a lot of changes to the town taking place on a smaller level. With the town growing, A lot of autonomy I had was gone, and I was forced to hire out people who could manage the work for me. Otherwise, I'd work myself to death. There was a knock at the door, pulling my attention. "Yes?" A guard opened the door. "I think it's one of Lord Regan's, my lady," he said with a head bow. "All right, let them in." I waved him forward. The door opened all the way, and a girl walked in. It actually took me a moment to realize it was Sophia. She'd changed considerably. Mainly her silver metal skin and eyes. There was a blue light coming from her eyes that appeared strange even to me, and I thought I was getting used to strange things from dealing with Regan. "Sophia, is that you?" I asked, after I recovered my thoughts, then rushed around the desk. I was about 2 meters from her when she held up her hand to stop me from approaching. There was a pressure around her that I didn't want to test in the middle of my office. I complied, not wanting to push the girl. I could feel a tremendous power hidden in her. "Where is my sister?" Sophia asked, with a voice that was more like bells ringing. "In one of the guest rooms. I can take you to her," I said, kneeling in front of her so we were eye level. She took off into the distance for a moment, then back to me and nodded. I stood and walked around her. Out in the hall, I asked the guards to lead me to Chloe. The guest rooms were on the other side of the castle for security reasons, as Regan put it. A good half an hour later, and down many halls that I'd never seen before, we finally made it to Chloe's room. A full squad of guards protected the hall. I couldn't have anything happen to Lekazar's princess, after all. They all saluted when they saw me, and I nodded to them. Walking over to Chloe's door, I knocked on it, hoping I wasn't disturbing her. I knew she needed a good rest. I think 3 seconds passed before the doors were flung open. "Sophia!" Chloe shouted. My eyes widened when I saw what she was wearing. "Chloe, think of where you're at," I said harshly, then glared at the guards around us, but they had all been tactful enough to turn their heads. Chloe hadn't dressed before throwing the doors open, and only wore some rather sheer underclothing. I was sure they breathed well, but they weren't something a princess should show to a group of guards. Chloe looked down at herself and shrieked loudly enough to cause glass to vibrate. Her guard rushed from the connecting room with his weapon bared. Chloe ran back into the room while I pulled the doors closed and told him that everything was fine. I mentally made a note to give these guards a raise. A few minutes later, the doors opened again at a more reasonable speed. Chloe stood dressed in a simple dress. "My apologies. Please forget that," she said, with a red tint to her cheeks. I knew she was directing the statement more to the guards than myself. Her guard stood at the ready, not wanting to be outdone by my own. "It's all right." I moved to the side so she could see Sophia. "Sophia!" Chloe cried again, and tried to rush forward to pull the girl into a hug. Sophia jumped back and lifted, drifting backward a few meters in the air as if on the wind. Chloe looked devastated, but held it in. "Do you hate me so?" Tears threatened to start flowing down her cheeks at any time. Sophia shook her head. "I have a person I can trust, so don't worry about me." "Why don't you trust Dylan?" I tilted my head, but noticed the guard who had come with the pair just barely jerked. I wondered what the story was there. "Sophia, how can you trust something not even mortal? It doesn't care about you," Chloe cried, falling to her knees, tears rolling down her cheeks. "I thought I could trust my own flesh and blood. I won't make that mistake again," Sophia said. Then the pressure in the hallway doubled. I was able to take it, but most of the guards, who were all mid-tier 2, collapsed or fell to one knee. When the pressure vanished, I found that Sophia had vanished as well. As one of Regan's bound minions, she would be able to move quite freely in his dungeon, and everything in a 1,000-kilometer radius was his dungeon. Again, I was glad he was on our side. I couldn't imagine what might be if Regan were a bloodthirsty monster at a core. "Luella, what should I do?" Chloe asked. grabbing hold of my hands. I kneeled and patted her hands. Let's give her some space. I trust the dungeon host. He treats almost everything inside those walls as his children. She won't be forced to do anything that she wouldn't do herself. She stared into my eyes, and I met them without breaking away. Finally, she blinked and nodded. I helped her to her feet and took her back into the room. It looked like she hadn't slept a wink last night. Once she lay down, she fell asleep almost instantly. Closing the door quietly, I turned to the guards. Don't spread this around. They all nodded quickly, one even saluting me. I smiled, then left the guest hall. It was doubtful that Chloe would wake any time today, so I would hold off and give her a tour another time. Azal. Move it! I shouted at the recruits, who were doing runs to build their stamina. While there were many strong volunteers in the militia, they were all usually lacking to my eyes. Only a few were able to keep up with my regimen. Most of those who could were former slaves that Luella had rescued with Regan's device. With the necromancer attack on the Lekazar Empire, the number of slaves streaming into town and the forest tower were almost a third of the refugees. Many even chose to brave the new undead hordes to the east to come here instead of Thonica. They would just be forced back into slavery if they were caught anyway. The courtyard shook as Bruce and Des went at it. They had been practicing for a few weeks now since the dungeon was off limits. Fireballs of all shapes and sizes exploded as they impacted the two. While fire couldn't harm them directly, the impact and collateral, blasted dirt and stones, could. They also served to inspire each other's control over fire. A loud roar came from the other side of the courtyard as the bare beastkin ex-slave was fighting Chips. The two slammed into each other like wild animals. It was strangely captivating to watch. They weren't even using weapons, and I felt they could take on 10 each of the other recruits in the courtyard. After several long minutes, the recruits finally finished running their rounds and dropped to the ground in front of me, breathing heavily. I could only shake my head at how disappointing they were. Is this really the best you can do? I asked the assortment of sweating men and women. Fat cow, I heard one of the recruits say under his breath. I considered for a moment, then sent a ball of flame that streaked across the open courtyard almost faster than the eye could follow. There was a loud bang as the recruit was sent flying nearly 10 meters. I snapped my fingers. Damn, only 10 that time, I cursed. Must be due to the pregnancy. You're getting pretty far along, my second said from next to me. Kid's probably going to be one of the best fire mages to be seen. I turned to her. He is pulling more mana lately. The midwife assured me it was normal. My second, Orina Turst, was a fairly powerful warrior with the Terra aspect. With green hair and darker skin, she reminded me of a tree sometimes. She was high tier 2 and could hold her own in just about any fight, which was what earned her place. Bruce had stepped down from the position when the Inquisitors came looking for him. The more mana the mother has to give, the easier it is for the child to cultivate it. That is the most accepted belief right now. Not sure if it will change in the future, thanks to Lord Regan's hospital. They are giving gold to anyone injured, pregnant, or otherwise to come in and get a checkup, Orina said as she looked at a report. I've been a few times, I said with a nod. I got paid quite well, but it never hurt to have a nest egg for the future. I turned back to the recruits. Go get lunch. Be back in... A massive roar echoed throughout the air, interrupting me. There were a few gasps from the gathered recruits. I looked toward the direction the roar came from, Lord Regan's dungeon. From it, 2 forms cast shadows over the ground. I focused and made out 2 dragons flying over the valley. One was white, while the other was black. What the hell now? Orina said next to me. Hey, at least they're not attacking, I said with my hands on my hips. I found that was always a plus if you lived in this valley. Chapter 4. Azora. Gears of all sizes surrounded me, all working together in perfect harmony. A path that led off into the distance stretched out before me. I had been here before, only from a farther out view. I was sure I was in Lord Regan's mindscape. The questions now were, how had I gotten here, and what was I supposed to do? I started walking to the sounds of gears turning. They seemed to be perfectly in sync, creating a calming ambiance. As I walked, I tried to remember how I came here. I vaguely recalled walking to the sound of chanting as the people on the airships were rallied by the captains. I had been so moved that was where I was coming up with a blank. I didn't know how long I walked before I came to a large tower that extended as far as I could see into the sky. There didn't appear to be an end to it. It was built from an uncountable number of gears, and the farther up I looked, the more intricate the lines joining the gears were, turning at right angles. I looked around, but couldn't find another path to take. When I turned back, the path I was on was unpassable, as gears moved and changed position, blocking the way I'd come. "I guess I'm going in," I muttered. Turning back to the building, I walked to the entrance. I couldn't help but stare as I walked inside. A spiraling staircase extended up. Strands of light ribboned around the staircase. I sensed a massive power from them that was similar to mana, but different at the same time. Moving closer to one, I felt another person's thoughts from it. "This isn't the first time you've been here, girl," said a voice. I spun around and found Lord Regan standing next to one of the walls. Only something about him felt off. I couldn't quite place it, though. "Lord Regan?" I asked, not able to shake the feeling. He nodded. "Though not the one you're used to. I am one layer of my subconsciousness. I'm what could be considered image. How I see myself. Feel free to call me as such." "So there are others in this tower?" I asked, looking up. "And what are these?" "Indeed. But it's best if you don't ascend too far. You might lose yourself in my mind. Wouldn't want that, would we?" Image said with a chuckle. He turned to look at the ribbon of light. "Those strands form when people devote themselves to my cause. Maine, the one you interact with outside, hasn't touched them yet." "Interesting." I looked around. "How do I get out, then?" "Transporting your entire fleet at once took a lot out of you. But you've been in my dungeon for several weeks now. You just need to trace your link back to your body," Image explained. "You've had plenty of practice." "My link, huh?" I sat on the ground and turned my focus inward. Most people learn to cultivate mana at a young age. People with better resources usually have access to better cultivation techniques. As a royal family member, my cultivation method was pretty powerful, if I said so myself. Because I was a multi-aspect, cultivation took a bit more effort. I had to keep the elements balanced, or I could end up hurting myself. I sent my senses out, but could only feel one type of mana. I could only assume that it was Lord Regan's personal mana. There was so much of it, like an ocean. Even though the ocean was a bit low, it was quickly filling up. While cultivating, I had felt other people's mana before, but Lord Regan's felt strange. I couldn't remember ever feeling a mana type like this. I believe the word Lord Regan used was circuitry. Lines of energy pulsed through the connecting mana nodes that were then connected to an ever-increasing number of nodes. It was fascinating and captivating. I looked around, then at myself, and noticed there was a node in my body. This embedded node was connected to several hundred more in the expanse of Lord Regan's mindscape. I could tell those were connected to even more outside. After shifting through the various connecting lines, I finally found one that had a multi-hued tint. I could feel myself emanating from it. "You have a lot of work ahead of you, and your people need you." "Good luck," Image said. I noticed it was from far away. I had already started the process of following my line back and didn't want to risk breaking my concentration, so I did my best just to nod. The world of gears faded around me, and the sensation of lying in a comfortable bed overcame me. That only lasted a second, as pain from all over my body assaulted my senses. "Princess, my queen, are you all right?" I heard from next to where I lay. I realized it was Hatsu, but that didn't make any sense. I'd left her and all the guards when the compulsion to run came over me after Lord Regan ordered me to do so. My entire body feels like it's been ripped apart. "What happened?" I asked. As I struggled to open my eyes, a gentle light flooded in, and I got them open a slit. After the blurriness of unconsciousness washed away, I was able to see that I was in a small room made of wood. A window showed a large city with buildings taller than I could imagine. Turning, I found Hatsu with a pained look on her face. I didn't blame her. I had left her to die. Tears threatened to fall from the corners of my eyes. It must have been an illusion conjured by my pain-filled mind to torture me for my actions. "After you teleported the entire fleet here, you collapsed. Lord Regan's medics have been treating you, but it looks like the strain of using mana for such a complicated venture pushed your mind much further than your body. While you are unconscious, they were only able to fix the surface damage," Hatsu explained, after taking hold of my hand. My eyes widened. An illusion wouldn't have any sensation of touch. She was really here. The thought was almost too much to bear. I needed to thank whoever was responsible for such a miracle. "I understand," I said, gritting my teeth against the pain. I returned her grasp as best I could. I'm sorry." I was no longer able to hold the tears back, but couldn't turn my head away. I had done such a terrible thing. I had no right to be anyone's ruler. I didn't even deserve to be her friend. "Please rest. I'll call for the doctor," Hatsu said, jumping to her feet and running out of the room before I got a chance to say anything. I stared after her, hating myself for what I'd done. I could only turn my head after a long, slow process, but I managed to look out the window. There was a sky visible, but a ceiling of stone resided above it. I recalled what Image said, and realized that I was in Lord Regan's dungeon. Steam rolled off the buildings from pipes and gears that turned lazily. Metal appeared to be the main theme for the city. The first time I'd been here, I'd arrived from ground level on the Goblin City floor. I wasn't able to get such a good view before. I wasn't sure how much time passed as I watched the cityscape, but I felt like it was only a few minutes before I heard a knock at the door. Hatsu entered, followed by a goblin dressed in a white coat. He had a few things on his person that I could see mana emitting from. That made me blink in surprise. Before, I had to actively focus mana into my eyes to see mana. I looked back to the city, causing myself more than a little pain in the process, and saw streams and auras of mana inside the steam that I'd just thought were lights before. "Hello, Selected. My name is Turian, the head doctor for the Goblin City Hospital," the goblin said with a bow. One of the taller goblins I'd seen so far, he had a rough beard and looked like he'd been busy for several days, judging by the black circles under his eyes. His white coat went almost to his feet, which seemed to envelop him. "Call me Azora," I said with a gasp, as it felt like someone poked my lung. I took a few deep breaths until the pain eased. "Very well, Azora. I will be examining you, if that is all right," Turian said, as he pulled a device from his belt. "Go ahead." Hatsu moved forward to pull the blanket back. I realized that I wasn't wearing my normal armor. In fact, I wasn't wearing anything at all. That's not to say I wasn't covered. Bandages wrapped most of my body. Turian moved a plate of glass over my figure. Mana filled it, and I saw that it was able to see inside my body. My curiosity lost to the pain, however, and I couldn't bring myself to ask any questions about it. "Well, if it wasn't for the boss, Lord Regan, you would be quite dead. Thankfully for you, your body has been reinforced by a variety of elements," Turian said, after he ran the glass plate over my entire body. "Quite a few of your people owe their lives to Lord Regan." "I don't doubt it," I said with a chuckle that quickly turned into a pain-filled cough. Hatsu panicked, but didn't have any way to help me. She was left standing there with her hands moving in the air without a goal.
"Let's fix you up a bit before you cough up a lung," Turian said,
returning the glass plate in his belt pocket. He pulled another device out that had a metal point. The tip was so small it was almost hard to see.
"This will allow me to direct my healing mana more accurately. Normally, I would have to work with your mana and aura, but this allows me to bypass that."
I narrowed my eyes at that information. I could think of any number of ways that device could be put to use, both good and bad. I couldn't even imagine what would happen if a necromancer injected unholy mana into a person or creature using it. I nodded to him that he had my permission when he asked, and he moved the needle over my heart. I wasn't sure if it was due to the pain I was already feeling, or if it just didn't hurt, but I couldn't feel when he inserted the needle. I did, however, feel the immediate relief when a cooling wave of mana hit my body, originating from the injection spot. I could literally feel my body repairing itself with the help of the light mana. I moaned despite myself. My muscles twitched as they healed. Then mana suddenly hit my organs. I was not expecting the wave of pain that flooded through me. My mind blanked as my limbs flailed. Something grabbed my shoulders, and I unintentionally sent a surge of mana at it. I heard a grunt of pain, but the pressure didn't disappear. Finally, both the wave of mana and the pain subsided. My arched body dropped back to the bed. I was covered in sweat and breathing heavily. The good thing was that the pain was gone. I never wanted to go through that again. I think I'd rather heal the old-fashioned way.
That was quite intense. It appears you have more damage to your organs than the device showed. I'll have to notify the labs about this,"
Turian said, making a note on the glass plate. He wiped the needle device off before he stuck Hatsu. He only left it in for a second, and I noticed a large bruise on her arm fading before he pulled it back out. I groaned as I realized I'd struck Hatsu with my mana during the healing. That was quite the experience. "But thank you for healing me," I said, sitting up in the bed. I moved my arms and torso around to make sure everything was working right. Other than some soreness, I felt decent.
"Just doing my job. Plus, I don't think the boss would take too kindly to me allowing one of his selected to die while under my care."
Turian grinned, his fangs on full show. I smiled in reply.
"You should still rest for a day or two to make sure everything is in good and proper order."
"Yes, I will," I said, falling back into bed. While I felt better, I also felt completely drained, much like you did after working out most of the day. Even my mana felt tired, if that made any sense.
"Princess! I hear the princess is better!"
The loud voice echoed from outside the door. "Not again," Hatsu said with an annoyed face. Alfonso burst through the door, tripping on the frame as he did so. He went rolling and slammed into the opposite wall, then jumped to his feet like nothing happened and turned to me. His face was red from the impact, and after a second his nose started to bleed. I stared at him for only a moment before I burst out laughing. I couldn't help it. It just appeared hilarious to me.
"Is she okay?"
Alfonso asked, glancing back and forth between the doctor and Hatsu. "Yes, she is, but she needs to rest. Out!" Hatsu shouted at him. He dropped his head and started to slink out of the room. I watched him for a second. "Alfonso, thank you for worrying about me." He spun around with a childishly large grin on his face. Giving me a thumbs up, he then ran out. A few seconds later, I heard another crash. I rolled in the bed, trying to control my laughter, then turned to Hatsu. "He's got a good heart," I said, trying to breathe through the laughter. "My queen, you need to rest," Hatsu said seriously. That sobered me up. Turning away from her, I said, "I don't know if I deserve to be your queen, and I'm sorry for striking you just now." Lord Regan explained what happened. "We know it was a do-or-die situation. We hold no ill will toward you. You weren't exactly in control just now. Even I can understand that, Hatsu said, placing a hand on my shoulder. She gave me a warm smile that only made me feel worse. Maybe you should. I don't know what's happening to me. I feel like I'm falling down a hole that I might never be able to return from, I said, curling into a ball. Your Highness, pardon my rudeness, she said, before she pulled me around and slapped me across the face. I could only stare wide-eyed at her as she just as quickly embraced me in a hug. Change. Change is necessary for our race to survive. Lord Regan is bringing that to us through you. However, if you feel you are losing yourself in the process, you can rely on us. On me. She suddenly pulled away with her cheeks burning red. Hatsu, you, I started to say, when she put her hand over my mouth. I knew she loved me. I mean, I was close with all my guards. We were like family. But I never thought she loved me like that. We were like sisters. No, it isn't proper. I am glad to be alive, and I am glad even more so that you are alive, as are most of our people. Lord Regan managed to teleport most of the citizens who were still in the city. Hell, he teleported most of the city, before the explosion claimed it. We were forced to leave it, however, as the northern air is poisonous to us right now. But we will go back someday, Hatsu said with conviction. Thank you, Hatsu. And your feelings are not lost on me. Please remember that, I said, grabbing her hand in a tight grip. She didn't say anything, but turned even brighter red before she bowed and rushed out of the room. Father, I said to the ether, you are wrong. We must work together while exposing our true selves to each other to grow.
Chapter 5. Regan. It was mid-morning, and the sun was just coming over the eastern mountains. The area I asked Luella to clear of people was already empty. I was proud of her working so fast, given the visitors she had. I still couldn't believe I currently had a princess in my dungeon family. I wasn't sure where this would take us down the line, but at least the country she came from was basically gone now. Thinking about her, I looked down to see Sophia floating next to me with a book. A sphere of energy surrounded her. I could only shake my head at someone using gravity magic like this. Well, I didn't intend for her to fight anyone, so if she used her mana like a kid, I didn't think it would hurt anything. I could make you a room in the dungeon, I said. It is fine. I understand that, but, I said, then looked to my other side. Alara was literally hanging from my arm. She wasn't showing any emotion, but I wanted to think she was jealous, or at least worried that Sophia might steal me. They were about the same in size, though Alara was growing. Her avatar had gained around 2 centimeters. The one part that I thought didn't need to grow, her chest, had gone up by a bust size. I shouldn't have let her watch the town when I wasn't paying attention. As a man, I liked all sizes, as long as they were proportional, but I supposed I had a preference to the size that would just fit in your hand. I shook my head to clear my wandering thoughts. All right, I said in defeat. Putting it out of my mind, I turned to the field in front of me. I needed enough space to house nearly 300,000 people, plus whoever came to the valley in the coming months. If people had a decent place to live, they would be more willing to do their best to protect it. That really only left me one option: high-rises. I had released a few blueprints of various earth buildings to people who came to the fort. The tallest was around 10 stories. The plan was to allow people to experiment with them and work toward greater things, a combination of this world and Earth. The standard size for people's living space here was only a few meters. A commoner was lucky to have a house with more than 2 rooms. Shared living spaces were the standard for adventurers as well, and coming-of-age adults just setting out on their own. Hell, in some towns it was normal for people to live in stables if they weren't making it as an adventurer. That gave me a lot of room to work with. I could work my buildings to focus on shared living that would likely be better than any place a new adventurer had ever stayed. While magic made a lot of things easier in this world, other things did suffer due to it. Construction, for one, as a Terra mage could raise a building in minutes, but it would be made from regular stone and couldn't support too many floors. Concentrating in front of me, I smoothed the ground for several hundred meters. While I was in the middle of it, I changed my plan when an interesting thought came to me. I made it an even square kilometer. With that done, I created the foundations for the buildings. There were many more factors than on Earth to consider, but just as many more ways to deal with them. I placed 4 huge mana crystals in the corner of the foundations, making sure to bury them and place magic script around them so that they couldn't accidentally be detected by some curious mage. They would be used in some magic scripts I intended to add to the building itself. From there, I finished the foundations so they would support the weight of the buildings I planned to build. Making 4 squares in each of the corners of the kilometer-sized foundation, I created 4 high-rises that extended 400 meters into the sky. I used concrete and glass to make a skyscraper that would be almost commonplace on Earth. They were truly a sight to behold. Next, I placed a few sky bridges at various heights connecting the 4 buildings. With the outer frame done, I worked magic script into the building frames. I didn't want random attacks from mages or enemies to damage them. The script would absorb the mana, which would then be channeled to the mana stones in the basement. From there, I had the stone convert the mana back to ambient mana, which would be pumped back into the buildings. This would allow anyone staying there to cultivate mana at a much faster pace. Moving inside, I designed the first 100 meters of the buildings for cohabitation. This would be where most people would stay, basically large dorms. I went ahead and separated the genders between the 4 buildings in these sections. That would reduce how often people got any funny ideas. There would be security measures in the halls and common places, but I wanted to give people privacy in their rooms. Moving up, I created private rooms for families or people who managed to pay the rent. A stone on the door would allow people to pay without having to bother Luella or one of her staff, whereas I added a tablet that would inform Luella about whose rent was due. I would let Luella decide on how lenient she wanted to be on the people. The cost of rent increased the farther up you lived, but so did the amount of mana concentrated in those rooms. The rooms themselves were set up much like an apartment on Earth. There was a kitchen, a living room, though small, and a bedroom with an attached bathroom. The number of rooms increased as you moved up the building, too. But most plans offered at least 3 rooms. People of this world were comfortable sharing with siblings and family, so that wouldn't be a large issue for a while. I moved back and observed the finished product. They would have been all the rage back on Earth. The ground level was a little boring for my tastes. Throwing a fountain in the center, a few gardens, and some other decorations, I improved the courtyard and surroundings. A few statues of the different races helped bridge the gap between the races. I made sure they were all equal distance from the center, so no one race felt they were better than or less than the others. Of course, I only did the races I knew about. It would have to be adjusted if I found any new ones. Satisfied, I turned to my 2 observers. Alara stared at the building with amazing intensity. She was a dungeon core, after all. I wondered if she might try to build a world tree that could be inhabited. It would probably do wonders for the mana up in the north. As I watched her, I noticed that her eyes were literally taking in every detail. Turning to the other one, I could see that Sophia was also enthralled. The way she was looking at it, I felt like she was less into the way it was built and more into the why. She was moving in circles in her gravity bubble, clearly interested. "What do you think?" I asked, curious if I would actually get a reply from either of them. Alara jumped and wrapped her arms around my neck. "Help me build one," she said with actual excitement in her voice. If building stuff helped her get over her trauma, that would be a boon. I added that to my long list of things that needed to be done in the future. "Sure, once the North becomes stable," I said, patting her on the head. "Why? Why build this for people who just want things from you?" Sophia asked. She was currently upside down while facing me. Her dress had become enchanted soon after hanging around me so that there would be no lucky perverts in the area. Plus, while it was funny the first 2 times, having her skirt drop over her face was quite tiresome while trying to talk to her. Other than the fact that Luella asked me, there is plenty in it for me. I've found if people are in rooms, the mana that leaks in from their aura gets concentrated. As a dungeon core, this means more mana for me to absorb. It may not seem like it, but mana moves in rather unpredictable ways. With it in a room, nicely wrapped in a box, it helps me out, I explained honestly. I didn't have anything to hide about why I was trying to get people in rooms. I see. Is that all? Nope. It also keeps people here. Yes, these people are trying to take from me, but I also take from them. If they have a reason to stay, then they'll stay. It's not that easy to uproot a life and move to a new city, especially given recent events, I explained further. With Lekazar basically in ruin, people would want a new place to call home. If we presented a strong front, then all the more reason they would want to stay here instead of leaving for the unknown. I understand. I remember reading that dungeons grow stronger when more people are in them, Sophia said, flipping back over. I'll see you later. She vanished the next moment. What a sprightly little girl, I muttered. Regan's newest daughter? Alara asked. Yeah, a stray I picked up, I guess, I said with a shrug. She can be my daughter too, Alara said with a puff of air. Oh, that'll be a big help. She needs all the attention she can get right now, I said, patting her head again. She puffed up more, and I laughed, finding it cute. I turned back to the structure and made a few final adjustments, mainly just making some simple furniture for the rooms. I wanted to promote business in the town, so I didn't make too many of anything. Primarily just beds for the dorms. With so many people in one spot, I needed to take into account security. There were obelisks built into the buildings, but I wanted a special automata force for this area. I went ahead and created a wall surrounding the structure. Didn't hurt to make it into a type of gated community. There would be a lot of refugees in this area who weren't used to the automata. I didn't want to cause anyone to react in a panic. Thinking it over, I decided to go with a knight. I gave it light and bright colors and made sure the voice was as human as possible. There would always be a few of these on each street. You would have to be a complete idiot to try anything here. Looking over everything one last time, I found the buildings lacked something. Thinking about it, I came to the conclusion. Staff. I quickly created some automata that looked as close to human as I could get them. They didn't have to be powerful, so I could compromise on a few things in favor of looks and feel. Sensing some people walking down the road toward us, upon turning, I saw Luella along with a contingent of her guards and a few extras. One was a woman who looked similar to Sophia before she'd changed, but a bit older. She appeared to have just woken up, with some sleep still in her eyes. The sleepiness instantly vanished when she saw the massive structure in front of her. "Viscountess, perfect timing," I said. "Regan, I figured you were almost done. People have been talking all day of the huge building that appeared in the morning. It looks amazing," Luella said when she came up next to me. I could tell she was being honest, and I grinned at her, earning a small smile in reply. "Thank you for the compliment. I believe this should keep your refugee problems down for a while. You should be able to house 400,000 here," I explained. I held my hand out and created several tablets and put them in a bag. They were quite durable, so there was no worry about them breaking by accident. "I'll get to work moving the people. I was wondering if you could lend me Rakras," Luella said, taking the bag. "Sure," I said, then mentally searched the dungeons. He was hanging out at the restaurant. I snapped my fingers and teleported him mid-bite. He appeared in front of me with a sour look on his face. Randomly teleporting people was starting to become a favorite pastime of mine. "Master, I don't mind you snatching me, but at least wait until I'm done, Rockris said, when a blur suddenly slammed into him. Whatever impacted him managed to bury him several meters into the ground. The ground shook as more impacts sounded out. "Alara!" I shouted, and jumped into the crater, grabbing hold of her. She was using all her avatar's strength to fight me. "Alara, calm down!" I dragged her back several meters before she finally relented. She was breathing heavily, with mana leaking from her fists. "Necromancer," she growled. I know. Calm down. He is under a slave collar," I said, trying to calm her down. "Slave collar. Doesn't matter. Necromancer bad," Alara growled. "All right, I'll take care of it. How about you go back to your core for a while? You've been in your avatar for several days. We don't want it to become a habit again, do we?" I said, kneeling to be eye level with her. She pouted but nodded. Her form started to crack, and it quickly turned to dust. Sighing, I stood back up and walked over to Rockris. "You still alive?" "What did I do?" Rockris whined. I whistled as I took in the damage to his body. It was crushed in several places. If he weren't a lich, he would have been quite dead. Alara had missed, or he'd somehow managed to avoid getting his head crushed. "Sorry about that, mate." I turned to the gathered people. "My apologies for my companions. I will take my leave. Viscountess, I will speak to you at a later date." I jumped into the crater and grabbed Rockris before teleporting to the forest tower. The sound of "Master" accompanied something impacting me from the side. I grabbed Julie by the neck and pulled her off me, tossed her aside, and told her to sit. Placing Rockris on a table, I quickly fixed most of the damage to his body. "All right, you two. We need to have a talk." "Of course, Master." Julie nodded her head like a maniac. Soundlessly, Rockris just nodded. "As you know, you two were my prisoners. That was to achieve my goal of rescuing Alara. It was nice since you two gave me mana comparable to 20 people each. That is all in the past now. Alara doesn't like necromancers. To stop any more incidents from happening, I'm offering you two a choice. Keep your unholy mana and die. Or let me try an experiment on you where you will gain a new form of power." "Abandon unholy mana?" Rockris asked with a hint of surprise. "Indeed. The labs and I have worked out a way to pull the unholy taint from a creature. When used on a zombie, they return to just being a corpse. If I did it with you two, who are liches, while rebuilding your bodies, I could keep you alive. I feel like you both have served me well enough and have earned this. The event with Alara just pushed up the date," I explained. "The labs had a lot of undead material to work with while in the north. It was almost every day that they came up with something new that worked on the undead and against the unholy mana." "A body created by Master?" Julie cried, collapsing to her knees. A puddle formed under her, but I ignored it. It was not the first time Julie had leaked. If we weren't in a dungeon that automatically absorbed everything, I would have a headache every time she did so. "Well, the Celestial never did deliver. As long as I can still eat, I don't mind," Rockris answered with a smirk. Compared to his normal lazy expression, I felt he was trying too hard. "Then I will do it in a few days when I have a bit more mana to spare," I said. Julie shot forward and grabbed my leg. "Please, change me now. Don't tease me," she screamed, with tears running down her cheeks and a stream of liquid staining her thighs. I kneeled and grabbed her chin, my clawed fingers digging into her skin. "I want you to be useful after the change, so I need plenty of mana. Wait." "Yes," Julie said simply, then collapsed, twitching.
Chapter 6. Luella. "I guess I'll introduce you next time." "That was Regan," I said. turning to Chloe. She was looking a lot better after sleeping all day. I'd given her a tour of the town while heading to check out the new district Regan was building. It turned out better than I anticipated, though I honestly didn't know what to expect. I was glad I had full control of this town. Otherwise, the nobles would be waging a war to try to claim this building alone. Just the feeling of untapped mana coming from it would attract people from all around. I would have to check out the glass tablets when I returned home. It looks like he was busy. I don't mind, Chloe said, with a lack of energy. You've seen most of the town. How about we head inside one of these new buildings for a little adventure? I asked, worried that Chloe was still a bit pale. That does sound interesting. I've never seen construction like this before, she said, as she looked over the 4 massive buildings. We made our way to the nearest one. When we were right in front of it, I looked up, but was unable to see the roof. I felt like I would get a crick in my neck from trying to see more. The bottom floor of the building was inset a few meters, so you would be outside, but out of the weather. There were several sets of doors that led into the structure at the center of the wall. The doors automatically opened when we got near them. Everyone was pretty odd, from what I could tell. Once inside, I felt like I'd walked into a palace. Gold and crystal were present everywhere, and everything seemed to shine and glitter. The floors appeared to be made of marble, and were so smooth I could see my reflection in them. Hanging chandeliers cast a magical light over the area. People walked around, cleaning or looking ready to assist. One, dressed in a maid outfit that was probably worth more than some noble's clothing, walked over toward us. I could just barely make out the lines separating their various parts. These were automata that were clearly modeled to be as close to human-looking as possible. "Welcome. How may I assist you this evening?" asked the automaton maid with a regal bow. While she did sound a little stiff, most people might just write that off as her being nervous. I was impressed, to say the least. I stepped forward. I just wanted to take a tour before I brought people here. I pulled the glass tablet from my bag to show her. She glanced at it and nodded. "Viscountess, of course. Feel free to take your time." After another bow, she walked away. I didn't even have to worry about anyone getting funny ideas about Regan's people here. What looked like knights were posted in just about every corner of the building. You would have to be incredibly powerful, or incredibly stupid, to try anything. Sadly, I knew some of both kinds. Dozens of areas were set up for people who wanted to relax while they waited for others in their party, or who just wanted to enjoy some time before heading out to do whatever they needed to get done. There were even different styles, with settings next to fireplaces, windows, large groups with tables, small groups with a more personal-sized table, and spots with a single chair and table for reading, or maybe studying something or other. "This place looks nicer than the palace back home," Chloe said. Then her face dropped. The thought of home likely reminded her about everything that had transpired over the last month for her. "Let's go higher. If this floor is so nice, then surely the higher we go, the nicer," I said, grabbing her hand and pulling her along. We came to a set of stairs that was guarded by 4 of the knights and started to head toward them. The knights drew their swords and crossed them, blocking the way. "Only men permitted to use these stairs. Women have access to the 2 buildings on the right. This is to prevent any problems from arising. If you seek the apartments farther up, please use the staircase located on the other side of the lobby floor," one of the knights said, before we even took in most of the stairs. "There is no one currently in the building. Would it be all right if just my friends and I go in?" I asked, making sure to show the glass tablet. The knight stepped back, and I saw some lights in the eye slots of the helmet flicker. It was a few moments before it responded. "Very well. Please note that if men are in the dorms, we will not let you pass unless it is an emergency." "Seems fair to me. Wouldn't want me taking advantage of my position," I said with a laugh. They made way for us, and we headed up the staircase. It appeared to be made from marble like the floors, but looked like a waterfall. It made me think the stone was moving, and it was hard to keep my eyes off the steps. We made it to the next floor, then to another set of double doors. Words with Regan's runes circling them were posted along the wall next to the door. Rent, 1 mana a day. Lights out at 9. Light above candle level will result in action being taken. Attempted tampering of the sealed chests will result in penalizing actions. Disrupting between 10 and 5 will result in disciplinary actions. Children will be sent to the children's section if they are unattended between 10 and 5. I have a feeling more rules will be added as people actually start using them, Chloe said as she studied them. Probably. People always find a way around the rules, I said, pushing the doors open. A large cavern of a room met my gaze. Canopy beds lined the floor from wall to wall. At least 10,000 people could have a bed in this room, with each bed being just over 2 meters long. Underneath each, there was a slide-out drawer the length of the bed in which a person could store their belongings. Just about a half-meter lay between each bed, though, so it might be tight for some people. The only thing that broke up the room were the pillars every couple dozen meters that obviously had mini obelisks in them. We continued deeper into the room and found a smaller room that took up the center of the floor. Pulling the door open revealed a large washroom. A bath that could hold 100 people easy made up the center of the room, with showers surrounding it. Steam rose lazily off the surface of the water. There was another set of doors, inside which were enough toilets for 3 dozen people to use at once. Other than food, this place offers everything a person could want, I muttered. The bathwater appears to be constantly filtered. The baths at the palace had a similar feature, Chloe said, her fingers wet from dipping them in the water. Well, if 100,000 people end up in here for a month, it would need to be changed in less than a day, I said, shuddering at the thought. You forget we are in a dungeon. All the filth and waste will just vanish, absorbed by the dungeon. Even with 200,000 or 300,000 people, this bathroom would be able to sustain its cleanliness, Chloe said with a shake of her head. That is true. I guess you forget things when you live with them all the time. Chloe laughed, then started to head back to the staircase. I joined her, since I had seen everything this floor had to offer. With the dorms being this nice, I was excited to see the private rooms. The thought of having to climb over 100 meters of stairs was a bit depressing, but I shouldn't have worried. When we went to the other side of the lobby where the stairs for the private rooms were, there were several sets of doors that had elevators. They were large enough for all of us, guards included, to pile into, and still have plenty of personal space. Some music I had never heard before was playing in the background. It was a soft tone that threatened to lull me to sleep. I could detect a few instruments I'd never heard before, and I had been to several balls back when I'd lived in Lekazar. It took a minute to reach the upper floors. A number in the center of the top board of the elevator told us which floor we were on. When we reached the 40th floor, which the glass tablet said was the first private floor, we got off. A long hallway extended in front of us, with a door every dozen meters or so. I moved to the first door and tried to open it. A large red X flashed over the door's surface. I placed the tablet next to the door, and it turned to a green version of Regan's dungeon symbol, along with a symbol I could only assume was for me. A lightning bolt weaving around a few mountain peaks. I tried the handle, and it slid open easily. Inside, there was a nice room with a wide window. A set of counters ran along one wall, with a sink and stove built into it. I thought it looked like a cozy place for a single person or a couple to live. Maybe a bit small if they started having children. A small washroom was attached, and that made up the entire room. Simple and effective. Just the few magical gadgets around the room would make most commoners want to fight for it. You could turn some lights on without having to deal with smoke or the low light of a candle. The sink provided cold water and hot enough to hurt. "My lady, are these rooms available to us?" asked one of my guards. "Huh? Why would you need to move here? Don't you have housing already?" I asked, confused. "Well, yes, but I live with my parents at the moment and have been thinking of moving out, but given the state of the valley, there was nowhere to go," the guard explained, rubbing his head. I looked him over, and did remember seeing him among the locals when I'd first taken over. Quite a few of the men who were originally from the valley when I became Baroness had reached out to the Golden Dawn. While some were killed when they were betrayed, Many survived. Quite a few ended up joining my militia. Let's check out the higher floors. I'm sure as one of my personal guards you deserve it, so I don't want you to settle for something on the first floor, I said with a smile, patting his arm as we headed for the exit. The door of the room automatically closed and locked when we left. Making our way down the hall, we came to another room, this one large and empty. It looked like a mini version of the lobby downstairs, with areas for all kinds of activities. In one corner was a cleared area with markings for people who wanted to train. Each corner contained something similar. One had a restaurant, another looked like a mini smithy, and the last one had a small library. I was starting to worry people might not want to leave this place, at least until we actually checked the areas out. The smithy wanted a mana amount that you had to be at least Tier 2 to afford, and then you would be drained for the rest of the day. The restaurant was charging gold. Not silver or copper, but gold. The training area was free to use, but there was a time limit. I was sure Regan had included ways to enforce that as well. While the others were busy checking over the various things being offered at the restaurant, Chloe moved over to me. "Luella, maybe my guard and I should take one of these rooms as well," she said, looking at her hands. "Your Highness, I have the guest rooms in the castle. I hope you don't feel like a burden, if that is why you're suggesting such a thing," I said, quickly grabbing her hand. No, of course not. I know you mean well, Luella." Chloe suddenly unloaded all at once. I've been doing some thinking. These events have just been too much for me. I don't even know where to start. Sophia abandoned me for this dungeon. Everyone else in my family is dead. The way I see it, Lekazar is finished. Even if I could rally what people remained, we have no way to fight the undeath that is spreading like a plague. She dropped into a sitting chair with her head in her hands. "We will get through this. I have friends that can deal with the undeath. There are other things that we can do to help," I said, trying to reassure her. "Why help a dying empire? To be honest, I don't even want to rule. I was never going to in the first place. My brother was the heir to the throne. I was going to be married off to the highest bidder. No matter how much Papa loved me, there was no avoiding that," she said with a bitter smile. I know it looked bleak, but if we work together... Chloe suddenly sat forward, interrupting me. "I know. How about you establish a queendom? As you already stated, you have the means to deal with the death and undeath spreading throughout the empire. I would even abdicate the throne to you if anyone were to say anything about blood or whatnot. This is perfect. I can be free. Sophia found her path, and I will make my own." It was my turn to collapse into a chair. What the hell had just happened? A few seconds ago, I was trying to support a friend. The next thing I know, I'm creating my own queendom? This time, I put my head in my hands. That's when I found that I was smiling. I hoped Regan wasn't watching right now.
Chapter 7. Puppet. There was a boom as several large undead the size of trees hammered against the city wall. The adventurers and city guards wouldn't be able to hold out long enough for the regular soldiers to get there to help. I quickly looked to Z2. "Z2, we have undead on the north wall. Please make your way over to assist," I said, gesturing to the spot that was in danger of falling at any moment. "On it," she replied, before she shot into the air. Ice trailed behind her just from her passing. Ever since she'd gone through another change, her control of ice had reached an almost unconscious level. "Natsuo, there is some damaged equipment near the gate. Please head over there and repair it," I ordered, trying to keep every part of the battlefield in my sight. A nod was all I got from him before he jumped from the wall and made his way through the crowded streets on the city side. He moved like a ghost and didn't have to slow for anyone. He left, avoiding the soldiers and adventurers manning the wall. The city was Tear Falls, named such due to the beautiful waterfalls that cascaded down the 3 cliffs of the plateau the city resided on. Only the west side facing inland and part of the north gave invaders access to the walls through normal means. The wall shook as a fireball collided somewhere lower on the structure. Magical runes sputtered to life as they tried to deal with the influx of harmful mana. A few weeks ago, a surge of terra mana, the likes of which none in the city had ever seen before, slammed into the city. The ancient barrier created in another time managed to protect it from any great harm. When everyone thought the danger had passed, a horde of undead were reported making their way toward the city. A few scouts risked their lives to bring back information that a scar of blackened and corrupted earth stretched from the north to the capital. The fact that the city was unable to bring anyone up from the capital on their crystal communication tools only served to confirm that the capital was most likely gone. I am glad the gears of night were in Tear Falls when this happened, as mean as that is to say, said the man next to me. Prince Charles, who was in the city during the Terra Wave incident, had recruited every available adventurer in the city to help with aiding the citizens. It was a good thing, too, as a week later the first wave of undead showed up, and the already coordinated adventurers and soldiers were able to repel the horde with relative ease. The wall shook as a massive surge of ice ripped through the undead on it. Even the air was motionless for a moment before it shattered. The undead caught in the debris were reduced to pieces of frozen flesh. Ever since Z2 had fused with Lean during the monster horde, she'd reached a whole new level of power. I turned back to the battle waging in front of me. Soldiers protected mages as they sent their spells into the horde below. From just my glance over, I could see at least 10,000 undead. A roar rang out from the other side of the horde as a giant undead formed from the conglomeration of hundreds of skeletons and zombies. The ground shook with each step the monster took. I was about to call for Z2 to come back to this section when a roar of another kind sounded out. A beam of energy sliced through the air and collided with the giant undead that was at least a kilometer away still. Its whole upper section was blasted clean off. Turning, I threw a thumbs up to Natsuko, who was set up on one of the keep's towers. She had fired so many times, each causing enough recoil to put a crater in the ground, that the top of the tower was just about gone. I could barely see the cables that held her in place with all the steam coming from her. "Just doing our duty. You did pay up front, after all," I said, turning back to the prince. "My royal guards are worried that I will ask you to replace them, or train them. I actually think they are more afraid of that," the prince said, moving to looking over the wall. After working with him for a few weeks, I knew he was a decent mortal, one that father would like to meet in the future, if the city lasted long enough, that was. I don't know if he was just unlucky or if it was fate, but either way, just as he looked over the wall, a shard of bone came streaking directly for him. His eyes widened, and he started to move back, but was too slow. A part of the wall suddenly jutted out in front of him, defending him from the attack. "Your Highness, how many times do I have to tell you not to go near the edge of the wall?" Azra said, as she grabbed his arm and pulled him back to the safe part. "Thank you, Miss Azra," the prince said with a blush. I wouldn't call the prince a pushover. Far from it, actually. He was quite powerful in his own right. The problem was that it was the kind of powerful you get by studying every day for years without actually putting it to the test. He lacked real experience. That, and he had a terrible weakness for women. "What am I going to do with you?" Azra asked with a sigh. She was the main person who was having to deal with the prince. "I don't mind if you want to protect me for the rest of my life. In fact, I would find it quite the honor," Prince Charles said with a gentleman's bow. "Is that something a man says to a woman?" Azra asked with a shake of her head. "Then let me protect you," Prince Charles said, then turned an open palm toward the battlefield. Mana arced toward his hand. A black line, barely thicker than a strand of hair, shot toward the outer section of the battlefield. Nothing happened for a moment, then everything in 100 meters was crushed flat as a crater formed. "Behold the royal family's magic!" "Very nice, Your Highness, but that is the 10th time you've shown us. You don't have to call it out anymore," Azra said, throwing the prince's arm over her shoulder since he'd managed to drain all the energy from his body. It was powerful magic, similar to the kind Father used in various projects around his dungeon. He just needed more mana capacity to be useful. As she carefully carried him away, I noticed a small smile on his face. Surely he wouldn't use all his mana just to touch Azra for a bit. When they were a few more meters away, and the prince must have thought I wasn't watching, he barely turned his head and pulled in a large breath of air. I shook my head at the display. These flesh bags have such weird ways of showing their attraction. The battle raged for another hour before the undead horde fell back. The sun breaking over the city was like a cleansing towel wiping away the filth. After that, we spent an hour launching fire spells into the ground in front of the wave to make sure the undead didn't spread. The last thing we could afford was for the undead to start spawning from the soil right in front of the city. Once the battle was over and everyone but the bare minimum to maintain security started to head back to rest for the coming night, the captain of the guard came up to me. "Sir Puppet, thank you for your party's assistance. Has there been a decision on who will try to break through to seek reinforcements?" he asked after shaking my hand. It was something that had been attempted several times over the last week. Unfortunately, we had no way of knowing if the messenger had succeeded or failed. As you can guess, most think it is a suicide mission. I plan on volunteering, but the prince, I said. I liked the guard captain. He didn't ask too many questions as long as you got the job done. Plus, he was strong for his position. I was actually surprised he was just a guard captain, but I'd learned while out among the mortals that people sometimes have things they want to hide. "You might be our best bet. However, I'm not sure the city will last long without you here," the captain said, rubbing his head awkwardly. "You don't know how many hidden masters might come out if their lives depended on it," I said as I turned to walk away. All I got in response was a hearty laugh. I made my way to the house we'd purchased in the first few days after we saw what was happening outside the city. It was a simple 2-story building, but it was out of the way and private. When I was inside, I stopped channeling the measly amount of mana to the ring that Father gave us that cast an illusion over us. It was barely noticeable, but after a full day on the wall fighting, it was like a small needle pressed against your forehead. "Puppet, you're back. I've tried already. Still no link to Father," Z2 said, holding the crystal ball in her hands. She had a clearly depressed frown on her face. I nodded, not expecting more. "Then it is as we feared. Whatever is pumping out undead is disrupting the link to Father," I said, dropping into one of the couches that made up the front room of the house. "That always makes it dangerous to try to set a subcore. It's a more powerful magic, but if something managed to block the connection, at best the core would just sit there, inert. At worst, the core might develop a new consciousness separate from Father." "I don't know how Father would react if we allowed that to happen," Z2 said before she took a sip from a cup. Ever since her change, she had been hooked on trying different drinks and foods. In particular, so far, she liked tea and alcohol. "I don't want to go that route unless it is absolutely necessary. The people gathered here should be able to hold the city for a few more weeks at the very least, even longer with us helping. We just need to find a way to get a message to Father," I said, rubbing my face slowly as I tried to think of a solution. Silence stretched for several minutes before the key in the lock turned, the door clicked open, and Azra burst in. She stomped to the kitchen where Z2 was sitting and grabbed a bottle of something. My eyes widened when she downed the whole thing in one go. "That stuff cost me 200 gold, Z2 cried as she hugged the empty bottle to her chest. "You spent 200 gold on that?" I demanded, glaring at her. We were trying to stay off any mage's radar, so I wasn't creating gold coins with my abilities. Here in the city, coins were checked far more often than in some side-of-the-path village or town. That meant we had to work for our money, just like everyone else. Before the undead threat, it was quite easy for us to make money, but now, with supplies around the city running low, everything was skyrocketing in price. It was before, I swear, Z2 argued. That prince is going to be the death of me. I'm amazed he's lived as long as he has. 5 times. 5. That is how many times I have to save his head from being blasted off. It's your turn tomorrow, puppet, Azra growled, pounding her fists on the counter. But he likes you, I said with a tilt of my head. I don't care, Azra said, punching the counter again with each word. I just nodded and returned to my thoughts. We told Father we would check in every 2 weeks when we left Steel Spire. Our first check-in should have been just over 2 weeks ago, as we were coming up on a month since we'd left. With Father's level of power, he might be able to force his way through whatever was causing the communication trouble. The real question was whether he would be able to help us. I knew he was moving in the north toward the undead dungeon, but I was without any way of knowing if he'd succeeded, was still in the middle of it, or was just getting started. From what I'd learned from the library in the city, dungeon wars were long and costly events that pulled everything within 1,000 kilometers into them. Natsuko, do you need a new perch for tonight? I asked, wanting to distract myself from the problem. She was sitting at the table with Natsuo, who was working on his rifle. Natsuo reinforced it. It's already missing the roof, so we don't have to worry about that. She waved a hand in the air as if it didn't matter. Good. Just a while longer, and hopefully we'll have a change. If we still don't hear anything, I will make the trip, I said, falling into a chair next to the window. Few people, other than soldiers, were passing by on the street. When dealing with the undead, there was always a chance of a pandemic. Anyone injured was required to stay at the church or barracks until they were sure there was no corpse poison. Pulling one of my blades out, I started maintenance on it. It would see plenty of work tonight. I needed it to be in tip-top shape. I paused when I heard raindrops on the window. It looked like it would be cold and wet tonight. Chapter 8. Regan. I was told Izora was recovering, but decided to leave her alone for now. The last thing she needed was to be grilled about what happened, though I knew most of the details from the many gnomes now residing in my city. I had been observing them for the last few days to see if they would be able to adapt to Goblin City. They were a resilient race. Even with the loss of over a third of their people, they were working to overcome it. It might have helped when the members of the fleet arrived at Goblin City and found nearly 200,000 of their people alive and well. I couldn't keep them in the pulverized remains of Jade Wind in the north. They would have suffered due to the unholy mana concentrated up there. Needless to say, I was receiving much more faith mana. Just about all the gnomes I teleported with the doomed city were now followers of my name. They all knew Lord Regan was the one who'd saved them from death. I still had no clues as to what the faith mana was for yet, but it allowed me to have a link to everyone who believed in me. I just needed to get a few answers. I really need a celestial to ask some questions of, I muttered. Alara, who was sitting next to me on the arm of the throne in my core room, pointed up. I guessed what she meant. Yeah, one of the beings treated like gods by mortals. She shook her head. Metal house, in the sky. Then she pointed at more of an angle. Black dragon. I clapped my hands. You're right. I was treating Morka as Nova's prize and completely forgot about her. Metal house in the sky? Ah, my space station. Oh, that's right, I have a celestial boxed away up there, don't I? I said with some mirth. To be honest, I'd completely forgotten about Duilin with all the things going on recently. Poor guy, I hoped he wasn't insane. I turned to Alara and asked, "Lightning or darkness?" "Lightning," she said, yawning. I nodded, then moved us to the space station. It was much the same as the last time I was here when I'd created Starfall. The automata here didn't receive much stimuli, so they were less individualistic than my other automata around the dungeons. I did have an idea about that, though, but it would have to wait until Izora was feeling better. Making our way to the room Duilin was in, I kept pace with Alara as she explored the station. When we came to a window that showcased the planet, she stopped and stared out for several minutes. I just stood next to her, letting her experience this without rushing. "So big," she said, placing a hand on the window. "Core, so far away." "Yes, we are several thousand kilometers from the surface. So, with your core being as deep as it is, it might be a bit uncomfortable. I can take you back if you want me to." I grabbed her hand gently to make sure she was all right. "No. Interesting here." She shook her head and gripped my hand. "Very well." We continued on our way, reaching Duilin's room after a while. Just as we walked in, the box I'd caught him in fell off the table with a loud thunk sound. A moment later, I heard a shout of victory from inside it.
"Finally! Finally! I can see something other than that blasted wall. Curse that metal man! Curse him to the deepest pits of the abyss! Ah, the stars are such a wonder to behold!"
Duilin's voice in the box changed from delight to rage, then bliss in the span of a few seconds. As we watched, an automaton responsible for keeping the station clean, mainly if mortals ever started living here, moved into the room and toward the box.
"No, no! Please, dear, I beg of you, don't put me back on the table. Any longer looking at the wall and I will go insane!"
Duilin screamed, but the automaton ignored him. It picked his box up without hesitation and placed it back on the table. It even went so far as turning the slot in the box toward the wall. I almost pitied the Celestial for being in that kind of situation. We walked in as the maid left. I heard weeping from the box. I turned it quickly toward me as I sat on the chair next to the table. Alara walked over to a different table and started messing with some of the items on it.
"Duilin, how have you been?"
I asked cheerfully.
How've I been? How've I been? Do you have any idea what it is like to stare at a wall for weeks on end? Trapped in this prison, unable to truly move. Release me!"
Duilin cried, the little ball of light that made his body slamming against the clear section of the box. I was impressed that it managed to move the box a millimeter. To make it fall off the table, he must have been working hard for a long time. "Why would I do that? Didn't you just say you would curse me?" I asked, leaning back and tossing the cube into the air.
Wait, Master Regan. Surely we can come to a mutually beneficial agreement."
The image of a man rubbing his hands together with a creepy grin came to mind.
"I want a new body. That is how this mess started. So, if you made a new body for me, then problem solved. I'll have my desire and freedom, and you won't have to worry about me ever again."
Seems like I lose in that deal. How about you serve me for 1,000 years? Then you're free to go do whatever your heart desires.
1,000 years? A millennium? Empires have come and gone several times over in that span of time. No, 100 years.
You're right. 1,000 years might be a bit too steep. Fine. 800 years.
You wound me. Why not just kill me and end my suffering? 200 years, and that is already pushing the limits of decency.
A measly 200 years. I wonder how you would feel after 50 years locked in that cube tucked away in a dark corner. 500 years, and that is the lowest I'm willing to go, I said, tapping the cube. Lin remained quiet for a long time before he finally answered.
As you wish, master. 500 years, starting now. But I want the best body you can create for me.
Of course. It serves me little if my subordinates are ants before the elephant. Besides, Alara needs a good toy/bodyguard.
You want me to babysit the nature girl?
Lin said, the light inside the cube bobbing. Indeed. There is still a war going on, and I don't want her to fight anymore. I need a competent guard for her, along with some information you would need to provide me.
Hanging around such a beautiful girl would be better than being bossed around by you, I suppose,
Lin said. Never mind. I'll put you in charge of the garbage area I will create just for you, I said, tightening my grip on the box and causing sparks from my metal claws.
I jest. I shall not lay a hand on the girl unless absolutely necessary.
Good. I can't make your body right this moment. I need about a week. For now, I'll ask those questions.
You better not swindle me. I want a magical contract first.
Fine. I placed the cube on my hand, then started forming the script around us in the air. When I finished laying out all the details of our bargain, it was sucked into the cube. Lin made several noises as he considered the contract, but I remained quiet as I tapped my finger on the arm of the chair. I doubted he would need to change anything, but that wasn't the point of his show. He wanted me to wait. An hour later, he finally finished.
I've looked it over and can find nothing wrong with it. I am willing to commit to this contract.
Excellent. Welcome aboard. I pointed my finger at the cube and inserted a small amount of mana. It was basically the magical way of signing in blood. The script glowed for a moment, then waited for Lin to insert some of his own mana. The ball of light pulsed a few times, and a small strand of mana shot into the script. A second later, I felt a new link to my soul form, much like with the contract from the Valley Peace Agreement a few months ago.
And the deal is done,
Lin said with a deflated tone. And I can ask my question now. What is the purpose of faith mana?
Faith mana?
Lin asked. I could tell he had never heard of it. The mana I gain from people who have belief in me.
Ah, adherent mana. Nothing too special about it. When you reach the end of Tier 4, you'll be able to use it to break the barrier to Celestia. Sort of like a key.
Surely kings and other people of high position would gather this mana then, I said, still confused why no one had reached past Tier 4 in so long.
Probably. Just because they are king does not mean people worship them. I think you are slightly confused. These people have to be willing to die for you, yes, but, even more so, they have to be willing to devote their souls to you. When the old gods were still well known, it was a ladder type of situation. Tier 1 through 3 would worship a Tier 4. When they ascended to Celestia, they would name a new head. The adherent mana then would be funneled up to the next tier, Tier 7 of demigod. That's where it got tricky, and I know little more, only that there are 2 more tiers after that. Elliptical god, then pure god.
Aren't celestials immortal? Why reach for more?
Gods create their own world,
Alara said suddenly.
The tree girl is correct. Once you reach God tier, you are able to go out and create your own world. Not sure how many have reached that level since the old gods, and most decided to work on improving this world,
Lin said.
You know, if they didn't kill each other for one reason or another.
Interesting. What about the demon world?
A few of the old gods that struck out on their own, from what I understand,
Lin replied.
though that is mainly a theory that our experts came up with. There was another theory that the demons were created by invading gods from another universe.
I thought that over. I knew firsthand that either could be possible. When creation sent me here, I'd seen countless universes. Any one of them could have a being of great power that didn't want to play nice. It would be interesting to find out the truth of the matter. So, adherent mana. How much did you need to ascend? I asked, curious how anyone could have followed this guy.
I received mine back in the good old days when I inherited the position. My mana ocean was wide and deep, and it took many decades of over 2 million people following me before it was filled.
I mentally checked my own pool and had to admit that compared to my normal mana, the adherent mana was only a drop in the bucket. I estimated there were somewhere between 200,000 and 300,000 people worshipping me from the gnome race. There was another 2 or 3 dozen from the beastkin races that were saved in the north. Wren was going out of her way to establish a type of religion for them to follow, with me as the centerpiece. Thank you, Dwelin. I shall be back in a few days to construct your body. For now, I said, then made a gesture. The maid that kept placing his box back on the table walked in. You can have her take you anywhere in the station. Of course, there will be areas that are off limits, but better than being stuck in a room staring at a wall.
Oh, thank the fates,
Dwelin said, and I was sure he would have been crying if he could.
Chapter 9. Luella. The new buildings were nothing short of amazing. Even I wanted to live in one of the upper-floor apartments. The castle Regan made for me was very nice, probably even higher level than either of the capitals. Regan, however, seemed to have a tendency to one-up himself. The top floor was just one big house, and it was fit for royalty. "We can almost see beyond the valley from here," I said to Chloe as we stared outside. "It is quite breathtaking," she replied, with a hand to her chest. "What are those?" I looked where she pointed and saw 2 beings that I'd hoped I would only see down in the dungeon. Nova and Morka were flying around the valley at a lazy pace. They appeared to be enjoying themselves, but I didn't know anything about dragons. I rubbed my temple as I turned back to Chloe. "I guess it is time for me to get back to work," I said, sighing. "A ruler is never at rest for long," Chloe said, and chuckled. I gave her a glare before just sighing again. While I was thinking about what she'd offered me a few hours ago, I wasn't sure I was going to go through with it. It was a lot of responsibility, and now might not be the best time for it to take place. After rounding up the others, we headed back downstairs, then outside. The knight that allowed us access to the upper floors nodded as we passed the lobby. At least, I assumed it was him. It was almost impossible to tell them apart. I nodded back to be polite. Outside, the buildings had enticed quite a crowd, who were checking them out. No one was entering the gated community yet, as several of the town guards were keeping them from doing so. One of Regan's automata must have informed them about the addition. I left Chloe to the guards to take her back to the castle, then shot into the sky. I made sure to come around in front of the dragons. I really didn't want them to think I was attacking them. I noticed Izal flying a few hundred meters away, keeping her distance. I waved to her, but didn't call for her. Nova must have seen me coming, and they came to a stop mid-air. I flew up to his head, glad that he wasn't hostile. "Mighty Nova! Going for an evening stroll," I called to him as calmly as I could.
"Selected, indeed. My mate told me about the scene here, and I felt I should see it for myself once," Nova said with a boom that I was sure everyone in the valley could probably hear. "It is beautiful, if I say so myself. The sunset here in a few moments will be a sight to behold if you would like to partake of it," I said, gesturing toward the western sky. "This one has heard about the sunset, but has not seen it. Yes, I shall partake of it.
In that case, the view from the top of the mountain would be even better. If we hurry, we'll make it just in time. It was my way of trying to move him out of the valley so I didn't have a full-blown panic to deal with.
This one agrees. Come, you will stay with this one while he enjoys the sunset,
Nova said with a roaring laugh. Before I could argue, he shot forward and grabbed me around the waist. He was well controlled, though, as I barely even felt his grip. He placed me on his back, then with a roar that shook the valley, shot toward the top of the mountains with a flap of his wings. The spikes on his back protected me from the wind shear, but I still felt like I was about to be ripped off at any second. Suddenly, the forward motion stopped completely, and there was a loud boom as he collided with the mountaintop. To be exact, we were just below the cloud coverage, so more like 2/3 of the way to the top. Another boom soon followed, as Morka slammed into the mountainside next to us. I jumped down from Nova's back, as it felt odd standing on him, and took a moment to observe Morka. She was in her dragon form, so I couldn't make out any finer facial details. As I watched, she moved next to Nova. He wrapped his tail around her, and they stared off to the west as the last rays of sunlight painted the mountain orangish pink.
You are correct. This is a sight to behold.
Pardon my bluntness, but is it okay for her to be out here? Aren't you worried she might make a run for it? I asked, unable to contain my curiosity. Morka turned her head, which was roughly twice my size, toward me, and issued a low growl. I held my hands up in an I don't mean to offend gesture. Nova slammed his claw down on the ground, and she stopped.
Dragons do not flee from their losses like mortals. She lost to me, so she is mine. If the day should come that she can defeat me, then our positions would swap in an instant. The loser can be seen as a trophy. However, I am honor-bound to protect and provide for her. Should I fail either of these duties, then she is free to leave.
Sounds complicated. How do you feel about this, Morka? I asked the black dragon. She looked to Nova, and he nodded.
For over 200 years, I have been stuck in what could be called little more than a prison. To embrace my true nature is a very freeing sensation. How you can stay in that puny shell all your lives is beyond me.
I like my puny shell, thank you, I said, crossing my arms.
And I like my shell. If I ever see my father again, I shall rip out his throat,
Morka said with sudden anger. Your father forced you into a human shell. Why?
What was the word you tiny ones use? Ah, he was bribed. He plateaued long ago and was promised help by someone.
He is the one behind the necromancers, right? I asked, wondering how much information I might gain thanks to this little encounter.
He didn't do anything. Just told some people how to alter their dark mana enough to change it. Having been around them for over 2 centuries, I found it quite tiresome how often these high priests and priestesses would come demanding things from me,
Morka said, her snout twisting in a mixture of humor and anger as she did so. Well, I'm glad you've gotten out of there then, I said.
The outside world is quite nice.
Her lightness among the breeze as it picked up around us demonstrated her enjoyment.
Husband, would you like to return to the lair now?
This one does like that idea,
Nova said with more eagerness than I felt was necessary.
If you will excuse us, selected.
He wrapped his wing around Morka. Then they faded from sight, I wasn't sure if it was her dark magic or his light magic, or just the dungeon magic that let them teleport back. I looked back toward the valley, which was almost 100 kilometers from here. "No, it is okay. I can walk back," I said, throwing my hands up into the air before lifting the rest of my body up too. It was 2 hours later before I made it back to the valley, even after pushing my flight ability hard. I could only go about 50 kilometers per hour, and that pushed my mana to maintain. I sighed as I landed on the balcony of my office. The glass window turned transparent for a moment, and I stepped inside. "Welcome back," Izal's voice called from the sitting area. "Make sure you tell your dragon kidnapper that you would like a ride back at the beginning," I said, as I walked over and dropped into the opposite couch. "Well, I have some news for you. Not sure if it's good or bad. I'll let you decide that," Izal said, smirking as she leaned toward me. I snickered. I'm suddenly scared to hear it. "Quite a few people saw you riding a dragon out of the valley. The awe and fear are getting to a crazy level." She burst out laughing. "Luella the Dragon Tamer. That's what they're calling you." "Lovely," I said, throwing my hands up for the second time tonight. "Want me to put the rumors to rest?" "No, it would probably just cause it to morph into something even more out there," I said with a shake of my head. "That's probably true." There was a knock at the door. "Enter," I called. "Yo, Luella the Dragon Tamer," a familiar voice said. I just put my head in my hands and mumbled, "Hello, Regan." "Yeah, there was such a wave that even as busy as I am, I heard just about everyone in town talking about it," Regan said, dropping down next to me on the couch. I glanced at him. "Where's Alara?" "She has a long road of recovery ahead of her. Using her avatar is fine for short periods, but she needs to rest and restore her dungeon back to life. Even now, undead still spawn in it," he said, as he folded his hands on his lap. "Just thought you looked a little lonely," I said. "I suppose a little. As you know, I am an old soul. The pull I feel toward her is obviously magical in nature. Part of me wonders if I should resist it. But I've come to know her, and feel there might be more behind the scenes to being drawn to her." Considering my love life, maybe something working behind the scenes would make it easier. "Putting aside the fact you had to cut through most of the north to get to her," I said, waving my hand in the air. "Enough about us. I wanted to check up on Izal since she was here. Make sure the kid is developing and all," Regan said, turning toward her. "I haven't felt anything that would worry me. The nausea has mostly passed as well. Of course, I do worry about using too much mana," Izal said. "Better safe than sorry." Regan chuckled, then stood up and walked next to her. He placed his palm on her stomach, which had a nice bulge now. A screen made of blue energy formed over his hand, and an image of inside her stomach appeared. The baby looked more like a blob that was starting to develop limbs. "It looks like everything is coming along nicely. If your abs weren't rock hard, you'd probably be able to feel it move," Regan said, smirking at Izal. "As long as I can protect my child, I am willing to train until my entire body is steel," she said, hardening her eyes and clenching her fists. Regan tapped her right arm. "You're halfway there." "So how long exactly?" I asked. I was finding myself more curious than I thought I would be about the thought of childbirth. I guess as a woman I wanted to have children eventually, but not while the world was in the state it was. It was a nice dream, though, and it didn't hurt to know more about the process. "Another 5 or 6 months, give or take," Regan replied. "I'm sure you already know, but be careful of stress. Wouldn't want to lose this miracle of life after all." He suddenly looked up and to the north. "I have to go." He burst into an explosion of mana, showing that he was in a hurry, as his avatar usually broke up like smoke. "I wonder what that was about," Izal asked, looking toward me. I shrugged. For all we know, there could be a meteor falling toward the planet. It is one thing after another with him. Dropping next to her, I placed my hand on her stomach. Even with it bulging a little, it was still like touching a smooth stone. Regan's right. It is rock hard.
Chapter 10. Regan. While with Izal and Luella, I felt something enter the area of influence of the space station core. This actually wasn't that odd an occurrence, as space debris was often entering and leaving my aura. This time, however, the object was much larger than anything previously to have been in my aura. I excused myself and went to the space station. While passing through the link between the cores, the object reached farther into my aura, and I was able to make out what it was. The Ida, the ship I'd sent Climabus on to check out the solar system, was drifting back to the station. I couldn't sense any power coming from her, but I did find life signs. Considering the automata don't give off life signs, I could only assume the ship had been taken in some way. Thanks to the life on the ship, I wasn't able to get a look inside. They were all higher than Tier 2 and were casting enough of an aura to hinder my sight. Looking over the hull, I did find evidence of battle. Scorch marks and holes made decks of the ship completely uninhabitable. I couldn't help but wonder what could do this to one of my ships. A small bud of anger swelled in my currently non-existent chest. "Has there been any attempt to communicate?" I asked after I formed my avatar on the control center of the space station. Alarms were going off, while the map in the center display was showing the approaching ship. Cameras soon zoomed in on it, giving us an image of the damaged vessel. Negative, Creator. There appears to be no power to their systems. Whether this is a ruse to allow them access deeper into our defense is currently unknown. Current trajectory puts it in the atmosphere in 2 hours. They are not aimed at the station directly. An automaton that would be considered the radar operator answered. "Bring automated laser turrets up, but hold fire. Send over a boarding unit to assess the situation," I ordered. If they were at full speed, then I might have ordered the ship destroyed, but the evidence was showing they'd limped here. From the mana I was barely able to get from inside the ship, it felt like the reactor had died a few days, if not weeks ago. I didn't want to destroy any potentially useful sources of information. "Yes, sir." All around the station, turrets swirled to point at the drifting ship. The muzzles turned blue as they charged to fire. In one of the various docks on the station, a small cruiser, only a couple dozen meters long and wide, prepared to launch. Automata outfitted for space movement and combat were boarding the vessel. You would think that robots wouldn't need spacesuits, but it turns out that's not the case. They certainly don't need air, but they have to have a type of containment suit for their bodies. Otherwise, the mana that animates them bleeds off into the nothingness. That really threw me for a loop. At least the suits were still minimalist and caused no hindrance to their overall movement. The cruiser was prepared and ready to go with a platoon of units. For the 50 soldiers plus 2 pilots, this was their first actual run since I'd created them. Not many space battles happening over a medieval world. I was able to follow them with my mental eye while they were away from the ship, but once they got closer, I would lose that. "Pull up cameras 1 through 4, I said, sitting back in my throne. The main display of the ship shrank until it was only a small cube about a meter squared, and 4 more joined it. Right now, they only displayed the cruiser's inside where the automata were strapped in. A red flashing light over them indicated they were in a dangerous situation and proper actions should be taken. 200 meters until contact. "Focus on main view," I ordered. The screens changed position again with some shrinking, though the main one grew to almost fill the screen. We watched as the cruiser came alongside the ship and matched its velocity. With some careful maneuvers, the pilots were able to get close enough to the undamaged entrance hatch to activate the docking clamps. After they did so, there was a burst of light from the front of the cruiser as it used its thrusters to arrest the drifting of the Ada, and a few tense moments as parts of the large ship that were drifting along with it were flung forward. Thankfully, no new damage was added to the list. Docking maneuver complete. Awaiting orders to proceed onto the ship. The commander of the platoon sent over the comms. "Proceed with caution, Lieutenant. The nearest life sign is 2 decks down," I said, checking the sensors from the cruiser. I might not have been able to look with my magical eye, but my technological eyes worked. The platoon entered the airlock in squads, encountering some atmosphere on the airlock's other side. We could have linked the cruiser's power systems to the carriers, but if there was a hostile force on board, I didn't want to give them an advantage like that. There was no mana, so there were no lights. Thousands of movies from Earth ran through my head at the sight in front of me. I could only chuckle at the idle thoughts. "Let's see if there are any stomach-bursting aliens," I muttered. The squads headed onto the top deck. Obvious signs of battle were present. The only good thing I saw in the signs was that it did not look one-sided. The squad spread out to check the deck, which was roughly 400 meters long. We couldn't get to about half of it due to the damage making it inaccessible. "Movement!" The point of the deepest squad said as it held its hand up for the others to come to a stop. I leaned forward, putting my chin in my hand as I focused on that screen. The squad was using a mixture of laser rifles and projectile rifles. Lasers were easier to control in space, but sometimes you needed the penetrating power of a solid round. They turned their lights on and pointed down the passage. A thing that appeared to be made from stone came around the corner. Whatever it was old. Cracks lined the stone along with what looked like runes that blazed with blue energy. It had a humanoid shape, but it was more bulk than finesse, making it hard to tell. A glowing blue eye moved around the top of the construct. As it came around the corner, it focused on the squad near the middle of the passage. The sensors picked up a mana surge as it seemed to scan the squad. "C Squad, prepare for combat, but first put me on speaker," I ordered. There was a confirmation, and I stood from my throne with a nod. "Unidentified construct, you are on one of my ships. Identify yourself, or be destroyed." The glowing eye moved around as if trying to detect the source of the sound before it enlarged, and a language that even I couldn't understand emerged from it. I quickly created my language translation spell and added a few components so that it might be able to get a read on this language. It was structured differently than the Demon World's language, of which I'd gotten a few examples over the months. The eye stopped emitting the sound, then turned a darker color. Blades extended from its arms, and it started to move toward the squad. There also appeared to be an aura that might have been a barrier of some kind, though it was severely degraded. It moved slowly as if each step took a lot of mana. "It is unfortunate, but there is no other choice. Destroy it." Beams of energy sliced down the passage, slamming into the construct. The barrier might have looked weak, but it held up against the beams. It wavered a moment, but soon returned to normal. I could only be impressed, and was glad this thing wasn't brand new. The construct was knocked into the wall, which was nearly sliced to ribbons when the blade cut into it. "Concentrate fire on one spot. Sniper, aim for that spot and try to break through while they drain the mana," I said. I couldn't allow the fight to turn into close-range combat. From that display, it looked like my soldiers were on the weaker side. Soon, another wave of beams sliced down the passageway. They all hit the same spot, which turned the barrier from its blue to an almost crimson red. A moment later, a round was fired from the squad sniper. There was a second of tension before the round blasted a hole into the construct. The blue runes around it flickered for a few seconds before they went black. "Input that mana pattern into our sensors. I want to know how many of those damn things are on my ship," I ordered. The bridge crew went to work and entered the data into the equipment. There were thousands of lines of magic code that had to be entered. If they'd been mortal, it might have taken them several days. But as they were literally built for this type of work, it took a total of 10 minutes. In that time, the squads encountered another 2 of the constructs. One looked the same as the last one, but was in better shape and its barrier more defined. It took the squad 2 tries to break through it. The third they encountered was reminiscent of a spider. It possessed 8 spike-tipped legs that allowed it to maneuver with some complex 3D movements. It managed to get up close to the squad that encountered it and killed one of its members. If its barrier hadn't been weaker at close range, it might have wiped out the squad. Sir, data has been inputted. We picked up an additional 5 units after taking out the residual readings from the 3 that have already been defeated. Good. Feed the information to the squads, I said, leaning back. With the sensors guiding them, they were able to locate the remaining constructs with little difficulty. Avoiding areas of the ship that vented into space became the real challenge. I didn't want to risk combat with the void right next to them. Not on their first exercise, at least. Plus, I hadn't tested magic meant for combat in space much yet. The next 2 targets were easy pickings for my squads. With us being able to detect them and not stumble onto them, we were able to launch more coordinated attacks. The construct's barriers didn't deploy until it detected enemies, so the snipers were able to knock them out before they even realized the enemy was near. It was the last 3 that were going to give us trouble. They were grouped together in an area that offered no feasible access without coming into direct contact with them. Unfortunately, we found some of the original crew members as well. 4 automata that had seen some serious combat lay sliced to pieces next to the door to one of the targets. I couldn't even hope to recover their data, which contained their memories, as their heads had been shredded. Any sightings of the life forms being detected? I asked. Negative. They seem to have isolated themselves in a single sector of the ship. The nearest squad still has 2 more decks to go before they reach them. Either they are attempting to survive while their constructs do all the work, or something else is at work here, I said, tapping my chin. How close are they to the section with the constructs? Almost on opposite ends, sir. I tapped into the system with my mind. Cruiser, I want you to turn to these coordinates, then undock for a few minutes. Lieutenant, I want you to move your people back to the nearest bulkhead. Yes, sir. The cruiser's thrusters fired, turning the massive ship along with it. It was a slow process as they didn't want to risk breaking their docking clamps. When the ship was finally where I wanted it and the cruiser detached, I brought up the weapons control for one of the railguns dotting the station. Lieutenant, are your people away from the area? Yes, sir. I mentally pulled the trigger for the turret. A streak of light cut through the darkness. The projectile carved through the ship like butter. Unpowered, its reactive armor and shields were down. The section where the constructs were located was reduced to space debris, and everything in that section was flung into space. One of the constructs managed to survive, but we could see it drifting farther away from the station by the second. I had the main controller put a trace on it so that we could go retrieve it if necessary. The squads went back to work, trying to reach the section with the life forms. I was still feeling hesitant about turning the power back on. Then it came back on its own. The damaged sections of the ship threw sparks, and parts that were supposed to be able to move caused a bit more damage as they came to their final resting place. Sir, receiving a transmission. Put it on, I said, standing up. Clamabus appeared on the screen with a few battle scars and missing an arm. Behind him were a handful of humanoid creatures. Only instead of each having a normal chin, the lower half of their face was composed of tentacles that were currently moving in obviously nervous patterns. Creator, apologies for the late report. We ran into some unexpected problems. I can see that. When I gave you that ship, it was in tip-top shape, but I am excited to hear what you learned. Are there any more surprises that we should know about? No, sir. 79 of the original 100 complement returning to port. A passenger count of 164 also on board. Get to Dock 7. We'll talk about this once you've gotten all the way home, I said, then turned to his guests. Welcome to my station.
Chapter 11. Azora. Walking around felt wonderful after being stuck in the bed for almost 2 weeks. It was a pity they were only letting me out of bed for a few minutes every few hours. Even if I was unconscious for half that, my body still remembered it. Thankfully, Regan's beds were better than even the royal beds back in Jade Wind. Hatsu kept me company most of the time, but the others came and visited me too. Each time one of them came, the worry that they resented me for leaving was always at the back of my mind. It helped me to resolve to be better, to work harder for my people. The coming times were going to be difficult. There was no way around that, but together we could get through it. I guess I can't surprise you if she's been keeping you company, Lord Regan said from the entrance to the room. My lord, I said, quickly getting into a kneeling pose and bowing to him. I ignored the fact I was dressed in a simple slip. At ease. I wanted to come check on you since I saw you were mostly back to factory condition, Lord Regan said, waving me off. Lord? I asked, not sure what he meant. Don't worry about it. Maybe in a few years you'll understand what I mean. As I'm sure you've been told, the remains of your city are currently sitting in the north near Alara's dungeon. It will be a few months or even years before the unholy mana in the ambient mana is low enough for mortals to head there without being covered in a barrier. When that time comes, I will set up a portal so that your people can get their belongings. Thank you, my lord, I said, bowing again. Now then, I have a proposal for you. I like the gnome race. They take after my own heart when it comes to technology. So I want you to move your people to my space station. There is plenty of space for people to live there, and your people are already used to living in more compact places. Still, compared to Jade Wind, your people would have much more space than they ever did before. Are you sure? I mean, this is a dream come true to live among the stars that our history records say we used to travel among. But, and I hate to ask, but are we worthy? We haven't had such a good track record lately. I hung my head. Not only had a large number of our people turned to the necromancers, but even our king was lost to madness. I don't feel too much worry about it. I don't think any of your people want to experience dying in space. And while a good chunk of the gnome fleet is still with the necromancers at their capital, I'm not too concerned about it, Lord Regan said with a small smile. He moved close and placed a hand on my head. Well, just think about it. I do want your people to live among the goblins for a while. It will be good stimulation for both races. Yes, I agree. Now, I have some more matters that I have to deal with, he said, then started to move away. Stopping again, he said, Do your records say anything about the Lycall race? Lycall? An ancient race. Extinct? Some of the oldest records say they were around the same time the Arcarans were, but there are many fewer details in regard to them. Some of our scholars believed them to be a fairy tale. I answered as best I could. They were indeed mentioned, but almost as a passing note or an afterthought. Interesting. Thank you. Don't stay in bed all day now, Lord Regan said, before his form dissipated. Always busy, isn't he? Hatsu said next to me. Sounds like he's found something else that's been buried for centuries, I said, falling back into bed. So, just over 300,000 survived, Counselor Oshita, I asked. I was in a meeting with the Council of Jade Wind, at least those who survived. Of the Council of 11, only 4 remained. They were the first people my father had changed, after all. These 4 survived that fate, as they were on alert from the necromancer coup, and Father hadn't been able to get them alone long enough. Or so they say, at least. Yes, ma'am. And of the 100,000 that we lost, Lord Regan states that at least half of them were mindless ones. Still a great loss, but in light of the events, Oshida replied, I know it is hard in this situation, but make sure the ones who are unable to support themselves are taken care of no matter the cost. Children, elderly, disabled are the top of the list. I will not allow us to discard these people at the cost of our survival, I said. Lord Regan was helping with food and shelter, but he wanted us to work in return. Some families couldn't work due to age or injury. I was sure if Lord Regan was told this, they would be taken care of, but I felt it was more the Council's and my duty to provide for the impoverished of our race. Of course, Oshida said with a nod. Our finances are, well, non-existent. We are thinking of assembling several parties to dive the dungeon when Lord Regan reopens it. It will allow us to prove ourselves and generate some capital for the restructuring of our people's lives, said a gnome by the name of Yuuma. She was normally responsible for the revenue of the city. I agree with this course of action. A large number of our people are restless about being unable to see the sky. This will at least take their minds off it, a male gnome named Takai said. Lord Regan hasn't banned us from going to the surface. We could put quite a number of our people at the embassy, I said after listening to them. We have suggested this, but many of the population refuse to leave the dungeon. They don't want to leave their savior, Yuuma said carefully. Not that I blame them, I muttered. Then said, Go ahead with your plan. Make sure the parties know full well that Lord Regan will not take it easy on them. No matter what race, there will always be those that want a free ride. As you say, Yuuma said, nodding. Interactions with the goblins are going smoothly. They are more interested in hearing about our technology than nearly anything else. Many of the gnome children are attending the goblin school in the city. It is a good way to keep them distracted and busy, but they appear to genuinely enjoy going. Many of our teachers have asked to sit in on the lessons to see if they can learn from the goblin teachers, Oshida said, after looking at another report. That's good. We need to keep relations with the goblins as positive as possible. We are all under Lord Regan, after all, I said, and the 4 councillors nodded. What is next? The last thing on the agenda is to talk about your coronation. Everyone already sees you as the legitimate queen, but we feel an event will help put a period in the nightmare of the... Oshida paused, looking awkward. The events of a few weeks ago. This is a sound argument. Let us make sure to invite the Viscountess, and I hear there is a princess in the valley as well. For the sake of moving on, I want this event to be as grand as we can make it, I said, folding my hands together. As you wish, they said, then stood. Councillor Moto, I called as they turned to leave. The last gnome councillor stopped and turned back to me. How many of our masters did we lose? Councillor Moto looked to the ground. Too many. We lost 12 of the 42 lines. Even their disciples were lost. That is a sad thing to hear. Make sure the masters learn from this, and are more willing to share their knowledge, I said, narrowing my eyes. This was one of the things I feared about how we gnomes kept our knowledge close to our chests. Magic and technology that the gnome race was famous for, gone until we could rediscover it. That was looking like a bleak prospect with the state of the race. I will see what I can do. Moto bowed, then left. I leaned back in my chair. I was dealing with the issues as I became aware of them, but I couldn't help but wonder if that was good enough. Slapping the table, I stood up and left the office we used for the conference. In the lobby, gnomes rushed to get various tasks done. I was happy to see everyone working hard for their fellow gnomes. It could have gone differently. They could have fallen into despair, given what had happened to them. I nodded to everyone as I passed the desks. I needed a breath of fresh air. Walking outside, I was joined at the entrance by Hatsu and Alfonso. I smiled to Hatsu. I accepted her feelings, but I wasn't sure how I should return them. Before, I always thought of her as a sort of sister or close friend. Your Highness, Alfonso said with an elaborate bow. "Thank you, Alfonso. What would you like to show me today?" I asked. He'd been an almost pleasure to have around. Serious was not a word you used to describe Alfonso. He had taken me to various places in the city that were interesting or amazing. The goblins really lived up to the legends. The city truly was a marvel.
"How about a mech fight? There's one happening in an hour, if I remember correctly,"
Alfonso said, glancing down the street at one of the massive clocks that dotted the city. "That sounds interesting. Lead the way," I said. I'd seen Lord Regan's mech and the goblins' mechs. It was hard to compare the two, but the thought of watching two mechs beat up on each other seemed like a good pastime. Once I was able to get around again, Alfonso had been showing me his city. Since they didn't want me out for long, I could usually only see one place before we had to go back to the hospital. The mini-tours were an interesting way to see different parts of the city for what they all could offer. Alfonso led the way along the street. The goblins, whether out of their own kindness or because Lord Regan had told them to, had allocated several streets for the gnomes to use. The building I was just at was what the goblins called an office building, one of several on a street. It rose almost a dozen stories into the air and had hundreds of rooms for uses. We had concentrated all our government in this building until the departments were back in working order. I looked up to the ceiling as we walked. This city was truly a marvel, and I enjoyed being here. But unlike some of Lord Regan's other floors, this one didn't simulate the sky. A perpetual cloud of steam blanketed the ceiling. In some places, I'd even experienced it raining, as the temperature dropped enough for it to form condensation. Gnome families were moving about, taking care of tasks. Everyone bowed to me as I passed, so I made sure to wave to them. A line had formed at a building that was handing out food and other house goods. The mood in the air was a mix, to say the least. Everyone was happy to be alive, but that was starting to fade, as the oppression of the ceiling and the loss of loved ones was slowly wearing holes in everyone's hearts. I resolved to talk to Lord Regan as soon as I could. Even if we didn't go to live in the space station, as he called it, I would work hard to earn us a place that had a sky. I owed it to my people. We made it to the street exit. A squad of goblin guards stood at the ready. They wore mechanized armor that greatly increased their strength. It was a marvel in its own right, and I knew Moto, who was the counselor responsible for technology, was biting at the bit to work a deal out so his techs could examine the armor. "Your Highness, you are looking a bit pale," Hatsu said, reaching out to touch my forehead. I closed my eyes and nodded. The stress more than the physical movement was getting to me a little. I was admittedly feeling a little lightheaded. "I haven't fully recovered. The good doctor said it would be a long time before I would be back to normal. I literally burned my mana pathways when I teleported the fleet here," I said, moving to sit on a nearby bench. "Maybe we should head back. I'm sure there will be mech fights in the future," Hatsu said, throwing a look over to Alfonso.
"Oh yes, there are always mech fights. It's how we decide issues between the families, after all."
"I'll head back then," I said, and grabbed Hatsu's hand when she offered it and pulled myself up. She placed her arm around me, and we started back. I noticed that Hatsu was blushing, but kept it to myself. There were some changes that would take time to get used to.
Chapter 12. Regan. Have medical attend to the passengers. I want to know everything about them, but make sure they are taken care of first, I ordered as I stood. Yes, sir. I nodded to the officer, then left the control center and moved over to the docks. Once the constructs had been deactivated and the life signs were recognized as guests to the dungeon, I was able to take a closer look at the vessel. I was amazed the thing had made it back. Whole sections of the ship had been torn apart, either via combat or from the constructs trying to get to the life signs. I wasn't sure yet. Forming my avatar at the entrance of the dock, I found the 100+ life forms huddled together as my automata moved around them to make sure they were all right. There were several squads on guard, of course, but they looked to be at the level of tribal. I could sense nothing that emitted mana. The mana from their persons was high, but without further study I wouldn't know why. Climabus came over to me without having to be called. I glanced at the space once occupied by his missing arm, but didn't comment. I would get a full report in a moment after all. He kneeled down in front of me, bowing his head. "Creator, I have to report my failure. I was not about to leave the vicinity of the planet," he said with a solemn tone. "Enough. Tell me what happened," I said, pulling him up. I wanted to get the details. It would be easier if he was looking me straight in the face. "Yes. We went to the moon first as ordered. On the first moon, Lyrali, we found these people. They were dying from a lack of resources. A few more years and they would no longer exist. Their inherent control of mana is high, but they lack training. I decided that it was worth bringing them here. They are called the Lycol," Climabus explained. "So, Lyrali has breathable air," I said, rubbing my chin as I thought. For it to have atmosphere, its mass would have to be large enough to have gravity of sufficient force. That was unless it had been artificially altered. I would need to go there and run some tests to see if there was any value from building something on the moon. "Go on." "Due to the people's suffering, I violated my orders and reached out to them." He paused and looked down for a moment, then looked back to me. "They have mistaken us as part of a prophecy given to them centuries ago. This is just a small fraction of the people living on the moon. Hundreds of thousands more are still there," Climabus said as he rubbed his head with his good hand. "I didn't create you without compassion, so I don't blame you for reaching out to them. Though there will be a punishment for not following your orders, I promise to be lenient." "Continue," I said. "Thank you. We spent 2 weeks studying the Lycol to make sure they were able to leave and would survive if we brought them here. We have a tremendous amount of data that needs the Creator's examination. Once we were sure they would be able to survive, we had them select some representatives to bring before you." "These are the best of the best?" I asked, looking over the Lycol in the docks. They were all high tier 2 at the minimum. The mana I could sense felt dense, compacted even, and ready to explode. Just being in my aura, they were releasing enough mana to match 10,000 tier 1s or 1,000 tier 2s. Even if these weren't the best of the best, it said great things about them as a race. Climabus nodded. "Yes, sir. Other than their Sentinel Guard, these are the best." "Sentinel Guard?" I asked. "They protect the High Priest and Priestess, the two who are in charge of remembering their race's history," Climabus explained. "They remained on Lyrali, I assume?" "Yes." "All right. That explains 2 weeks, but there's another 3 still missing, not to mention your stowaways," I said. This was a great deal of information and was only adding more mysteries to this crazy world I had found myself on. I knew magic had taken this world to interstellar travel for one race. It was looking like it was more complex than I originally thought. While on our way back, we decided to inspect the other moon, Krona, just as a quick flyby since it was in our path at the time. There were a number of ruins dotting the moon's surface. We stayed for a single day to get scans on the structures. During one of our scans of what appeared to be the central structure, we either triggered the installation's defenses or reactivated the systems in some way. Dozens of those constructs launched from the surface, Climabus said. He was obviously upset at his failure, evidenced by the way emotion leaked into his voice every now and then in the form of terse words. I grabbed his shoulder. "We all make mistakes. In your case, you were following my orders. When dealing with the unknown, coming back alive is already doing a good job," I reassured him. I could tell this was going to be a problem down the road. I made the loyalty part of the creation magic so strong that my children didn't deal with failure very well. I would need to find a way to temper this in the future. Frustration at failure is normal, healthy even, but I couldn't have it causing my forces to grind to a halt. "Thank you. We lost several of the crew in the initial confrontation, but beat back most of the first wave. When the second wave was detected, we commenced long-range bombardment to eliminate them. They had powerful protection magic, as you experienced, Climabus continued to explain. I nodded at the statement. Those barriers were top of the line. After examining what little data we managed to gain from it, we found it controlled all the way down to the atom. Physical rounds would have to possess enough kinetic energy to overload the section hit to get through the barrier. Very annoying to deal with. Once it showed we were clear, I ordered the mana reactor to shut down to avoid them detecting us. Unfortunately, some of the constructs managed to make it aboard either during the first wave or in the remains of the second. After a hard-fought battle, we managed to seal off the upper deck with enough life support to last us until we drifted back to the station. That took most of the last 2 weeks. Climabus finished explaining and looked relieved to be done with the hard report. I don't think anyone liked reporting failure, except maybe a certain insane necromancer. Good work. Next time we will travel in force. It sounds like we have some mysteries to solve on Krona, I said. Now, take me to the one they consider their leader. Climabus nodded and led me to one of the individuals that had seen many years. While most of the creatures were mainly purple, this one was leaning toward gray. He walked with a cane and wore an elaborately decorated robe. Elder, I would like to present you the Creator. He has expressed his interest in meeting you, Climabus said once we were near the old one. The elder turned toward me and slowly went to his knees, then sank even further and placed his head on the ground. Like a wave, the others soon followed suit. I momentarily questioned myself when I didn't think anything odd about them bowing to me. Occupational hazard, I thought with a mental chuckle.
Great One, your followers have aided us when we thought all hope lost. Never before had we seen a ship or city of metal that sailed the stars. We thought the gods had come to deliver us from our peril, and we weren't far from the point, as you are close to a god, said the elder. He spoke with a strange mixture of sounds and clicks. At least my translation magic worked with them. I could see some issue if they were to meet other mortals at some point, however. I would need to work on a translator for either them or the other mortals. I thank you for your words. Please, one such as yourself should not put too much stress on your bones, I said, reaching down to help him up. He appeared to want to protest for a second, but gave in quickly due to my strength, or rather, his lack of any. Tell me, does my city cause you any pain to be in? Pain? Not that I can say. I do feel a bit squeezed, the elder said, glancing around. Like something is pressing on me harder than usual, but the air is probably the cleanest I have tasted in many years.
Creator, Lyrali did have a slightly lower gravity, Climabus contributed. I see. I'll want to take a look at those readings, I said, then turned back to the elder. What should I call you?
Meposufio,
the elder said with several clicks that I would have to add new parts to my mouth to make. How about I call you Miso, I said, giving him a small smile. I was only about 20% confident I could pronounce his name, and that was with magical help. Better just save time than to be rude to him.
As you will. Several of the people on the ship tried to pronounce our names and usually failed. We did not take insult,
Miso said. Looked like the elder saw through me. I laughed and rubbed the back of my head. I'll have my people take you to some rooms, and we'll discuss the future between us at length, I said, waving over a soldier. After they have been cleared by medical, take them to Block B. Help them settle in. Yes, sir. The soldier gave a salute, then moved over to some of his fellows to begin organizing the rooms and people. I turned to Climabus. You need to get patched up. It sounds like we might have a new threat to deal with.
My apologies,
Climabus said, bowing his head. If not you, someone else, I said, patting his shoulder. This wasn't something anyone could have prepared for. Too little information. Every time I felt like we were one step closer to understanding just the area around us, another 10 steps appeared in the distance, showing our inexperience. I watched the new race for a while before I noticed Izora was up and about. Once she had returned to her room, I popped over to talk to her. The gnome race was about the only people with any sort of long-term history of more than a few hundred years. She was happy that I managed to save so many of her people, and I could feel the amount of faith, or adherent mana, coming from her increasing as she interacted with more of her people. While it was discouraging that the events had taken place in the first place, I knew that people needed to look to the future to move on from their failures and mistakes. I left Izora to continue her recovery. I didn't want to push her too hard after she had just gotten back on her feet. She was lucky to even be alive. The amount of mana she'd channeled would have killed a normal person several times over. The events with the ship took a while, and I was sure Alara would be looking for me soon. Casting my mind out, I located her consciousness. She was in her own dungeon, working on a floor one above her core. She was having to work backward from her core to basically reclaim her own dungeon. If she tried to pull in all the taint at once, she might twist her mind even with the buffer collectors I'd installed. I moved onto the floor where I found a forest that looked like it had just been planted. Trees that were barely taller than me were growing all around. I narrowed my eyes when I saw shards of green metal in the one closest to me. I looked around with my mind, and sure enough, Anubis was walking through the grove. He appeared to be genuinely enjoying himself. Before I even took a step, Alara formed her avatar in front of me. I took it in to see if it had changed any, but wasn't too surprised when it was the same. Her image was basically imprinted to her core now. It would take a long time or a great effort on her part to change it.
Regan,
she said. A little over a meter shorter than me, depending on which form my avatar took, she had to look up at me when standing close. Alara.
Sun, helping,
she said, pointing toward where I knew Anubis was. I see that. Whose idea was it? I asked, curious how they worked out something like this. Alara wasn't exactly the most outgoing of people. Not that I blamed her, and I couldn't see Anubis coming here without being instructed to do so.
Dryad, talking to me, slowly, learned from them,
Alara explained. Already? I asked, surprised. They were just born, in a matter of speaking, a few weeks ago. They were constantly fighting the undead mana in the ambient mana, so I estimated it would be several years before they got back to where they were originally.
Sun's metal, absorbing, taint quickly.
I see. There is just so much going on, I can't keep track of everything. I have a vague awareness of everything that is happening, but if I don't focus on it, or it's not threatening to the dungeon itself, I just seem to ignore it, like background noise, I said, rubbing my temples. I was regretting making my domain as large as it was. There just felt like never-ending noise, and I already had issues concentrating on one topic for long. If I didn't have enough magical wards placed through my dungeons, I wasn't sure I would be able to sleep at night. Not that I sleep at night. That's normal, said a tiny voice from behind me. I turned and saw Lena and Ignia flying toward me. Ignia, make a friend? I asked, smiling at her. The two fairies were about the same height, but one had to take into account that Lena was technically over a century old. She'd been starved of mana for over 100 years, and I was more amazed that she was still alive. Yep, Ignia said, giving Lena a high five. I shook my head as I wondered where she had learned such a thing. Likely Vitor and Anubis. Anyway, can you explain what you mean? I asked to bring us back to the topic. She nodded as she flew and landed on my shoulder.
Normally, when a dungeon reaches 100 or 200 floors, they cover so much area that there is no way for them to actively watch it all. So, a sort of background magic program runs that watches everything for you. Hence, why you are more aware of certain things than others, Ignia explained.
That's good to know, I said, rubbing my chin at the implications. If creation designed it, I was more comfortable about it.
Father, you're here. You should add more forests back home,
Anubis shouted as he emerged from the nearby forest. Maybe. I do have a reason to now, though I would like to remind you that there are several on the floating island floors, I said with a snort.
I don't know. Those felt fake,
Anubis said.
Need to learn from Master,
Alara said, smacking her chest with a fist. It looked so cute, I burst out laughing.
Chapter 13. Luella. My lady, a representative of the Bronzestone clan is here to see you. Thank you. Show them in, I said, while finishing the document I was working on. The Bronzestone clan were almost as big a supporter of my control of the valley as the gnomes. I needed to show them the respect allies were due. There was only a week until the Winter Welcome Festival, and I had a mountain of work to do before it started. Part of that involved getting the dwarves to help with some construction. Nastak walked in, his clothes slightly damp from the snow that had started falling the last few days. I was surprised that I saw some gray hair mixed with his black. He must have been under quite a bit of stress from being the new patriarch of his clan. "My lady," Nastak said, crossing his arm over his chest in a dwarven salute. "Please, you don't have to do that. We're friends," I said, standing quickly.
"It's only right. You are no longer the young lord that was in over her head when she called me here to run a blacksmith that would be making nails for farmers," Nastak said with a chuckle as he took the seat across from me. Still, the more things change, the more... Well, what can I do for you? I said, changing the subject. I barely got time to see my friends that I'd pulled here so long ago. I guess I was the last person who should whine about keeping things the same. "The dwarven complex is almost complete. I wanted you to come for a tour."
"I would love that. Dwarves rarely let outsiders into their complex," I said, with an instant brightening of my mood. The few outsiders who were allowed to see the complex bragged endlessly about the wonders of metalworking, stoneworking, and gold they saw.
"We are proud of the work we've done here. We feel it is only fair for you to see it. Feel free to bring Izal. We promise nothing will dare harm you in our home. But I know of the demands of your position."
"I'll do that. When is a good time for the tour?" I asked, grabbing the main tablet Regan had given me. There were several functions on it that I and many of my assistants were finding ever helpful. For me, the calendar and note function allowed me to mark down when and who I needed to meet with.
"Whenever you are available. I know you are very busy," Nastak said.
"All right, I will see you 2 days from now then," I said, typing in the information.
"Very good. I promise that you will be impressed. Or I would promise. But we have competition on a different level here,"
Nastak said, throwing a glance in the direction of the dungeon entrance. I laughed at his implication. It was true that Regan was hard to top with many of his creations. "That is true. Don't worry. I'm sure I will be impressed," I said with a chuckle.
"Thank you," Nastak said, then stood up. "I should probably leave you be, then."
"Wait. How is it going with Talinda? I know she is busy running the largest inn in town. I hope that hasn't affected your lives too much," I asked him. I wanted to hear how my friends were doing. Nastak made a grimace before he sat back down.
I've had to break it off with her."
"What? Why?" I asked. They were so deeply in love. I couldn't see them falling out of it just because they were so busy. There had to be more to the story. Hopefully it wasn't due to the city growing so fast.
"It has nothing to do with Talinda. As the head of my clan, I am expected to marry a dwarf.
to produce an heir of pure dwarven blood," Nastok explained, putting his head in his hands.
Has there never been an exception? Surely this can't be the first time the head of the clan has been with a non-dwarven mate, I asked. Several of the races had such customs, so I wasn't too surprised about the reason. Still, there were plenty of times in the past where love triumphed over tradition.
"By dwarven law, non-dwarven or half-dwarven children are not recognized as potential heirs. Talinda herself would be shunned if she came to live with me. And besides, she is an elf. I couldn't force her to live in the tunnels. When I was on my own, I didn't care about living above ground if it meant I could live with her. But I can't force my entire clan to do that."
"Aren't you giving your clan too much control over you?" I asked, with a bit more snap than I meant to. Nastok slammed his fist on the table. If it had been a normal table, he would have split it down the middle.
"I don't need you to lecture me. Humans have always been that way. If something doesn't fit with their ways, then it must be wrong," he yelled, his face growing red.
I narrowed my eyes at him, but didn't back down. "I meant no disrespect. If this is how you feel, I shall refrain from offering you my advice on matters related to your relationships," I said evenly, reverting to my state voice that I used with other nobles. Nastok took a deep breath and released actual smoke from his nostrils. I hadn't realized when he'd walked in, but he had raised his tier since the last time I'd seen him. The density of the mana in the air around the valley was only going up with the increase of people, and the stronger Regan grew. I would have to get a census and see what the average tier and level around the valley was now.
"I apologize. This has been a particularly sensitive subject for me. Please, disregard my outburst,"
Nastok said, and bowed his head. I smiled and reached over to grab his hand. A hand that had seen over 36 years of hard work in the forge, but was now stained with ink. I knew he was out of his element, but he was the only one that could take the position in his clan. "I understand that you are in a tough situation, but you are certainly not alone. I can think of a way to convince those old dwarves to change their minds," I said. Nastok tilted his head to the side.
"The dwarven laws have been around for a millennium. I can't remember the last time they were changed."
"What's the one thing dwarves love most in the world?" I asked, letting go of his hand and opening a drawer of my desk. I quickly sent a mental message to Regan and got a distinct snort in reply, but I saw a small box materialize in the drawer. I picked it up and placed it on the desk as Nastok answered.
"Mithril, and metals we've never worked with before, I guess."
"Exactly." I pulled 2 chunks of ore from a sealed box, then handed him a dark green ore that felt like it was pulling the warmth from the air. Nastok took it and looked it over carefully. I knew he had managed to work with just about every metal on the continent, and those he hadn't, like adamantine, he knew the properties for. We were friends, after all.
I've never seen this before,"
he said, with awe leaking from his voice. "Here, this one too." I handed a silver-gray ore to him.
"Where did you—" "No, I know where you got them. But how will this resolve my issue?"
Nastok said, placing them back in the box. "Not only did you lead your clan here to allow them to work with more mithril than they might have ever seen before, but now new ores will start to appear in the dungeon. Think of how far the stories of the Bronzestone clan will spread if your clan makes weapons out of this material. I think that should be worth changing a single law," I said, tracing my finger along the edges of the ores. "Might makes right, or in this case, metal made right." Nastok leaned back in his chair as he thought about it.
"It would take a long time.
It would be asking too much to force them to change the law just on promises.
After that, I would have to get at least 4 other clans to agree with me about changing the law. It is a race law, you understand."
"At least you have a plan of action. I would suggest you tell Talinda about this before she gets snatched up by another man," I said with a smile, and slid the box over to him. He looked from the box to me, then back, but finally nodded. I could almost see the mountain of stress he'd been carrying when he came in crumble around him. He smacked the desk again and said, "Yes, I plan to visit her right now." He jumped from his seat with much more energy than he had before. "Don't cause too much of a scene," I called after him. He had just reached the door when the room shook for a moment. It was barely enough to cause the glasses on my side table to rattle, but it was noticeable. It didn't feel anything like when the terraquake happened. Rather, the best way I could think to describe it was more natural. I tapped my bracelet, the third one that Regan had made for me. "Was that you?" "No. It was a natural earthquake. Quake. Most likely there will be a few more aftershocks for a while. I'm not sure of the impact the wave had around the world," Regan replied. "All right. I'll send a message around so there isn't any panic," I said, and cut the line. I turned to Nastak. "You should head back. It was barely noticeable here, but underground might be another story." Nastak nodded, then hurriedly left. I pulled the tablet over and looked at my agenda for the rest of the day. I had to go to a meeting with Izal about increasing the size of my military. She wanted to send a force in Lekazar to assist with the refugees. Regan's steel spire in the middle of the forest made for a good forward base, so she was confident we could help as much as half the country. With a few of Regan's airships, we could circumvent the low mountains that cut off the upper north part of the country. This plan required Regan to allow us to use a few of his airships, but he would be getting even more people in his aura. I felt it was a win-win situation. However, I wanted to make sure my forces were up for the task. I knew Regan's army was powerful, but I didn't want to rely on him for everything. Plus, he said he was weakened from his battles in the north. After collecting my guard, we made our way to the barracks. Izal had hired the Builders Guild to add a few buildings and expand the grounds. The barracks was located on the outskirts of town, so she had space to work with. When we entered through the gate to the complex, there were hundreds of people working through drills and training. I saw one building to the side of the complex that had people sitting in what looked like classrooms and being lectured to. We headed to the conference room next to Izal's office. Several people who were selected for command position were already there, waiting for the meeting to start. They all jumped to their feet when they saw who walked in. I was confident she picked the best there was to offer. I glanced around to find my seat, and paused when I found a throne-like chair at the back of the room. "That's not obvious at all," I muttered, as I stepped over to it. Izal had a nasty sarcastic streak if you left her to her own devices. I sat in the throne and observed the people, who were looking around nervously. It didn't look like they were afraid of their jobs or what they were going into, but more like they were afraid of me. Considering the rumors that were going around about me, I guess a little fear shouldn't have been surprising. The door slammed open, and Izal strode in. I swear I thought her demeanor was changing the more pregnant she became. She came up to the seat next to mine and turned to me. She saluted, and the others quickly followed suit. I gestured for them to be seated, and we started the meeting. Izal got straight to it. "My lady, these are the officers that have performed to Bruce's training regimen and are all over high Tier 2. They also scored higher than 70 on the general knowledge test. While there were a few people who scored higher on the general knowledge and tactics testing, they have been placed in the support staff. If they can get their tier up, they will be added to the officers' department," Izal said, gesturing at the group of people. "Very good. I welcome and thank all of you for volunteering to fight for the valley and the people who live here," I said, nodding my head to each. "Such kind words. I would fight in 1,000 battles just to hear you speak," said a man who looked like a cross between a playboy and a grizzled warrior. His blonde hair looked like it was flowing in the wind. I smiled to him and nodded, though I wasn't sure how to deal with him yet. "Thank you. I'm sure your battles will be glorious," I said to the man. Izal stood and walked over to a wall. A map of the continent appeared, and she pointed to the west side of the valley. It was one of Regan's, so it possessed a considerable amount of extra information, more than any map produced by either Thonica or Lekazar. Now, we have several objectives in the coming months. The first and foremost is to have the majority of our forces trained and ready in a week. Once the festival is over, we will depart for Steel Spire. There we will meet up with a group of people who have been scouting Lekazar for several months now. They will be our guides into the country. They know the back ways once we cross the Lowen Mountains outside the valley.
I understand we want to rescue as many people as possible, but is this possible in a practical manner?
A woman asked, looking over the map. Your lord, Izal said, gesturing to me, is going to acquire some airships for us. The person we are getting them from is capable of creating teleport matrices. We hope that he will be able to install one on the airships so that refugees can be funneled to Steel Spire and then to the valley once they have been vetted. This will allow us to proceed without the need to turn back. However, it also puts the force at risk of going too deep into enemy territory. It is safe to assume all of Lekazar as enemy territory.
What are we to do if we encounter Lekazar forces that are holding out? Surely you don't expect us to force them to leave,
a man asked. Of the group of 15, he looked to be the youngest. Of course not. We will send a messenger to ask if they would like to be evacuated or offer supplies in the event they don't. We are only going to fight one war, and that's with the undead. Let's hold off on routing the entire country until we have that handled. Izal gave a vicious smile, and the man sank back in his chair. Izal isn't a warmonger, is she? I thought to myself. The meeting went on for another 3 hours, as various topics about the mission were discussed. Izal handled most of the issues. I could tell she had been studying and planning for this. In Regan's library, no doubt. We were about done with the meeting when there came a rushed knock at the door. A guard entered and looked around nervously.
"Go on," I said, slightly annoyed.
"Yes, my lady. A messenger from Thonica is here to see you," the guard answered instantly. "Is there a military force with them?" I asked, standing up quickly. "No, ma'am. Just the messenger and her guards." "Interesting," I said, then looked around the room. "Let's all go meet this messenger. Take them to the assembly room." "Yes," the guard said, then turned and ran off. "Did Regan perchance provide your forces with any type of ceremonial clothing?" I asked Izal as I sat back down. "He did, actually. They are equal to Lekazar's. No, probably better than their royal guard," she answered. "Have everyone here put them on, and we'll go meet this messenger," I said with a grin. I was getting tired of Thonica thinking they could push me around. I still hadn't received the payment for damages from the noble who'd attempted to attack us a while ago. I sent a message to Regan, asking if he wanted to take part, and he said he would be there. This time, I would be someone's headache.
Chapter 14. Regan. I received a message from Luella that said, "I have a messenger here from Thonica. Do you want to take part?" "Sure, let's see what they want to say this time," I sent back without much hesitation. Sticking it to people was basically my hobby, and I rubbed my hands together just thinking of annoying someone. The link dissipated. This event interested me because a few minutes ago something entered my aura that I had to set a tracking spell for. Quinn, the woman who'd attacked Luella, was making her way into the valley with the King of Thonica's banner. Normally, I would have sent some automata to deal with her already, but since she was coming under a banner, I decided to follow the rules of war. I moved over to the assembly room, as Luella called it. It was made to be a throne room when I designed the castle. I just left it without a worthy seat. Her people had taken care of that part, adding a throne that was made from gold and silver. The effect reminded me of lightning strikes on some plains. Luella, Izal, and their new officers made their way into the room. I waited until everyone was seated, then formed my avatar in an alcove out of sight. Luella must have heard or sensed something as she waved me forward from my hiding spot. I grinned as I walked out, giving quite a few people in the room a shock. "So where would you like me to sit, Your Highness?" I said with a chuckle. "I'm sure you're perfectly capable of making yourself comfortable," Luella replied, not rising to the bait. "You have matured," I said while forming a seat. I toned it down a bit and only made it slightly bigger than hers, forming it out of thousands of gears. I felt it made quite the impression. Everyone else in the room had wide eyes once I took a seat. I'd placed myself slightly to the back, as I wanted to be seen as more of a guest or, at most, an advisor. "I can't wait to see our old friend again," I said, leaning back. "Friend? Do you know the messenger?" Luella asked, giving me a glance. "Why, yes, you two had quite the first meeting." "That doesn't really narrow it down," she complained while rubbing her temples. "It is interesting that most people who met her for the first time wanted to kill her for some reason." "A one Lady Quinn? Or is it Miss? Do you know if she had a noble title?" I asked, getting a kick out of the situation. "The only thing I've been able to find out since then was that she's been a friend of the king ever since she saved one of his ancestors a few hundred years ago. She bears a title, or at least according to Elder Skywood she does." "It will be interesting to hear what she has to say." I wasn't too worried since she was coming under the banner of the king as a messenger. To be on the safe side, I created my staff with a few scripted defenses that would protect Luella, Izal, and myself in the case of an attack. I got a raised brow from Luella, but just shrugged in reply. Better safe than sorry. Quinn and I didn't exactly part on friendly terms last time. The messenger had apparently been made to wait at the gate, so it was taking a while for them to get here. The new officers were throwing glances over at me, but none of them were brave enough to say anything. I was enjoying their squirming. "Ah, Regan, while we're waiting, I was wondering if I could ask you something," Luella asked suddenly. I noticed a small charge fill the air around us. It would stop most of the sound from leaving the area. I raised a metal eyebrow at the theatrics, but nodded. "Go ahead," I said with a mischievous smile. "I would like to push into Lekazar and attempt to rescue as many people as possible. Even with the reports we've gotten from Thonica, the number of refugees doesn't match the number of people in Lekazar," Luella said, gripping the arm of her throne. I guess I couldn't blame her. She might have been basically exiled from the place, but it was her homeland. I knew that not everyone in most countries deserved to die. "That is true," I said with a nod. Thinking of Lekazar, I'd told Puppet and Company not to worry about sending me reports unless it was important, or they reached one of the major cities. I was growing worried about not hearing anything from them in almost a month, especially considering what had transpired. I would need to try to reach out to them when I got back. That being the case, my forces need a way to get the people back to Rabia or your Steel Spire. Steel Spire would be safe for both of us until we can ascertain whether the people we're sending are secure or not. "Why don't you just ask me what you need rather than beat around the bush?" I asked, tapping my staff on the ground rhythmically. I liked Luella, that was a fact. Thus, I would likely help her. What I did not like was when people didn't get to the point. "Geez, I just wanted to explain why I was asking," she pouted. "Sure. Well?" I said, smiling and tapping my staff. "All right." She waved a hand through the air in exasperation. "Can we borrow a few airships?" "Is that all?" I asked with mock exaggeration. "And can you put a portal in them that will allow us to send people back to your Steel Spire?" I leaned forward, placing my elbow on the arm of my chair. It wasn't a bad idea. I wouldn't give her forces that advanced of airships. Wouldn't want the power to go to their heads, after all. The number of people she could save and send back to the Spire could be a potential boon for me down the road. "What would I get in return?" I asked. I'd help her, but I wanted to see how committed she was to this plan. "You know exactly what you get in return. Hell, you know exactly what I have to offer," Luella growled at me. "I do so want you to offer me something in return, though," I said, egging her on. Luella tilted her head to the side as she thought for a moment. Izal moved next to her and whispered something to her. I could have listened in, but decided to wait. After a few back and forths between the two, Luella nodded. How about this? I'll have a temple built for you in the town, she said. Her suggestion caused me to pause. A temple, not something I'd ever really thought about building before. I could build one in a second with a snap of my fingers, I replied, snapping my fingers as a demonstration. This is true, but it would be an empty shell. I propose to have the people build one. It has truer meaning if done that way, she explained. Interesting. I thought it over for barely a moment, then nodded. Very well, I will let you know by the end of the day. For now, our guests have arrived, I said, dismissing her electrical barrier with a wave of my hand. I grinned when she gave me an annoyed pout, but she quickly took on a regal expression as she turned to face the entrance. She was getting good at it. At least she had come far from the little noble girl I'd met months ago who came out here to get away from her father. 2 of the guards pushed open the doors, and 5 people made their way inside like they owned the place. The woman in the middle looked exactly the same as the last time she was here, only a few centimeters shorter. She must have a way to remove whole chunks from her body. A handy way to deal with poison if she also had a way to numb the pain caused by such an action. Presenting Lady Quinn, King Aetolf's trusted confidant, royal messenger, holder of the title of life, you will present yourself, a man shouted once they had all entered the room. I leaned over to Luella in a very exaggerated manner. And that all means? She played along and leaned toward me. She is very important and has a rank of about 2 steps higher than my own, she explained with a chuckle. You will show Lady Quinn the respect that is awarded her position, the man shouted. I noticed that he was trying his best not to glance at Quinn. I wondered how many guards there had originally been. Luella sighed and stood up, then curtsied to the group. Welcome to my humble abode. Viscount Luella Coates hears and sees the king's messenger. Not just you, everyone, the guard demanded angrily. The officers and Izal rose and gave a simple bow. I could sense the disdain from them all, but most of the officers were over their heads with the current happenings, the majority of them having been commoners and adventurers until a few weeks ago. Izal's attitude just seemed to be more along the lines of wanting to get this over with. The guard turned toward me. You too, mage. You don't have to worry your pretty little self about me, I said, waving him off. Why, you... The guard growled, but was then sent flying into the wall. Enough, Quinn said, pulling back a blood-colored whip. Temper, temper, I laughed, and saw her eye twitch, but she stayed silent and turned to Luella. I must have struck a nerve. I'd have to add this to my personal record book. Viscount Luella, by order of the King of Thonica, you are relieved of all lands that you possess in Thonica. They are to revert to the original owner, Marquis Niel, son of Duke Niel. You have 2 weeks to surrender to the kingdom for your crimes against the king, Quinn said, almost without pause. Luella stayed silent, but the same could not be said for the others in the hall. Shouts of anger and outrage filled the room from floor to ceiling. Luella tapped her staff on the floor, and the sound resounded throughout the entire hall. I could detect a hint of mana behind the action. To what crimes would the esteemed messenger be referring? Izal asked. Harboring a criminal of the kingdom, the theft of slaves from the kingdom, attacking an inquisitor of the kingdom, murder of an inquisitor of the kingdom, aiding and abetting enemies of the state, suspicion of treason. The list goes on. Would you like me to continue? That is quite all right. One of the charges listed does not make sense. What and whose murder are you implying I took part in? Luella said, leaning back in her chair. Inquisitor Lyons never made it back to the capital. Upon an investigation by none other than yours truly, I found him dead a short way from this valley, Quinn explained with a sick grin on her face. From the expression, I could easily tell that Lyons had likely met Lady Quinn in a dark alley and did not make it out. That was a bit disappointing. I'd liked the straight-faced man. Is that so? Pity, I rather liked him, Luella said. I looked over to her, thinking she was a bit too nonchalant about all this, but I found her face a stiff mask. I could almost see storm clouds raging behind her eyes. Given that she cultivated lightning, it wouldn't be hard for that to become a reality. She added, I have, indeed, felt the magical contracts binding the lands to me break. You are to order all forces to swear fealty to the new lord. Failure to do so may result in less than pleasant endings for them, Quinn said. The officers around the room frowned in anger at the blatancy. I could tell they wanted nothing more than to leap across the room and tear the woman apart. I looked back to Luella to see how she would handle this situation. The frown on her face suddenly flipped, and she formed one of the brightest smiles on her face that I'd seen since coming to this world. She gripped her staff and stood up. I heard a low laugh that slowly built to a full-blown hysterical breakdown. If only I had some popcorn, I thought. Enough of this game! She slammed her staff down on the floor, and one of the defense mechanisms I'd installed in the castle activated. A barrier of hexagram-shaped plates formed around the hall. No one would be able to get out without destroying the mana crystals embedded in over 100 places around the room. That, or they could try to kill Luella and me. You dare threaten the king's messenger? Quinn demanded, glancing around the room. Her gaze did linger on me for a moment longer, but she looked away quickly. Was that some fear I was sensing? King? A fool! Thonica and Lekazar are corrupt. Necromancers have their way with the people. Nobles treat the people like their livestock. Petty skirmishes happen daily due to the arrogance of the nobles. Monsters and beasts are allowed to have their way with the frontier villages and forced to rely on the adventurers, who are mortal with their lives on the line with little in the way of compensation. So yes, I do dare to threaten the king's messenger. You will regret this, Quinn shouted. She wasn't even hiding the fact that she was looking for a way out now, as her eyes flew back and forth over the barrier. We made the mistake of letting you get away once. Not again. Besides, only one of you has to survive to inform your king about my decision, Luella said with an evil grin as lightning started to arc off her. I went ahead and teleported her officers and Izal out of the room. I didn't think she was in quite the right state of mind to be blasting people with her own followers in the room. After that, I leaned back in my chair. Luella started to stalk forward toward the messenger group. I realized that she'd released part of the restraints from her armor. The guards backed away without a moment's hesitation. They obviously knew they were no match for Luella's power. Quinn glanced at me again and seemed to gain confidence from the fact that I was still sitting. Blood started to coalesce along her whip as she got into a weird stance. Luella swiped her staff forward, and an arc of lightning left the head. It crossed the distance in the blink of an eye. Quinn was thrown back against the barrier, blood splattering out around her. It flowed back into her as she dropped to the ground, and she didn't look much worse off. Brute power isn't going to help you, Quinn said. Her whip morphed into a saber of some kind. Then she burst into a mist of blood and shot toward Luella. I sensed Luella building a charge in the air around her. Just as Quinn surrounded Luella with her blood mist, there was a blinding flash of light and the crack of thunder. Quinn was thrown straight up and slammed into the barrier's ceiling hard enough for it to change color. She fell and landed on her back, groaning as she struggled to move. You're weak when it comes to frontal battle. I would surrender if I were you, Miss Assassin, I called to the dazed Quinn. Never, she growled. Your funeral, I said, shrugging. Helios, please, Luella said. The spinning double helix on top of her staff floated over to where Quinn lay. Another barrier formed around her and Helios. Suddenly, there was non-stop flashing as lightning strike after lightning strike was sent into Quinn. I wasn't sure of the principle behind her physical form, but whatever it was started to break down as blood splattered against the lightning barrier repeatedly. After a solid 2 minutes, Luella finally called Helios back. When the barrier dropped from around her, blood poured out into a puddle. Not wanting to get hit by another trick, I formed another containment field and pulled all the blood into it. The globe of blood floated over to me, and I examined it with all my senses. Even after what Luella did to it, I still sensed some life in the cells. "Is she dead?" Luella asked, walking over to me. "For now," I said, peering at the blood. She was clearly annoyed. "For now? She'll come back?" "I'm actually not sure. I need to run more tests. I'll keep her contained just in case," I said, tapping the globe. If all the demon races were this resilient, I was actually impressed this world had so far survived their incursion. "Whatever, as long as I never have to see her again," she said, flipping her hair at me as she turned toward the soldiers who had come with Quinn. They had remained huddled in balls in the corner of the room, their legs and pants stained from their overwhelming fear. "Return to Thonica and tell the king my decision. Tell him that Queen Luella has declared this territory the Queendom of Videtta." Chapter 15. Puppet. Another 2 days of fighting at the walls had depleted the human resources of the adventurers and the city guard by a large amount. If this kept up, Tear Falls wouldn't last more than another week, and that was barring anything major from happening. Even as a non-flesh-and-blood being, I was starting to fatigue. Glancing outside the house, I saw the streets lined with refugees from towns and villages who managed to make their way here from the countryside. The morning and early daytime sun gave people a chance to slip through the hordes when they were less active. Still, for every person who made it to the city, 4 or 5 were being killed. The newcomers did help relieve the stress on some of the soldiers and adventurers defending the walls. Still, many of the people fled to escape fighting the undead. It was not easy to persuade them to join the guard after they made it to what they thought would be safety. "We can't keep this up," I murmured. "We need to wait 1 more day. If we still don't hear anything then, you can try to make the journey. Father should have heard about the situation by now," Z2 said from her perch on the couch. "Call me mortal, but I don't want these people to die," I said, and pounded a fist against the windowsill. "Even Father takes care of the people he fights with. I've learned a lot about how dungeons are supposed to act. He is nothing like them. For starters, a normal dungeon wouldn't have given us mana cores like these to move around outside," Z2 said. She tapped a gem lodged in my chest. Mine was special in that it was actually a part of Father's main core. The others had mana cores that were fused with their bodies. She had a point. Father acted more in line with the mortals than was necessary. I tapped the shard of core that had fused with me when I upgraded a few months ago. It allowed me certain abilities that were similar to a dungeon core. Next to it was my mana core. It acted like a heart of a mortal and could pull mana in from the ambient aura of the world. I'd added that soon after the battle with the Horde. I didn't like to be low on mana. Looking back outside, I saw Natsuo and Natsuko were almost back to the house. They were bundled up in fur to blend in, as it had already started snowing for the season. I moved to the door and let them in. They shook the snow off, then removed their coats. "I know it's to blend in, but can't I at least get a nicer-looking one?" Natsuko asked with a sneer as she tossed the dull brown coat next to the door. "It would be a little hard to find a craftsman who isn't working to repair armor," Z2 said with a snort. "How about our fearless leader? You should make me something nice," Natsuko said after she sat down. "For the 100th time, I don't want to attract attention to us for anything other than our prowess. You go around wearing a nice coat that couldn't possibly have been made in the city, and we'll have people hounding us left and right," I replied, rubbing the back of my head. Yeah, she pouted. "Speaking of drawing attention, where is our silver lizardkin?" Z2 asked. I glanced at the clock on the wall. "Keeping Prince Hansi safe," I said. It was a few hours later when Azra made it back. She barely paused after she made it through the door before she pressed the button that made her armor fold back to a single piece. After that, she made her way to the bar in the kitchen and poured herself a glass, took one look at it, then chugged right from the bottle. "Wow, I know we don't get drunk like others, but if we drink enough," I said, worried about her. "With the day I had, I need every drop of it," Azra said, dropping into a chair. Z2 walked over and placed her hands on Azra's shoulder. "Was it that bad?" I sensed mana traveling from Z2 to Azra. Azra sighed in noticeable relief. "So, what happened?" I asked. "The bastard asked me to be his concubine," she said, her tail smashing into the floor and leaving a dent. "He skipped wife and went straight to concubine?" Natsuko asked, and burst out laughing. "I couldn't just leave since I was on guard duty. For the last 2 hours, I've had to listen to nearly incessant begging. Honestly, he was like a child." "I'll put someone else on it for a few days to give you a break," I said, smiling at the thought of the prince trying to do something stupid. "Hell, put me on the front lines in front of the walls, anywhere but near him," Azra said, getting on her knees like she was begging me. "I'll see what I can do," I said. The guard captain had put me in charge of organizing the adventurers. It was time-consuming and more than a little annoying when a party didn't want to do the assignment. Some tough persuasion compelled them, though, but the situation would continue turning from bad to worse if we didn't receive help soon. 2 hours before dusk, everyone was moving to the wall. The undead usually started their assault at that time. Every direction from the city was watched 24 hours a day just to be safe. That put nearly 40 people out of the fight during the night so they could rest for the day. Everyone was taking their positions on the wall. A mixture of adventurers, guards, and soldiers made up the force of nearly 20,000, of which 10 were on the wall, while the other half were running support through the city. It was a sizable force, and would be one to reckon with if the undead didn't come with a bigger army every night. A few nights ago, it was only 10,000. Last night, it had already broken through 20,000. Just as the sun set, moans, growls, roars, and all manner of other sounds emerged from the forest. Even though it was over 2 kilometers away, the wind managed to carry the sound to us. The first few nights people had taken off running in fear, but after a few nights of nearly unceasing battle, people being punished for deserting, and time spent fighting, most were hardened against the noise. A whistling sound started up as I watched to see if anything was different from previous nights. Looking around for the source, I found several balls of something flying through the air at the wall. Manipulating my visor, I was able to see they were spheres composed of dozens of corpses. "Take out those objects," I shouted, while creating a large fireball myself. All along the wall, other mages took up casting a spell. Fireballs, storms of ice, arcs of lightning, animals made of water, and more all flew into the sky. Explosions ripped out at the masses of undead and collided with the spells. Body parts in every condition rained down on the field in front of the city wall. We managed to strike them all before they reached the city, but if there had been more, the situation might have been different. It was a dangerous move, and we could exhaust our mana before the battle even began if several people aiming at the same target didn't stop wasting mana. I pulled 2 messengers and the guard captain over to me. "We have to be more coordinated in our attacks. I want you to have each squad assign a spotter that will call targets for their team. Have each squad take a 5-meter section of the wall. They will be responsible for defending only that section. They are to save their mana if nothing is in their section." "Yes, sir." The 2 messengers rushed to deliver my orders. I took care of organizing the 40-meter span of wall in my section. While I was in the middle of explaining, the first wave of undead broke through the tree line and began charging the wall. I was about to dismiss them, but I felt something was off. Focusing on the horde, I took nearly a minute to find the source of my discomfort. Several of the undead in the midst of the horde had been reinforced by magic. The only way that was possible was if the undead had a magic user or a necromancer supporting them. I wasn't sure which I would rather have. Everything about the reinforced undead appeared boosted to a new level. They were easily outpacing the other undead. "You might get to fight under the wall tonight after all," I commented to Azra. "I have a few tricks I haven't played yet," she said, grinning as she spun her mace. "Shut up." She smacked her shield with her mace, then smiled awkwardly at me. "Need to find a way so I can hear what he is saying. I have a feeling it would be quite humorous," I said, tapping her shield with a finger. I heard some interesting things come out of the spirit locked in her shield. "Annoying is more like it," she replied. "Where is Z2?" I asked, changing the subject. She'd been there a few minutes ago. "She ran off a minute ago. Something important," the captain replied. "All right. She'll let us know what the cause was in a bit then," I said. The only thing that would make her run off like that was if she got a message from Father. She was most likely finding a more concealed place to talk to him. I turned back to the horde. "Ready? Fire!" Spells and projectiles left the wall as a solid wave. They smashed into the horde and tore them apart, with body parts flying everywhere. Explosions tore through the front of the wave. I paced down the wall, making sure everyone was handling the battle. Mana exhaustion was already overtaking a few people. Days of combat were taking their toll. 6 hours later, the zombies were still pushing strongly against the wall. I was getting worried we would have to send people onto the field to defend the wall. The warriors were about the only ones that still had mana left to expend at this point. However, our casualties would triple if we had to take to the field. "The line is only 20 meters from the wall. I don't think we can keep this up for another 4 hours," the captain said, observing the field. "I agree. We need to change the field somehow." I tapped the handle of my sword, thinking, "I hate to use our secret weapon already." "Those things you made a week ago? I don't see how some tubes of metal could help us in this situation," the captain said. "Get the warriors to haul them up here," I said, channeling another spell into the field. We managed to hold the undead back for several more minutes while the warriors got the cannons into place. Most of the soldiers were confused about what the awkwardly shaped tube of metal was for, but held their questions. I called for everyone near me to pay attention. "This is a very powerful yet simple weapon to use," I yelled to be heard over the massive amount of sound. Getting nods, I moved to the nearest cannon and loaded it quickly. Demonstrating how to aim the cannon took a few seconds, but the archers got it easily enough. I put my target out into the denser part of the horde for greater effect. Grinning, I lit the fuse. With a boom, the iron ball went flying and pulverized through several undead. "And that's it. Get to work. We have plenty of ammo, so take your time practicing. We're not desperate yet," I called to everyone. The mood that was on the edge of dread had lightened tremendously already. Everyone ran off to their squads. Teaching only paused when a spell of a higher level was sent into the horde. Soon, the sound of cannon fire replaced most of the spell casting. Now, the mages could use their mana on the larger targets like the brutes. "It's an hour until dawn," the captain commented. "As I've heard it said, it's always darkest before the dawn," I replied. Chapter 16. Regan. "Videtta, a good name," I said once the guards from Thonica were sent away. Retaking her seat on her throne, Luella replied, "I read it in one of your books, I think." The officers and Izal made their way back into the assembly room. Most looked nervous, not that I could blame them. Their lives had just changed by a good deal. "What is the plan?" Izal asked. "We will continue with our original plan. Right now, we need manpower. With the undead hordes ravaging Lekazar, our best bet is to incorporate them now. As for Thonica," Luella said, then turned to me, "we'll seal off the pass." "How should we go about that?" Izal asked. Luella tilted her head as she thought about it. I could have sealed it off for her, but I wanted to see what she would come up with. She tapped her staff on the ground as the others watched her, the gears almost visibly turning in her head. She glanced at me a few times, but I could tell she wanted to do it through her own power rather than turn to me for the answer. "Regan, could you create a map, please?" Luella asked. I nodded and created a map of the valley and the surrounding areas. She examined it for a long time before she dipped her chin to me and pointed at a spot nearly 300 kilometers from the valley. It was where the pass narrowed before opening up to the forest that was on the way to the valley. The spot was also only 20 kilometers from Ebony Falls. "I want to create a garrison here. With the proper wards, we can restrict flying magic. It is also narrow enough to force any attacking troops into a bottleneck." "Such an endeavor would be difficult," Izal said, looking closely at the map. "We could do it with the proper people. I guess our biggest consideration is figuring out how long we have to make it happen." 2 weeks. That's how long we can hold the messengers according to the laws of war. Once released, we have however long it takes for them to return to the capital. They would have to personally inform the king, so a magical sending wouldn't be a worry. "Given that information, we have just over a month," Luella said, tapping the arm of her chair. "Then they'd have to assemble the army. With the undead hordes in Lekazar and the undead presence still in the north, that limits them. If my math is right, the Thonican army should be close to 200,000 or 300,000, depending on how scared they are of us. Any less would just push the battle in our favor," Izal added. "Good point. Do you think you can have it done?" Luella asked Izal. "If I can use one of the airships from Lord Regan, I can get the supplies and people necessary there," Izal said. I was curious why she would start calling me Lord, but figured it might have something to do with them building me a temple. "I have a better idea," Luella said, then turned to me. "Remember that talk we had about you creating teleport matrices for the valley, Lord Regan?" Her inflection was respectful, but I could hear the sarcasm in her voice. I decided to play along. I grinned and leaned forward. "In fact, I do, Queen Luella. Like I said before, I just need some markers and I can create the system." "Excellent. Teach me how to make these markers. I will place several of them for you." Luella stood up. "A new age is coming. Let the people in town know. Do not lie." "Yes, my queen." Everyone in the room saluted with a fist over their chest, then rushed out. Their lives had just done a 180. If they survived the coming ordeal, they might be remembered in history for centuries to come. Though I doubted any of them were thinking along those lines. They were probably more concerned about keeping their families safe. "If you will excuse me, I have several plans to draw up," Izal said with a slight bow. "Now, when I call you my general, it's no longer a joke," Luella said with a small chuckle. Izal smiled, small flames leaping from her. "Thank you for the promotion then, Your Highness." She bowed, then turned and left. "She's going to catch something on fire one of these days," I commented, my eye trailing after her. "She's getting better at controlling them. Last time I touched one, it didn't have any heat," Luella said as she sat back down. "If you are now a queen, then I shall be your country's guardian deity. I recommend having people worship me so I might deliver miracles upon my sheep," I said, making an exaggerated gesture to the sky. "I'll get right on it, Lord Regan," Luella said with a chuckle. "For now, I need you to teach me how to make those markers." "It's simple enough," I said, then created a few mana stones. At the location you want to set the portal, pour mana into this stone while capturing the essence of the area. You'll know you've done it right when you focus on the stone and you can see a picture of the spot. I handed over the mana stones. Of course, if she were to try that process with a regular stone, it wouldn't work. But these had been scripted to capture that spot in space. They just needed to be powered. "That seems too easy," Luella said, putting the stones in her space bag. "Well, to be fair, it is. I gave you the pre-scripted ones," I said.
"I don't think I'll ever be able to pay you back for all the things you've done for me," she said with a sigh.
"Don't worry about it. I still think I would rather deal with you than some other mortals who thought to control me. Now, this chat has been lovely, but I'm a busy person," I said, letting my avatar break apart. I was just about to look for Alara when something slammed into my consciousness. I recognized it immediately as the dungeon communication. From the direction it was coming from, it should be Vlad. I had tried to communicate with him several times since the first time, but he had refused the connection. This calling almost seemed desperate. Letting the link form, the familiar futuristic design of Mai met a medieval castle as the image formed around me. Only this time, the castle looked like it had been in a few wars. I couldn't help but wonder what could have caused this to the proud man. Vlad's figure formed in front of me. He was slumped over in his chair. Clearly, he had seen better days. When the connection solidified, his head jerked up. Getting a better look at him, I saw wounds covering his body. "Vlad, what's wrong? What happened?" I asked, walking closer. He might have been a rude prick the last time we met, but anything that could do this to a dungeon avatar was a threat that I needed to take seriously.
"One of them walks the plane. They work with the necromancers."
"One of who?" I said.
"A general, the Manaless, the dungeon core's worst nightmare. It won't be long before he reaches me. Warn the others, all of them. Do this, young one. Don't let my last moments be in vain,"
Vlad cried, grabbing my shoulders in a plea. "Surely there is some way to save you," I said, trying to think through all the magic I knew.
"There is none."
His eyes went blank for a second. Then he cried in pain, a soul-wrenching pain that echoed even to my own soul. A hand that was just a black image tore through his chest. The connection wavered around us.
"Don't let them die,"
Vlad said, as the hole grew larger, encompassing the rest of his chest. With his body turning to ash, the connection suddenly snapped closed. The world of my dungeon slammed into me. I found Alara looking at my core with a worried expression. The energy sphere blocked her vision, but she knew I was back when she smiled. I created my avatar next to her and pulled her into a tight hug.
"What happened?"
she asked once I let her go. "Vlad connected to me. Something killed him. Come, I need answers," I said, grabbing her hand. With a pop, we appeared in a library. A gnome woman had her nose almost touching the book she was reading. Researcher Vern.
"Lord Regan."
Vern squeaked and snapped the book she was reading shut, managing to close her nose in it as well.
"Ouch."
"I need you to tell me what the hell the gnomes had sealed in their city." I had a hunch, because that was the only thing I'd encountered lately that could possibly do this. The demon general. Vern looked up at me while rubbing her nose.
"I don't know more than what I've read."
"Any information will help. I already know a bit from Azora, but I need more," I said, pulling a chair out for Alara, then taking one myself.
"A millennium ago, during the Demon Wars, we tried to learn as much about them as they did us. There are as many races for them as there are for us. It is said that the first batch of demons actually arrived many years before the portals opened. They were unaffected by anything we threw at them. Physical means still worked, but their bodies were like gods compared to ours, making that fact meaningless."
"How did the mortals manage to defeat them?" I asked.
"A celestial descended at the prayers of the people and sealed them with magic that is seldom seen. It was like time stopped around them, though who ever heard of time magic?"
Vern said. "Time magic, or space magic. My guess, the Celestial sealed the entire area around the demon, affecting everything around him and not going directly for the demon itself," I said, not meaning to contemplate out loud.
"I'm not sure the records never stated what magic was used, just that everything around the demon stopped."
"This is going to be difficult," I said with a groan. Thank you, Vern.
My pleasure, Lord Regan,
Vern replied with a bow. Vlad was near where Puppet said him and the others were going to try to make names for themselves as adventurers. I moved over to their rooms. I'd kept them the same since they left, feeling a bit nostalgic. In the center of the dorm sat the crystal that was linked to theirs. Placing a hand on it, I channeled mana to activate the tool. I'd poured in more mana than I should have had to in my rush and only got a few spotty images. I did see that they were in a city, but it looked like it was under attack by something. Z2 launched a massive ice spell, then jerked her head to look at the crystal ball on her belt. Father! The image went black after that. Something was interfering with my link. I found that highly offensive. One more, I said, grabbing Alara's hand again. We teleported into the control center of the station. Dizzy, Alara said, rubbing her head. She didn't like it when I teleported her in rapid succession. I hadn't known dungeon avatars could throw up until I popped in and out of around 10 places when she'd first started staying with me. Sorry. I turned to the bridge crew. How long until the network extends over Lekazar? Sir, if we divert all new satellites toward that side, then it will only take 2 days. Too slow. I want you to take part of the established net and move it to Lekazar, particularly toward the city of Tear Falls, I ordered. I needed to know what the hell was going on. If it wasn't for the interference from the ambient mana, I would have long had a net around at least the continent. Understood. A map of the network formed. I'd had to reduce the satellite production after the battle. Each satellite cost nearly 100 million mana. Of course, if I'd made them just basic links in a chain, it would have cost less. But given the events of the North, I wanted every satellite to be a capable weapons platform. Pull up the mana readings for the North, I said. A map that reminded me of a thermal heat map from Earth came up on the screen in front of me. The unholy mana readings were dropping in the center and along the path I'd taken to get to Alara's dungeon. However, the readings were holding steady on the west side above Thonica, while they were increasing on the Lekazar side. My main concern is how the demon from Jade Wind managed to get to Lekazar so quickly. If my hunches are correct, I might have helped him there, I said with a frown. Teleporting Jade Wind to the north was the only way I could see something being able to cross that much distance so quickly. Alara grabbed my hand and squeezed. Not your fault. Vlad died, she said with a determined face. Thank you. I appreciate your concern. It's funny, really. I've killed thousands of mortals, but when one of my own race dies, I actually feel upset, I said, shaking my head. Alara suddenly jumped and gave me a peck on the cheek. Cores stick together. Warn others. Yes, you're right. I will make sure Vlad did not die in vain, I said, pounding my fist into my palm. It might be time to borrow Queen Luella's messenger hawks. I hoped she wouldn't mind. The thought brought a smile to my face, momentarily replacing the frown.
Chapter 17. Luella. The wind rushed by as I made my way to the locations I wanted to use for portals. The thrill of flying was helping me cope with what I'd just done. I still couldn't believe I'd just declared myself a queen. Chloe must have gotten to me more than I thought. Regan's voice suddenly echoed throughout my mind. It's dangerous for a new queen to travel alone, so I sent some guards. Don't worry, they can keep up with you. There was a flash of light, and 2 figures emerged in the air on either side of me. Regan's children, Anubis and Vetter, joined me in the air. Anubis was using large black wings that blocked out the sky. Vetter was flying astride a large hawk made from solid ice. The air felt colder just being within a few dozen meters of it. Your Highness, we're here to escort you, Vetter said, managing to bow while standing on top of the hawk. Rockris and Julie busy? I asked. Those two were the ones Regan usually sent to guard me. I think it was both to annoy me a little and because they were quite deadly.
They have been placed over at Steel Spire until Father can change them,
Anubis explained. Change them? I asked with a little shock. Just the way he said it felt like it was wrong. They were necromancers, but surely it would be more merciful to just kill them if they had gotten on his bad side.
Yeah, Lady Alara doesn't take kindly to them being necromancers and partially undead.
I hope he doesn't change Rockruss too much. I actually am used to him now, I said. The gruff man had grown on me, I realized.
I don't know the exact process. We'll just have to wait and see, Anubis said. I'll go on ahead.
He flapped his wings and accelerated ahead of us. The flight was rather quiet after that. Vetter didn't talk much and only spoke if I asked a question. Giving up after the third try, I concentrated on the sky ahead of me. I figured it would take just about 9 hours to reach the site. An amazing feat of speed, considering it was a trip that would take about a week for most people. Even with a Tier 2 horse or beast, there would be monsters and other dangers that could waylay a traveler. That wasn't to say the sky was free of danger. We were about halfway into the flight when a swarm of monster birds decided to try their luck. They were massive things that used a combination of their enormous wings and air magic to stay aloft. They were surprisingly fast as well. Carrioles, I groaned, seeing them rise out of the forest. There appeared to be at least 50 in the flock. I came to a stop in mid-air with Vetter and Anubis, who drew their weapons and readied themselves. This would be my first time at aerial combat. It would be nice if Golv were there. I could supercharge him and send him into the flock. Focusing, I built a charge along my body. Arcs of lightning jumped from one spot to another on my skin. I nodded to the two. Then we charged the flock. Moving Helios around, I made nimble movements once we intersected with the flock. Every time my staff's blade sliced into one of the birds, lightning would crack between us. Following that, a charred body would fall from the sky, trailing smoke. Anubis was death personified. Each swipe of his scythe would bring 2 or 3 of the beasts down. Blades of darkness flashed around him. Even when one of the birds managed to bring a claw down on him, his body would phase to shadow, and it would pass harmlessly through him. Vetter was just as deadly. His ice hawk would freeze anything it touched. Then the rider himself would launch spells that turned the birds into statues of ice. He didn't even have to worry about harm, as everything that came near him died, turned into a falling block of ice. One pass was all we needed to destroy the flock. Anubis got the most kills, with me next. Vetter came in last, but I sensed it was more due to him feeling as though they weren't worthy enough opponents for him to try harder. It reminded me that Regan was dangerous, but so were the many things he created in those halls of his.
Barely a workout,
Vetter said as we regrouped.
Don't worry, my brother. There are plenty more enemies out there. From what Father said, most will be coming to us,
Anubis said, laughing as he dismissed his scythe into shadow. What would you two do if the battles ever stopped? I asked curiously.
Don't say something so frightful,
Anubis said with shock. I honestly couldn't tell if it was fake or not.
Indeed,
Vetter said, turning his hawk and continuing the flight. A few hours later, we reached the site that would serve as our new border, the first bottleneck into the pass to the valley. Spanning roughly a kilometer, it was the only spot that was even remotely defendable. Normally, the kingdom would have already established a fortress here, but Ebony Blade, the fortress defending the northern pass, was of more importance. I found a clearing that would be about where the keep of the new fort would be located, and did as Regan instructed. Once the portal was established, I wanted it to be in the most defended part of the fort. I was sure Regan would add all sorts of defense measures, but I wanted to help out myself. Nearly an hour later, I finally had a picture of the spot I was at. The process was more draining than I'd anticipated.
If you are done, we should return, Vetter said, walking over.
Hold on. Ebony Falls is only a few hours from here. Maybe we should set up a spot near it for a preemptive strike. I don't plan to always be on the defensive, I said, looking into the distance. The last thing Thonica would expect is a force appearing out of thin air next to one of their cities.
That seems a little dangerous,
Vetter argued. Only if we're not careful. Since the Terra wave, everything has been in chaos. We should be able to sneak in and out. Hell, we don't even need to go all the way to the city, I said. It might be months from now, but I knew that we would come to blows with Thonica. My woman's intuition was telling me that. Whoever struck first would have the advantage in the coming war. We could potentially stop the war from happening if the king was able to truly see the level of our power. I tapped my bracelet. Regan, can I borrow these two for a few more hours?
Yeah, though I need them back by tomorrow night,
Regan sent back immediately. I was always amazed at his ability to make decisions on the spot. I wasn't sure I'd ever really seen him hesitate on anything. Done. I turned to them. I have permission. Let's go, I said, taking off into the sky. It was another 3 hours to Ebony Falls. Even at the dead of night, the city was lit up by magical and mundane lights. We floated several hundred meters above the city as we watched people moving about, an impressive number to still be awake at the late hour. Mostly, they lingered around the inns and taverns. The force watching the walls was also considerable. Named for the black cliffs surrounding the city, it sat in a basin that formed natural walls around it, which had since been modified to serve as actual walls. The city spread out over 3 kilometers. It was one of the biggest on the continent, and would have been the capital of the country had it not been for the undead hordes to the north.
Where would you like to set the teleport?
Vetter asked. In the city if we can. Outside if we can't.
Do you propose we go through the gate? He asked, looking at the city.
Let's aim for a deserted section and land there. I have reports that many of the protections that used to protect the cities have stopped working since the Terra wave. If we trigger an alarm, we'll just flee, I said. Looking closely, we saw a district next to airship tower docks. It appeared to be mainly warehousing. I pointed at the spot, and we aimed down for the location. When we passed about 100 meters above the city, I felt a thin layer of mana pass over me, but it shattered almost as soon as we touched it. I looked around quickly, but didn't see anything to indicate that we'd been detected. It appears Azal's information was correct, I commented, as we landed in an alley behind a warehouse.
That is a very critical weakness in this city's defense. Father could easily destroy this city in a matter of minutes without a strong barrier in place,
Anubis said, shaking his head. I decided to just ignore that tidbit of information, mainly because I already knew it. I feel like even with a barrier, your father could easily destroy this place, I said.
True,
Anubis said with a chuckle. Now, where to set this, I said, leaning against the wall.
The sewers,
Vetter said without hesitation. I frowned at the thought of going into such a place, but nodded. Good idea. We paced along the alley until we found a grate. Each of us was easily able to pry it off, but Anubis took care of it. After I jumped down, the smell nearly knocked me off my feet. With my enhanced senses, I was able to get a stronger dose of the sewer. Gripping my nose tightly enough that I almost broke it, we continued deeper into the sewer. As we walked, Anubis would release blasts of shadow, and rats the size of a small child would usually collapse to the ground, twitching. We walked for about an hour, searching for a good place. Eventually, we actually left the sewer and ended up in what looked like catacombs. They were well over a century old, if I was judging them right. Here should be good, I said, looking around the room we came to. It was more a cavern than a room. Large pillars held the ceiling, making it appear to be an old temple. A large set of doors was on the back wall, but the room was empty. Nothing had been here for at least a decade or so, though it looked as though a battle had once taken place here. Pulling another mana stone from my bag, I concentrated on the location. Knowing what I was doing, it only took me half an hour this time. Replacing it in my bag, I nodded to the others. When we made it back to the surface, the sun had already risen. We each removed the filth from our bodies with a well-phased mana burst. Vetter and I could probably make our way through the city without too much trouble, but you, Anubis, would stick out like a sore thumb, I said, looking at the two.
Not to worry, Lady Luella,
Anubis said. Then shadows condensed around him. The next moment, an amazing-looking man stood in front of me. He looked like he'd been carved by a god's hand. Somehow I both drooled and had my mouth go dry at the same time. Is that how you see yourself? I asked, trying to breathe normally.
Only the best form would be worthy for one such as myself,
Anubis said, pride leaking into his tone. It is very nice to look at, I said, and had to turn away before I lost my composure. I would need to talk to Regan about teaching Anubis subtlety.
Thank you for the compliment,
Anubis said with a bow. We left the alley shortly after that. I made sure to keep Anubis in front of me. Not so I could stare at him, so I could keep him out of trouble. That was what I told myself the whole time. I wasn't the only one affected. Women and even some men turned and stared at this gorgeous man who was walking down the street. Ebony Falls was a beautiful city. The streets were the same black material that made up the crater. Buildings of all kinds lined the streets. A person could feel the age of the city by observing the architecture, which changed periodically as the times changed and the city grew. I hoped that Videtta was this grand someday. Should I rename the town itself? I considered as we walked. The city was beyond crowded. Refugees lined the streets, looking like they'd lost everything in the world, which I supposed was accurate. Shouting and yelling were commonplace, as people tried to scratch out some sort of survival. Good thing Regan was helping us, or it wouldn't have been long before my valley turned into something like this. We made our way to the gate, where it appeared people were streaming out with little problems. It was the last hurdle for us to get out of the city without being noticed. It was also where I expected something to happen. After 10 minutes, it was our turn to pass the gate. The female guard took a hard look at Anubis. I thought she was going to force him in for questions with how hard she was staring at him, but we made it through when another guard coughed to break the moment. It looked like they were happy to have people leaving rather than entering. I couldn't imagine how stressed their resources were. Ebony Falls relied on trade to survive, and with the area being overrun by people from ruined villages and towns, without their goods and materials, everything must have been at a premium. Once we made it back to the forest and found a secluded place off the main road, we took to the sky. Flying was uncommon, but we wouldn't draw more than a curious glance from most passers-by that happened to see us. Now that we were out of the city, there was little anyone could do to stop us anyway. Flying over the forest and roads heading out, I realized that quite a few of the people and caravans were heading to Videtta. While it was good for my city and myself, I wondered how many of them would turn back willingly, and how many of them would want to turn back, but would have no other choice to continue their move to the valley due to their circumstances. It was a bridge we would have to cross, and soon. I thought I would be tired after being awake for a day, but all the cloak and dagger made me excited. We had a 12-hour trip ahead of us, and I was actually looking forward to it. I wanted to get back to the valley, to Videtta. Dar.
General Gersa was welcoming. After about a week, that is. The undead had basically stopped attacking after 2 nights of us guarding the entrance to the dungeon. We got a message from the boss that they had defeated Alara and had taken the area. The necromancers in our area had likely fled. We found several maps in the ruins of the town that pointed to locations of interest for the necromancers and planned to check them out in the coming days. We were currently in the cruiser over what was known as Dursian City,
almost 100 kilometers from the pass to Thanica. We had observed it for over 5 hours. The results were that it was just a nest for undead. Something in the city was creating new undead at a pace that shouldn't be possible by necromancers. There weren't any readings of a dungeon core, though, so it wasn't that. "Put in that my recommendation is bombing or blasting it from space," I ordered the officer, as I walked away from the observation window.
"Yes, ma'am."
"Turn us about. Head for the next location," I finished, taking a seat. A few hours later, we were following the northern coast, looking for our target. A map in one of the ruined buildings claimed there was another dungeon out here. However, there wasn't any indication of the sort. If it was smart, it would have reacted to the necromancer presence and hidden itself.
"Ma'am, detected high-level mana reading."
"Where?" I asked.
40 kilometers north from the current location,"
the officer said, then paused for a second.
It is 40 kilometers north and 200 meters down."
"Pull up the map," I said, standing up. A red dot appeared at the coordinates that placed the location in the ocean. "Compare the old map with ours." The two maps were overlaid, and we found the coastline had shifted by nearly 30 kilometers.
"Ma'am, with the current equipment on board, it would be difficult to penetrate an underwater dungeon,"
an officer advised. "I know that. Boss Regan and Boss Tony had only given me the mission of meeting with General Gersa and lending aid. I still wanted to deliver results. I felt I needed to do so to make up for the pardon that Boss Regan gave me. Just the thought of being cast out of the dungeon scared me. "Send a report. The boss will want to know about this."
"Yes, ma'am."
Chapter 18. Regan. It was close to sunrise before the satellites were in position. I was sitting on my throne in the command center. I wasn't sure how it had happened, but Alara was on my lap and sleeping against my chest. The thought of how she could be comfortable against my metal body just made me shake my head. "Sir, we have visual," the officer said. "Bring it up." A city that would have been beautiful had undead not been crowding the field in front of its walls appeared on the screen. It sat on a plateau overlooking the ocean. Waterfalls dotted the cliffs under the walls. Thousands of people were shown manning the defense in what looked like a desperate act to survive the night. The activity woke Alara up, and she turned to see the picture of the city. "Beautiful." "It is, but it looks like it might be in trouble soon," I said, patting her head. As we watched, the sun crested the horizon and the undead started to fall back. I picked Alara up with one arm and moved over to the command table. I placed the communication orb that I used with Puppet and linked it into the station's mana system. That allowed the link to follow the satellites and effectively go over the undead scar. "Z2, Puppet, is anyone there?" I said with my hand on the orb. "Father," I received back, though it was slightly hampered by static. "Z2, it's good to hear your voice. Is everyone well?" I asked. I mentally connected to the station and began to trace the signal so I could bring up an image of them via the satellites. "Yes, we were in Tear Falls when the wave happened. Was that you?" Z2 asked. "Yes, a bit of a miscalculation. I can see that the city is under siege. What is happening?" "A scar of undeath has formed. Undead flood toward the city every day with increasing numbers. We wanted to place a subcore, but feared placing it without communication with you," Z2 explained. "That was a safe idea. I will try to send reinforcements as soon as I can. Continue to wait on the core until I say otherwise." "Yes, Father." Z2 spent the next few minutes filling me in on what happened to the party in the month since they'd left Steel Spire. They were already a B-rank party with the Adventurers Guild, which was impressive according to how the guild works. I was a little worried when I found Z2 had turned into an alcoholic, but since coming to this world, I've noticed that alcohol doesn't affect the liver as much. "Tell the others I'm proud of them. I will try to make it so I can see you in person as soon as possible," I said. "I can't wait, Father," Z2 said, and I could hear the smile in her tone. "Until next time, then," I said, cutting the link.
"Who was that?"
Alara asked from next to me. I had set her down for a bit. Z2, my daughter. She and a few of my other children are in Lekazar right now, I answered.
"Children. Miss mine,"
Alara said with a forlorn look. The Dryads had been her children, and I'd been forced to kill them all. Anubis was able to reincarnate their souls, but I still felt bad about the action, especially since Alara had been linked to them and thus felt all their pain. I know. A few more years and you should be able to talk to all of them again. Sooner, actually, since they're growing so fast. One of them did tell you about Anubis, I said, grabbing her hand and giving it a squeeze.
"Thank you,"
she said, pressing my hand against her cheek. I smiled warmly at her. I don't know what it was, but ever since rescuing Alara, I felt calmer. There was still a lot of stuff to do. Hell, it felt like the growing conflict was getting bigger by the day. For one, I had not expected there to be some kind of drone factory on the moon. That would take a serious investigation, which I frankly didn't have the time for. I shook my head to focus. I needed to get some forces over to Puppet. If they placed my subcore and it worked as intended, then that would be the easiest method. But I'd already lost one subcore due to unplanned complications. I wanted to be a bit more careful for the time being, especially if a being was in the area that was capable of killing cores. I mentally listed what I had at my command. With the satellite over their position, it would be easy enough to teleport something to it. However, it would have to be able to survive re-entry. Of all my current creations, I had nothing that met that criteria. I didn't have any complete airships that weren't already slated for missions. Glancing at Alara, I remembered Starfall. Snapping my fingers, an idea came to me. On Earth, there was a game that had an empire that was famous for its drop pods. They would be simple to make, and since I would be dropping automata, I didn't have to worry about life support. I moved over to my workshop, one of several dozen I had scattered throughout my dungeons. I never knew where or what I would want to work on from day to day. Plus, the view was excellent. Alara rushed over and stared outside the station, seemingly fascinated by the view of space. Forming a sort of holograph image in front of me, I started working on the design for the pods. The ones in the game usually held 10 soldiers. They would need more than that down on the battlefield I saw from the satellite images. Judging from the state of the undead, the tier was under 3. However, if necromancers were involved, that might change. The parts took shape in my hands at my thoughts, with the pod quickly following suit. Using this method, I was able to calculate the mana cost as I worked, turning it almost into a game. After an hour, the final version took form in front of me. It was 15 meters tall and 5 meters in diameter. The inside could change based on what I intended to transport. The pod was a marvel of magic and technology, in my opinion. Once teleported, thrusters would ignite, sending the pod into the atmosphere. I thought it was a good idea to plan ahead, so it was heavily armored in the event I ever used them in a well-defended location. It would reach close to 15,000 kilometers per second, cutting through the atmosphere in a blink. The bottom of the craft absorbed all the heat generated by the friction. That way, once it neared the surface of the planet, all the saved energy would be reversed and blasted out, slowing the vehicle to a stop. Mortals below high Tier 2 couldn't even dream of using this thing. The G-forces alone would kill them.
"Cage?"
Alara asked, causing me to blink. When I was creating something, I tended to go into a sort of trance. She was lying on her stomach watching me work, her legs kicking in the air behind her. No, this allows me to send forces down the throat of my enemy, or in this case, to help my children quickly, I explained. With a gesture, the floating holograph pieces spun, then came together, forming the finished product. Various materials formed from my storage dimension and flowed into the design. What I didn't have in storage formed from the mana as needed. When the drop pod was finished, Alara walked into it and looked around. There was enough space for almost 50 automata, a mech, and some units, or any combination of units. I knew the pods would be useful in the future.
I want to ride it,
Alara said from inside. Maybe later. They require a decent amount of mana. I can't afford to waste them right now, I said, chuckling. For now, you should head back to your dungeon. I need to work on mine.
No,
she said, dropping down to sit on the floor of the pod. It is not good for you to stay in your avatar all the time. You need to get used to your core, I said, walking up to her.
No.
I kneeled in front of her. Just for a few hours. It is for your own good.
No.
I paused as I considered what to do. This was honestly a first for me in this world. The mortals did what I said because they were, quite frankly, unable to do anything about it. My children did as I said, as they were compelled to by the dungeon and usually knew why they were doing it. Everyone else usually died when they went against me. Come on, Lena will be missing you, I said, trying another approach.
No.
My eye twitched. Without thinking about it, I leaned forward and kissed her. I knew I shocked her, and she froze for a few seconds before she returned the gesture. I found you didn't live to be over 100 without learning a thing or two. She knew how to kiss. On another note, a small part of me found it interesting that I could enjoy the sensation of kissing given my current structure.
Hard, but gentle,
she said, before she proceeded to faint, then fade into dust. That was fascinating, I said to myself while rubbing a finger over my lips. I wasn't sure how long I stood there pondering various things, but I eventually shook myself out of it. Puppet and the gang would need these reinforcements as soon as possible. I had to wait until Anubis returned, as I planned to have him lead the forces I sent. His unique talent would be invaluable either way. Mentally checking the link with Luella, I found they were on their way back from their trip. It would still be a few hours, which gave me time to work on my dungeon. I hated putting it off for the few days that I did, but having to balance so many mana requirements made it difficult to work on the floors themselves. With the first 10 floors being the crater outside, and the next 10 being the fields I created for the farms, there was a good amount of distance a person would need to traverse to get to the next section. However, they were all mostly non-combative. Even if the crater was technically set to force the incomers to fight, it was geared toward Tier 1 levels. I needed a section to deal with Tier 2 levels. On the 20th floor sat Goblin City, roughly between 8 and 9 kilometers below the surface. The city sat in a cavern that was 2 kilometers in diameter and had a height of 2 kilometers. The goblin population had grown over the months. They had a ridiculous reproduction rate, even as the enlightened version. I'd also created a few more generations since then. The goblins were quickly becoming quite useful and didn't want to risk another attacker reaching them so soon. I wrapped everything from the city down inside my aura and shifted it down. Once it had descended enough for me to add 30 floors, I stopped. Then started expanding my aura again. I hadn't done so in a while with all the new cores. At my tier, I could have 105 floors, and I wanted them all now. Moving back to the 21st floor, I tried to think about what to create. I considered recreating my winter forest floors, only having it take a whole 10 floors all combined into a single one. The dungeon magic would make it almost 500 kilometers worth of space. I mentally nodded. I didn't need to fix it if it wasn't broken. Working quickly, I started to recreate the forest, though it was heavily modified. The closer to the center you got, the colder it became. At the center, there weren't even living trees anymore, but instead frozen pillars of what might have been trees. At the center, I added a ruin-like structure that was 2 stone pillars with what looked like a pane of glass between them. I connected that to the lightning forest that was originally the 16th floor. Next were the traps. The original winter forest floors had quite a few traps tied to the key swords that had to be turned to get to the next floor. This time I created hundreds of sites all around the floor that contained stones an adventurer would have to get to be able to go deeper in the floor. If they went to the next layer without one of these stones, your party would attract all the monsters in the area. The stone would also allow those that didn't have access to an ice mage or magic to withstand the cold of that layer. I recreated my gluttony trap. It had been a great success before, no reason to get rid of it. From there, I added a few more traps here and there. Mines, pitfalls, exploding trees, freeze traps, and a long list of other types were hidden all throughout the floor. The theme was lethal if alone. Once I was done with the traps, I went on to the inhabitants of the floor. Many of the wolves from the previous version managed to survive Morka slicing through the floors. I went ahead and placed the dens around the outer layer of the floor. Next, I created some golem automata that used ice mana. They were slow, but would be hard as shit to kill completely. I couldn't completely populate the floor, given my mana levels, but there were a few dozen. I checked my mana levels and called it a day. A large amount would still be needed to teleport reinforcements and Anubis over to Puppet. I took another look at my new floor and nodded, pleased with how it came out. Once I added the mithril alloy plate to the dividing layer, then it would be structurally complete. I'd like to see something slam head first into that while they tried to get through my dungeon. Let the gears of the world turn, I mumbled as I looked over the city and valley. Chapter 19. Puppet. We made it through another night. Z2 had reached Father, and he promised to send us aid. The walls of the city had stayed clear for another night, but the undead had gotten closer by the hour. If the sun hadn't risen, I honestly feared the worst. Not that we would have stayed to fight a losing battle. I knew our party could easily make it to safety, using several different paths. The priests and priestesses rushed to heal the worst wounds. There was only so much mana to go around, and people were dying left and right. It was sad to see a soldier survive the battle just to die from his wounds afterward, but such was the fate of many here. I thanked the guard captain, then made my way back to the house. The mood of the city was even worse than the actual damage it suffered. People were lying on the sides of streets with dead-looking eyes. The fight was slowly leaving the inhabitants of this trapped city. Food was running low, as were many other greatly needed items. I reached the house shortly, wanting to get off the streets before I did something stupid. The last thing I needed was the people of the city flocking to me after I created a few bowls of food out of pity. I found the others already back and performing maintenance on their gear. Maybe I was spending too much time with the mortals. "Puppet, finally, we've been waiting for you," Z2 said, getting up from her seat. "Sorry, Z2. There were a lot of things to take care of after the battle was over. Any more news from Father?" "He said he's sending reinforcements tonight." "How does he plan to get them here? Even with teleportation, he needs a marker. I can't get him one from here," I said, taking a seat at the table. "I don't know. But hey, it's Father we're talking about. I'm sure it will be out of this world," Z2 said with a grin. "Fair point. All right, let's all rest and recover our mana for the coming night. Even with Father's reinforcements, I don't want to take any chances." She had a point. It was Father we were talking about. I couldn't even picture how he might get his forces here. The rest of the day passed quickly. With the continuous battles, I'd risen to just under Tier 3. I was nearing the bottleneck, and I knew mine was going to be different from a normal mortal bottleneck. I wasn't sure how yet, since I hadn't reached it. It was something I was dreading the closer I got to it. Later that evening, we met up in the dining room to discuss the night's plans. Everyone appeared ready for the fighting to start, which I took as a good sign. Father put me in charge of the party, but I never really knew if I was a good choice. I felt that as long as I kept them all alive, then I'd have succeeded. All right, pretty straightforward. Same assignments as last night. Natsuko and Natsuo are sniping from the East Tower. Focus on the high-tiered undead. Azra, Sorry, but it's on you to watch the prince tonight. I tried, but no one else had the people to spare. That wasn't exactly true. All the other parties with women had flat out refused, while the men didn't want anything to do with the pretty boy. It was a headache only caused by the prince's upbringing. Maybe it was a good thing that Lekazar had bitten the dust before he became king. "Damn it, puppet." "Fine," Azra said, slamming her fist on the table. I'd reinforced it the other night when she'd managed to place her fist through the wood. It still appeared to struggle from the impact. "Z2, I want you to take Leon with you this time. I know we've been having him guard the house, but it is getting to the point where we need all hands on deck. Do you think he's ready?" I asked. Leon listened to Z2 most of the time. Given how he was created, a spell construct gone horribly wrong, I took that as a win. Unfortunately, it made it hard for us to take him out into public without close supervision. She looked over to Leon, who was standing next to her. They'd had a sort of bond since the day they merged briefly during the fight over a month ago. Leon might look like a well-built man with dark skin that you might find in any mortal town, but he usually followed Z2 around like a puppy, a very powerful puppy that could match all of us in this room if he put his mind to it. "Well, Leon, will you behave?" she asked him.
"I want to explore, so yes, I will behave,"
he replied. He had a childlike attitude that made it hard to get mad at him when things didn't quite go as they should. "Good." I nodded to the two of them. They looked at each other in turn. "You know where to find me if you need me," I said. "Hopefully, Father's reinforcements arrive during the beginning of the battle, but we should assume that they might not arrive at all. Please take that with you." "We've got it." We left the house, breaking off to our separate assignments once we reached the wall. I greeted the guard captain when I saw him. I wondered if the man ever slept, since I nearly always saw him on the wall. It could be that he slept out here, but it wasn't exactly warm. Snow was falling every now and then, almost as if winter were mocking us.
"Do you think we'll make it through the night?"
the captain asked once I stood next to him. "Of course we will. Why, I feel we have them on the ropes," I said, trying to lighten the mood. I had gotten a lot better than the straight-laced person I was in Father's dungeon, but I wasn't very good with emotions still. He gave a small laugh.
"I certainly hope so. My wife and daughter are terrified to even step out of the house right now. Not that I blame them. I haven't slept in days, focusing solely on recovering my mana."
"I have a good feeling about tonight. I feel there will be a turning point in this senseless battle." The captain grabbed my shoulder in a tight grip.
"Well said."
"Captain, why did the city not send a request for aid via the sea?"
"Huh? Oh, you were just arriving, so you wouldn't know. Since the wave hit, the ocean hasn't been the same. Beasts no one's ever seen before have been spotted off the coast. We did try to send a few ships. They all sleep under the waves now," he explained.
"I understand. That is quite unfortunate."
"As you know, we can only assume the situation is the same for the other cities. If these attacks are being led by a controlling party, then it shouldn't be long before they come forward to demand something for the sake of the city. And given the state of the capital, I'm willing to bet my salary for the next 10 years it will be the prince."
"That is a good point. Anyone wanting to take over Lekazar would have to do away with the royal line," I said, nodding at his theory.
"Exactly. Looks like it's starting,"
said the captain, stepping to the wall. Like every night before, the haunting symphony from the woods started as the undead began to pour out. There were even more than usual, surprising given that the sun hadn't completely set. In fact, smoke was rising off some of them as the final rays hit parts of their bodies. "Something is off," I said, sensing a tension in the air. I tapped my goggles, and they zoomed toward the center of the emerging horde. A group of 10 people, obviously not undead, stood there. One was a man who appeared to be wearing a full suit of armor and was surrounded by 8 robed individuals. The last person really struck me, though, as she looked vaguely familiar.
However, I couldn't recall ever seeing anyone with horns like hers. The moment of déjà vu passed when she raised her hand, and a spell I'd seen used a few times thanks to a certain prince formed in front of her. "Everyone, off the wall!" I shouted, magnifying my voice with mana as I grabbed the captain and jumped with my full strength toward the nearest building.
"Sir Puppet, what's the matter?"
he asked, bewildered. I didn't have time to reply. There was a flash of black as the last ray of sunlight appeared to be sucked into something. The next moment, there was a loud bang as the spell collided with the walls. Ancient runes and spells crackled to life for a split second before they died. An explosion ripped a 100-meter section of the wall to pieces. Then it was pulled into a crumpled knot at the center. "Someone from the royal fucking family joined the necromancers," I shouted as I pulled him into another building. I turned to make sure another spell wasn't incoming. Thankfully, just like it did with Charles, it took a lot out of the girl as well.
"What? Great. That means they'll just kill us all to get to Charles,"
the captain shouted angrily as he got to his feet and took in the situation. At least 100 people failed to respond in time to my warning, and their bodies were currently part of the ball of stone that was the former section of the wall. Blood seeped out between the few cracks that showed in the jumble of debris. The rest of the roughly 500 soldiers and adventurers were stunned, dazed, or in the midst of a mental breakdown from the sudden loss of their main defense from the undead.
"Form up! I want a wall made of people in under a minute or we'll be overrun,"
the captain shouted. His steady voice seemed to pull most of the people out of their personal hells, and they started rushing forward to bridge the gap. "I'll join them. I'm at my best with front-line fighting. I guarantee that at least 5 meters of the line won't let even a rat through," I said, drawing my katanas.
"Please, I'll organize a response as soon as possible. Just hold out for at least 30 minutes.
"You don't pull your punches. I'll hold it," I said with a grin before jumping down. 30 minutes? I would hold it for an hour. I went to the direct center of the line. I wanted to be at the center since I knew I was more durable than the rest of the soldiers. Plus, if the worst came to be, I had a few tricks still up my sleeves. The rest of the soldiers in the line had screwed up their faces as they worked hard to summon their courage. Most had families in the city behind them. If they fell, not only would they die, but their loved ones would too. When the sounds of the horde drew everyone's attention, I tapped my foot on the ground, using Terra Mana to plant several dozen mines along the line. I saw a few people frown as they sensed the mana, but given that it wasn't unholy, they ignored it. Spells from the other parts of the wall rained down on the incoming horde, peeling hundreds off by the second. It wasn't something that they could keep up for the night. Our best bet was to use the bodies of the undead we defeated as a makeshift wall. It would burn away in the morning light, but at least during the night we would have a small manner of protection. A few Terra mages tried to create a wall of stone, but the surge of unholy mana was causing the wall to crumble to soil. The only reason the city walls held as long as they did was the ancient magic reinforcing them. Finally, the undead were only 100 meters away. I could see their rotted flesh without zooming in. Zombies, skeletons, ruined knights, ghouls, and all manner of undead formed the horde. The nasty ones were the zombies, still able to use a portion of their old mana. A normal zombie was bad enough. A flaming or rock-hard one was just over the top. "Brace!" I shouted as the horde crossed the 40-meter mark. A second later, at the 35-meter mark, the mines I set detonated. The explosion vaporized everything directly above it and pulverized the ground, creating a moat. I hadn't intended for that to happen, but it was a happy bonus. The moat didn't last long. The forerunners of the horde crashed down it until the 5-meter hole was filled, and the undead from behind them literally stepped on them to get to the living.
"For glory! For Susan! For Frederick!"
All along the line, people shouted battle cries as they met the undead with steel.
There was an almost physical boom as the horde collided with the defenders. "For life!" I shouted, then vanished as I moved fast enough to fool a mortal's eye. A second later, 20 zombies fell forward, having lost their heads. I flicked my blades, cleaning the rotted blood from them. It was going to be a long night. 2 hours and over 1,000 casualties later, we were still holding the line. The death rate had slowed down only because there was a literal wall of undead corpses in front of the defenders. We would be worse off soon, as Kyla, the malicious royal, launched another gravity spell at the wall. Luckily, Charles countered her spell with his own. Now a spot in the field was acting strangely. Undead would run into the area only to start floating away or be crushed to a paste. Eventually, they learned to start going around, though a line of crushed bodies showed the limits of the spell. "Sir Puppet!" someone from behind the line called. I finished off the 6 undead with quick strikes from my blades and let a group of soldiers take my place. Once behind the defender's line, I ran up to the captain, who had a contingent of soldiers behind him. "Captain, it is a welcoming sight to see you," I said, gripping his hand in greeting. "I've pulled who I could from the other sections, but I fear we might be lacking in numbers," the captain said with a grimace. Many are awaiting their deaths with their families. I could not persuade them to fight what they thought was a losing battle. We'll just have to do what we can. Tomorrow we'll have to pull from the citizens," I started to say when I saw several bright dots in the sky. "What are those?" I mumbled. "Shooting stars?" the captain ventured. "Whatever they are, they're falling straight toward us," I said. In a matter of seconds, the tiny dots grew in size. Fireballs, the size of houses, streaked across the sky. Even the undead came to a stop as they watched the event. Flames bathed the battleground as the objects slowed to a stop in a near instant. The ground melted into glass from the heat they were emitting. Then they slammed into the horde, crushing dozens at a time. Earth and debris went flying. As the smoke cleared, I grinned. Father's reinforcements had arrived. Chapter 20. Regan. Luella returned from her trip of making the markers shortly after sundown. It was cutting it close, but since I was shortening a good part of the trip to aid Puppet out by teleporting, it was fine, especially when she handed me the markers she'd made. They would be very useful in the future if I ever had to use them. The satellite images showed the fighting had already begun around the city of Tear Falls. It appeared to be quite intense. A section of the wall was missing, and the mortals were doing their best to hold the line. I knew I needed to hurry. I'd created 100 of the pods, and they were standing by. Once Anubis was on board, I wasted no time teleporting them to the drop spot in the atmosphere over the city. I moved to the command center on the station to watch the proceedings through the hundreds of cameras equipped on and inside the pods. We would be able to get a feed once they landed amid the actual situation down there. "Anubis, you ready?" I asked through the comms.
"Yes, Father. Release me on the enemy so that I may have glorious battle."
"Just don't kill any of the mortals down there," I said, chuckling.
"Crush them,"
Alara said from next to me. I took her hand. She really didn't like necromancers and undead.
"Don't worry, Lady Alara. They will feel my blade,"
Anubis said, and I could almost picture him bowing. I smiled when she nodded, even though he couldn't see her. The screen changed to the image of 100 pods floating above the atmosphere. With a few final course corrections, the pods were aligned with the target. "Launch!" Jets of flame blasted from the backs of the pods, propelling them toward the planet's surface. They would resemble shooting stars to anyone watching. In less than a minute, they were within a kilometer of the target. I was pleased that the pods exceeded my expectations. "Feed data coming in." Dozens of video streams appeared on the screens, giving us a good look at the battlefield. I counted over 30,000 undead on the field in front of the city, as well as another 20+ thousand in the forest. It was a good thing every unit I sent was geared for fighting the undead. "Begin as soon as the pods land, leaving nothing standing," I ordered. "As you command," the 1,500 soldiers I was sending echoed through the comms. Then, right before the pods collided with the ground, "Hail, the Machine Father," could be heard. Everything came to a standstill once the pods hit the ground. The mortals in the city, the undead, even the air seemed to take a breath. The door of every single pod dropped open with steam flooding out from the interior, only adding to the tension in the air. The undead were likely confused since the scent of the living wasn't coming from the pods. The moment broke as a hail of gunfire exited every pod at almost the same time, obliterating everything near them. That got the attention of the undead as everything turned and started rushing toward them. Anubis and his troops stepped from their pod and leisurely took in the surroundings.
"Hail, the Machine Father!"
He and his group shouted again before they drew their scythes and charged the undead. I would have to find out who decided to start that. Not that I minded. In fact, I thought it had a nice ring to it. I turned back to the battle. After Anubis's corps entered the fray, the regular soldiers exited the pods. They were all N Tier 2 and well worth at least 30 mortal soldiers. Equipped with machine guns, they were cutting the undead down like crops. Finally, the heavy units exited. From 1 out of every 10 pods, a mech armed with laser weaponry emerged. They were literally slicing the battlefield apart. They would have to recharge during the day, but it only took 5 hours, and they were able to operate for 12 without issue. Anubis and his units cut through the undead without a concern. They flew on black wings made from shadow and were killing everything near the walls. The undead appeared to wither from their passing. The people on the walls cheered or started to pray after they passed. Part of the forest was on fire from the mech's beams of energy. Undead were trying to get near the units to do any type of damage, but were pulverized by bullets before they could cross the 10-meter mark. All in all, the battle was overwhelmingly in our favor. The necromancers had apparently fled, as the sensors couldn't detect them within a 10-kilometer radius of the pods. "Have a scout head for the city. I want to establish a line of communication with the command there," I ordered. We needed to let them know we came in peace, but were not free. "Yes, sir." The order was quickly executed, and a light armor unit that carried a sniper rifle activated a jetpack and flew toward the city. He landed right in front of the defense line. "Where is the leader of this defense? Our leader wants to speak to you." It only took a moment before a familiar face appeared from behind the crowd. Puppet rushed forward with another man. They were both covered in blood and wounds. Puppet's injuries looked like a mortal's would due to the illusion ring I'd given each of them when they left the dungeon. Everyone in the line had suffered at least one injury here and there. "Presenting Guard Captain Derek, current commander of the city of Tearfall's Wall Defense," Puppet said without a hitch.
"Thank you, Puppet. I am Derek. To whom do we owe our thanks?"
Captain Derek said with a bow. The scout placed a device on the ground. A hologram of my image appeared. "I am Regan, the Machine Father." I paused for a second. I needed a reason for being out here. If I learned anything from Earth, it was that people were more willing to trust you if you had some sort of motive. "With the Lekazar Empire in ruins, Queen Luella of Videtta is claiming this area as part of her new kingdom in return for me sending aid. If you have issue with this, I shall pull back my forces." The captain looked into the distance where the undead were being slaughtered without pause. He seemed to come to a conclusion and gave the Lekazar salute.
"Lord Regan, I am gratefully thankful for your timely arrival. While I do not have the power to answer such a claim, may I request your aid for the duration of the night? I will be able to gather the people where this claim can be answered."
Well, this captain sure knows how to work the situation, I thought. I almost wanted to recruit him. Maybe Luella would be able to use him in the future. I smiled and leaned back in my throne. That will be quite appropriate. You have my guarantee that for the remainder of the night you will be safe. Thank you, Lord Regan. Captain Derrick bowed deeply, as did everyone in the defense line. I killed the feed and ordered the scout to give it to Puppet. The scout picked up the device and handed it to Puppet. The machine father wants you to hold on to this. We will be in touch at noon. I understand. I will protect it with my life, Puppet said with a salute. The scout nodded, then flew back to the battlefield. He leveled his rifle and blasted into the horde, easily shooting several undead in the head in a span of a few seconds. Monitor the battle. Let me know if anything changes, I said as I stood from my throne. It was still late at night, but Luella was sitting in her room going over some documents. With a snap, I appeared in the room. She barely even glanced up at me. I felt a bit disappointed. She must have seen something in my expression. You cause a small distortion in the air when you're about to form your avatar, and the same happens when you teleport. I've started keeping a sense of the air since the Quinn incident. Took some practice, but I'm getting better at it, she said, putting down the parchment she was reading. Pity. I enjoyed scaring you by popping in unannounced, I said as I dropped into the seat across her desk. What can I do for you? She asked, sitting up straight. I stood again and moved over to the office's bay windows. I appreciate it, but I'm here to tell you that you might soon own a city to the east, I said, forming a glass of wine in my hand. I felt it completed the effect I was going for. Luella matched me perfectly as she grabbed a glass off her desk. Checking with my senses, I found it was whiskey. The ice clinked as she swirled it slowly. Please explain. Is someone fighting a war while using my name? Close, but no cigar, I said with a grin. My children are rendering aid to the trapped city of Tear Falls. While I could use my own name along with what I aim to be, I do not want to add religious pressure on the people there until the fighting is over. So I used your name to soften the blow. Right now, my forces are repelling the wicked necromancers and undead horde. I'll make sure the temple is really big. Thank you. I know you only keep me around because you don't want to deal with another noble, and frankly, I don't think you even need me for that much longer, Luella said, then took a sip of her drink. While this is true, I actually find that I like you. It's interesting to see how you react to the changes happening around you. Frankly, I'm impressed with how far you've come. Yeah, she said with a snort. No small amount of thanks to you. Look at it this way. At least you're alive, I said with a smirk. Very true. I will let Izal and her people know about this. They might be able to use this fact to their advantage while dealing with the towns and cities that refuse to evacuate in Lekazar. Good. I shall talk to you later. Just as I was about to dismiss my avatar, the ground shook for a moment. Though it was only a few seconds, I marked it as odd, but I wasn't sure why I felt that way. I expected aftershocks from the wave, but something felt different. Another one. How long will these aftershocks last? Luella asked as she cleaned up her spilled inkwell. How often are you experiencing them? I asked her. It wasn't at a level that I would notice unless I was paying attention. I did notice that I got a momentary spike in Terra Mana during it, but it was likewise at a level that I only noticed because I was paying attention at the moment it happened. Let's see. Yesterday, she rummaged around on her desk for a second, then pulled a sheet of parchment out of a stack. There were 10, each roughly an hour or so apart. Interesting. I may need to look into these aftershocks a bit more. Until next time, I said, moving back to the station. Only a few minutes had passed, and the battle was mostly over for now. Smoldering and bullet-hole-ridden corpses made piles across the battlefield. Our sensors still picked up a few thousand moving back through the forest, but they were fleeing for the night. Status? 2 units down, 14 damaged. A perimeter has been erected. Barrier generators should be up in 2 hours. Good work. With the battle taken care of and having to wait for the mortals to get all their leaders together in one place and actually talking, I decided to change gears. I would be lucky to get an answer before sunset tomorrow if the mortals acted like they always did. I mentally pulled all the data my mind stored from the dungeon and fed it into the system. With that, I was able to track the source of the aftershocks. They were dulled, but it was far to the west, past where Jade Wind used to sit, coming from the maelstrom. Do we have any satellites near the maelstrom yet? Negative, sir. The first satellite reaching that section is scheduled for 5 weeks from now. With the size of the continent, it's a slow process to cover it entirely. I calculated quickly before I said, "Once Lekazar is finished, start working in that direction. I'm going to pull 3 from the queue and modify them." Understood, sir. They got to work carrying out my orders as I moved down to assembly. One satellite was just coming off the assembly line and was moved by the crane to rest in a workstation. The satellites were designed to work like a web. The station connected to the nearest ones and then expanded outward. That was a safety precaution I'd taken so I didn't lose control of them to an entity like Duilin. They were quite powerful after all. I pulled the access panel off, then connected to the jack. The magic script that was essentially a programming language at this point ran through my head. With Celestials being a bigger issue than I liked, I modified the core of the satellite to explode if anything tried to integrate with it. I couldn't take any chances. Next, I worked on its power generation and added a miniaturized phylum reactor. I didn't have to worry about anti-gravity with it in space. It still added 3 square meters to the craft. With that done, I upgraded its plating to allow for more armor. I already knew there was something else near this planet that was spaceworthy. Finally, I added some script that would eject any berserk mana spikes via bursts of plasma. It would make it flashy for anything that could see that far, but at most it would be like the satellites around Earth with their flashing lights, only 1,000 times brighter. "Worker, move this to launch. It's already programmed to where it needs to go," I said. The automaton nodded and moved to access the crane. I left it to its work and saw that the sun was rising over the valley when I checked. A night well spent when I could work.
Chapter 21. Luella.
Your Highness, we've lost everything. Surely a person of such grace would have mercy on one such as myself,
A noble from Lekazar said, while on his hands and knees in the assembly throne room. Baron, I said, glancing at my aide next to me. I'd met so many nobles it was hard to keep track of their names. I could if I tried, but I felt it was wasted mental energy.
Baron Koos, my lady.
Baron Koos, tell me, did you own any slaves in Lekazar?
Slaves, Your Highness?
Baron Koos asked with a confused look on his face. Yes, slaves, I repeated.
Well, yes. Everyone owned slaves.
Where are these slaves? I asked, tapping the arm of the throne. Baron Koos's eyes widened and sweat started to form on his brow.
I'm afraid they were killed by the Horde, Your Highness.
I lifted the glass tablet up to read off what was written on it. Baron Koos, owner of 123,553 acres of land, with a slave population of 1,402 men, women, and children. Now tell me, none of them managed to make it out, I asked, lowering the tablet.
They're just slaves, Your Highness,
Baron Koos said. Not in my queendom. Take him away, I said, and 2 guards moved forward, clamping mana-dampened cuffs on him.
This is an outrage. I demand to see the princess. She will support my claim,
Baron Koos said, as he struggled against the guards. They barely seemed to notice his vain attempts as they dragged him away. While the Baron was certainly weak, my soldiers had just endured quite the training regimen thanks to Bruce. That only leaves 1 more for the day, my lady, my aide said. She was using a glass tablet as well to check the documents that we had on the various nobles and people who had entered the valley. Regan's truth device was a lifesaver when it came to getting accurate numbers out of people. "Who is it? I don't think I can stand smelling another pig today. That woman from before was a nightmare. Who uses slaves for that kind of sick?" I stopped as I started getting angry. That had been my only execution so far during this process. I knew nobles had secrets, most dark enough to curl toes, but hers was just too much for me. She wasn't even a necromancer, for fate's sake. "I agree, my lady," the aide said with a sad frown. "According to this, the next one shouldn't be too bad." On a scale of only drowned a few puppies to slaughtered whole villages in their spare time, I asked with a dark chuckle. "They seem to have a decent record. They were even nominated to be a saint by the church," the aide said. "Last I checked, the Church of Laloon used just as many, if not more, slaves than the nobles," I said, then called to the guards. "Just send them in for now." Personally, I was just glad this was the last one for the day. One of them went out and came back a few moments later with a tall woman following him. She was dressed all in white, and a light seemed to radiate from her. I was almost impressed that she was perfectly clean, considering the strife everyone else was suffering. If I'd seen her on the street a year ago, even I might have stopped to offer a prayer to the goddess. However, I now knew well that the light hid plenty of darkness. In short, she was beautiful. She came to a stop in front of my throne and offered a curtsy. "May the light guide you to greater fortune," she said as she bowed her head. "I find it hard to believe that you would offer that to me, considering what I'm currently doing," I said, tilting my head and resting my chin on my hand. "Mere mortals can't pretend to know the goddess's will. To do so would be blasphemous." "Something tells me you haven't had a real talk with your goddess," I said with a snicker. I noticed her mask of a face finally crack as her smile slipped a little. "Non-believers will always fear the light, but that is something the goddess teaches us to forgive," she said with renewed composure. I snorted, but let it go. "What do you seek me for?" I asked. That earned an eye twitch, but she took a deep breath before she said anything. "I would like to head the Laloon Church in town." "That?" I started to say, when there was another quake. It passed quickly, but it felt even stronger than the last one. I refocused and turned back to the woman. "Countess Constance, I have no issue with you staying at the church. I do not control my populace like the cities under the church's influence. Please, feel free to take up living there. If they welcome you, all the more power to you. You will, however, follow all the laws of my lands." "As you say, Your Highness," Countess Constance said with another curtsy. "Then until next time," I said with an air of dismissal. She bowed and turned to leave. When she was about to exit, I called out to her. "Feel free to visit the library. I think you'll learn a thing or two about the history of your church." I got a glare, but she remained quiet and left. "Are you sure that was wise?" the aide said, looking after the woman. "Of course. I want to get the Laloon elements out in the open, so we can actually deal with them. The last thing I need is to let them fester until they overwhelm the people living here. As a noble back in Lekazar, I was actually taught several interesting ways to cause a rebellion so that the local forces could put them down. I really never thought I'd be using it." "I see. Lekazar may have deserved what it got," the woman said, with obvious distaste at the thought. "Oh, very much so. Though the royal family wasn't too bad. They just allowed the nobles to get away with too much, since their power was limited." "Good thing we don't have to worry about that." "Trying to earn some points?" I asked, arching an eyebrow at her. "What do you mean?" she asked back with a straight face, while typing something into her glass tablet. "Nothing. Are there any more meetings this morning?" "We have the tour of the Dwarven complex in an hour." "Fun. I've always heard amazing things about the dwarves' home complexes. It will be interesting to see what they've done in the few months since they've started work." "I agree, ma'am." "Take a break, Myra. Meet me at the gate in 40 minutes. "Thank you, Your Highness," Myra said with a bow, before she backed out of the room, leaving me in the throne room by myself. Well, with a dozen guards as well, but for all intents and purposes, I was alone. I grabbed the tablet and looked over the options. I selected the one showing an icon for a building. It listed the status of each of the buildings that Regan created for us. The communal areas were mostly full. The original 400,000 refugees was already at 5. We were waiting for a month to pass before we allowed any refugees to apply for the higher-level rooms. Families that lived in the valley beforehand were getting first pick. A few were calling it favoritism, but I didn't care. These people had stuck with me through everything that had happened. Reports from the automata that guarded the buildings appeared continuously on the tablet. People getting in fights, theft, attempted rape, and all manner of other crimes were being stopped. They were learning that it's not a free ride, but some people just had thick skulls. One man had already been killed by one of the guards for trying to kill a rival or something equally stupid. Time passed quickly while I read the reports. Soon I headed to the gate with my guards following me. Izal met me there with a few of her soldiers. Myra was present, her elven ears twitching from excitement. We loaded into a carriage being pulled by Lucifer, my wolf. I found he seemed to enjoy it. Once everyone was gathered, including guards, our impressive force of 40 people journeyed over to the dwarven complex. People made way for us on the street, with most of the regular citizens of the town bowing as we passed. I waved to my people and made sure I was visible. My guards wore plate armor composed of mithril and steel. Their shields showed the new coat of arms I'd created to represent Videtta. A green valley with a faded gray gear in the background. There was a lightning bolt bouncing from prong to prong on the gear. 2 members on each side carried banners high in the air. It was a regal procession if I'd ever seen one. It also made me feel incredible. The procession quickly arrived at the east side of the valley. A large assembly of dwarves were gathered in neat rows, waiting on either side of their complex's entrance. Each dwarf wore armor that would be worth their weight in gold, if not more. The massive doors grew in front of us the closer we got. They had to be at least 5 meters tall. Why the dwarves needed such a large entrance, I couldn't fathom. Impressive. I should expect nothing less from Nastak, Izal said next to me. I grinned. He's a show-off. Do you think the clan will be able to accept his decision? He's their patriarch. He can make them accept it, I said, frowning. I don't think it works like that. Unless he wants the entire clan to hate him, she said. Yeah, I said, waving my hand. We would figure out a way so that our friends could be together. We pulled up to the entrance, where Nastak stood waiting for us. A guard opened the carriage for us, and we stepped down. Nastak was wearing a well-made robe that seemed ill-fitted for him. I was used to seeing him in a leather apron and soot-covered clothes. Welcome, Your Highness. He gave a bow as he took my hand. Thank you, Nastak. My anticipation for this tour has been the only thing keeping me going. He grinned. I hope we live up to your expectations. I have heard amazing things about the dwarves' homes. I know I won't be disappointed. He nodded, then looked to Izal. Glad you were able to make it, Lady Izal, given how busy the valley is becoming with the planned rescue about to commence. I was able to have someone else take over for a few hours. Helps I can play the pregnant card, Izal said, covering her grin with her hand. Well then, let's get started. Not to toot my own horn, but there's quite a bit of ground to cover, Nastak said, gesturing toward the gate. 6 dwarves rushed forward, 3 for each door, and pulled open the gate. With a resounding boom, the doors finished opening, and we stepped in. Even as we crossed the threshold, I was already impressed. A massive hall adorned with delicately carved pillars extended in front of us. You could fit thousands of people, hundreds of thousands in here, with room to spare. I'm already impressed, my friend, I said as I looked around. The pillars appeared to depict the history of their clan. I moved closer to one nearby and found the face of an old dwarf who seemed to be the centerpiece of the carvings. Master crafter friends,
Brought wealth and knowledge to the clan 500 years ago, Nastok explained as he moved up next to me. I looked down the hall and saw at least 200 pillars. Do you remember all the masters of your clan like this? I was impressed and awed by their devotion to not only their craft, but their people. Humans could learn a thing or two from them. We live such short lives that we tend not to care about our forebears. That's right. Every member of the clan that has ever reached master at their craft is engraved onto a pillar. Most dwarf clans have a hall like this. It's one of the reasons a big move like the one we did is so rare, Nastok said. I appreciate the sacrifice your clan made to head to my valley, I said. It was a decision that was made by everyone. We just hope Sir Regan reopens the mine soon. A few people down here are getting twitchy, not being able to mine for so long. I'll talk to him. I know the attack on his dungeon has him redesigning the place. It might be completely different by the time he reopens it, I said. Thank you. Now, let's continue the tour. The section to the left of the hall is all residences. While they are interesting, I don't want to step on my people's privacy by parading a group of people through their kitchens. I completely understand. Nastok nodded and led the way to the right. The heat increased with each step we took. I channeled some mana into the field I kept around my body at all times so that the heat was channeled into my mana pool. We made our way down a complicated route of stone paths that angled down. I was sure this was the guest path, but I didn't say anything. After a few minutes, another large hall met our view. Hundreds of dwarves were moving around like ants as they threw ore into the forges. Dwarves who had more width than height due to their amazing muscles hammered away at ingots as they forged wondrous items. I could see everything from a simple sword to a full-plate suit of armor being crafted. This is the Hall of Forging. The farther from the entrance the crafter, the higher their rank, Nastok explained. Indeed, the dwarves near the entrance all barely had any facial hair, and their muscles, while large, were much smaller than the dwarves at the back, whose beards almost reached the floors. It appeared the younger dwarves worked on making ingots and just straight worked with the metal. The older generation was making the actual weapons and armor. I have to say, I am always amazed by the skill of the dwarves, I said, looking over the nearest forgers. I'd seen a few dwarfsmiths in the capital when I was younger. Even though they were normally labeled outcasts by their clans, their skills were still above most of the other mortal races. Thank you for your praise. Throughout history, kings and queens from around the continent have offered all kinds of treasure to have a dwarf clan working for them, Nastok said, puffing his chest out. How much mithril did your clan manage to acquire before the dungeon was closed? I asked, after we walked to the end of the hall. Light green weapons decorated a rack that was covered in more magic than I'd felt outside of the dungeon since I left the capital. We managed to get our hands on several dozen pounds. The last clan to have that much to work with was able to rise to the top of the dwarven hierarchy. They still have a stronghold in Thonica, where they get paid outrageous sums of gold to make weapons and armor.
Oh, young master, was today the day for the girl to visit?
Asked an old dwarf as he toweled off his body, which had sheets of sweat running off it. I glanced behind him and saw a partially finished item of some kind.
Master Derham, manners,
Nastok said urgently.
Ah, manners are for people trying to hide things. I have nothing to hide,
Derham said, pounding his fist on his chest hard enough to cause a boom. I don't mind, Nastok. Let the old-timer act as he pleases, I said, crossing my arms over my chest. I knew that dwarves weren't really one for protocol. If I wanted to make a big deal out of this, I would likely just cause the quality of items entering the town from the dwarves to drop. Derham laughed loudly.
That's the spirit, lass.
He looked me over with a few glances.
That's an interesting set of armor, and an even more interesting staff. They look like they were grown rather than crafted.
That's actually quite close, I said with a smirk. Unfortunately, it's a trade secret. I wasn't sure Regan would like everyone to know how it was made. While I had technically made it, I had done it by copying him. He laughed again.
"I leave it to you, young master. The metal should have cooled enough," he said,
pounding Nastok's shoulder with his hand. He walked back to his anvil and moved the item I'd seen toward the forge. We left the hall, and from there we continued down the entrance hall. There was another massive set of doors at the end, pulled open by another set of guards. A new path, just as complex, met our view, and it took even longer to reach the end. A smaller hall extended out in front of us. Rooms branched off that looked like they had various uses. Delicate stonework decorated the walls and ceilings. Statues and suits of armor were on display.
"Here is where we house the council. There is always a council of 10, along with a patriarch. We also keep a storage of food and water here in case the mountain is invaded. We usually stockpile enough to hold up for several months at a time."
Fascinating. I have to admit I am impressed, though I knew I would be going in, I said, looking around. "I agree. The stonework of the dwarves is amazing," Izal said from next to me. While we were admiring the view, the ground started to shake. Runes carved into the walls glowed brown. I could tell the ground was still shaking, but I couldn't quite feel it as much. "Another one. It's only been a few hours since the last one," I said, looking to Izal. "I also feel they are getting stronger," she replied.
"And you would be right,"
Nastok said. I looked over to him and saw he was looking at a crystal that was embedded in the wall. It was pulsing slowly.
"This is a mana crystal. Quakes are a dwarf's worst nightmare, and we've spent many years working up hundreds of ways to deal with them. We found a way to convert the quakes happening around us to mana and absorb it with a mana crystal. That quake was about 2% stronger than the one this morning."
What could this mean, I asked, more to myself than anyone in the room. I felt something was moving, and I wanted to know what the cause was.
Chapter 22. Regan. A few minutes after I instructed the worker, the satellite was launched, but it would take another few minutes to reach its destination. During that time, I was working on some anti-demon tech. I needed a way to deal with something that was impervious to mana. I had a few ideas, but without a test subject, I wouldn't know for sure if they worked. There were several factors to take into consideration. According to Azora, the general stated that she would need to consult their geneticist about it. That meant it had something to do with their DNA, as well as the fact that the demons were further along technology-wise than this planet. It was something to keep an eye on for the future. If their bodies were out of phase with the local area, then the mana of our universe wouldn't affect them. That would have issues, though, as physical means still have effect on their bodies. However, that would explain why space magic would work on them, which was capable of sealing them away. The demons might also be like the Celestials. If that was the case, I would need to anchor their bodies. The 2 Celestials I'd had grace my dungeon helped me gather a good deal of data on that area of investigation. I was still pissed that the Shadow Celestial was able to sneak in without any issue, but I would just have to let it go. I'd taken what precautions I could, so it didn't happen a second time. That was another avenue of research that I needed to pursue. The only Celestials I'd encountered so far were these bodiless, half-reincarnated spirits. I needed to find a way to meet a physical version, preferably one that wouldn't want to kill me the moment it saw me. I doubted that this Laloon witch would be open to me running scans on her. There was also Cassin, who Alara told me about, the celestial the necromancers worshipped. If I could find a way to capture him, I could examine him to my heart's desire, given that he was evil. Morka, I found out, was never a celestial. She was a dragon born in Celestia and sent to Mergen, a process she, unfortunately, did not remember. "Sir, the satellite is in position," called an officer. I looked up from my musings to see the image feed from the satellite coming. A view of the spot Jade Wind used to inhabit came through. The maelstrom, which was the largest mana engine on the planet from what I could tell so far, was acting strange. Where the explosion ripped into the maelstrom, arcs of lightning that were registering hot enough to ignite the air cut through the storm nonstop. "Give me a mana reading of the area," I said. The view changed, coloring the mana in the area based on its density and type. I expected the air and water mana to be high, but every type was being condensed to almost physical levels. Jets of fire would form at random, or clumps of soil or rock would fall from the sky. The mana in the area will reach critical mass in 2 weeks if these readings hold true and the bleed-off doesn't increase, one of the officers said. What is Jarvis's current location? He was becoming my main researcher. He had a passion for it and sought as much knowledge as he could. He and Saga got along great, too, last I'd heard. She would give him information that the mortals provided, then he would work out more concrete data before handing it to me. Sir, he was heading farther north to run some mana tests. He is scheduled to be back tomorrow, the officer replied. Send a message and tell him to head to the breach. I want better readings from them as fast as possible. I have a bad feeling about it, I ordered the officer. From the few instances I'd had time to study the maelstrom, I could tell that it wasn't just a natural storm, but something intentionally created. Created to do what was the real question. Understood. The officer turned to start entering information into the console. Long-range communication on Mergen was a bit more difficult than on Earth. You had to work around the mana types, and even if you managed to account for all that, there was a chance that a random burst of mana could make your message incomprehensible. It was easier with the satellites, but there were still many variables that had to be dealt with. We got a reply a few minutes later. I nodded to the officer, then made my way off the command center. There wasn't much more I could do about the situation without getting a look at the source. Jarvis would allow me to teleport out there in a stable environment. I had other matters that needed attention. I'd finally built some mana due to the fighting next to Tearfalls. The undead over there were made up of quite a nice amount of mana. The pods served as a link back to me and allowed them to condense the undead into mana for me to purify and absorb. I needed dedicated units for the process, but that was a simple matter that I'd built directly into the pods. I moved down to the next section of my dungeon. With the snowy forest, I gave attention to the water cultivators. I wanted to focus on another element. I also needed to repair my mines. I'd placed ore deposits around the edge of the forest, but I wanted a more dedicated area for it. I thought for a moment and decided on a type of hellscape. Fire and metal tended to go together after all. Pushing the other floors down some more, I created a new section for my floors. Starting at the entrance, I made a winding path that extended for nearly 100 kilometers. I made black mountains of stone along with forests of pillars. In an area surrounded by lava, cracks that reached almost endlessly into the ground, and sharp spikes that could end a person's life with one wrong step, I created a deposit of mithril. Not just a small deposit, no. There were several 100 pounds that would refresh monthly. I created automata of heat-resistant metal. Using scripts and some mana stones, I was able to coat the automata with lava. There were several varieties of the creations. The most common was imp-like and would mainly harass from a distance. They were weak, relatively speaking, to close-range abilities. The next was a hellcat. It would stalk its prey until the opportune moment, then strike. If it failed, it would flee. It had the ability to cool the lava on its body so that it blended into the background. I expected this one to give the adventurers a decent amount of trouble until they learned about it. Finally, I had a swarm of drakes. They would attack anything in their sights and were powerful enough to make a Tier 3 work for it. Each swarm would have a pseudo-Tier 3 in its midst as well. People would have to plan ahead to have camouflage or some other way to avoid detection. I populated the floor, then checked the distribution of resources. If you stayed on the path, you possessed a relative amount of safety, but the best ore would be iron. The farther out from my path, the better the ore. Even if a person stayed on the path, they wouldn't get a free ride to the next floor. On the other side of the floor, I made a crumbling cave exit that was 100 meters tall and 40 meters wide. Wanting to work with what I knew, I pulled Vetter's and Anubis's patterns. I swapped the mana type with fire and let the magic go to work. In the center of the room, the magic pulled in mana at a tremendous pace. The best way to describe the form that took shape in front of me was a giant dwarf. He was buff and stocky, but tall like a giant. A giant hammer rested next to him. Flames made up his eyes, beard, and hair. He wore a set of red and green armor, which I could see was an alloy of mithril and fire elemental mana stones. The new floor boss bellowed as he became aware. He was one of the most advanced automata in the dungeon now. There was no doubt that he would gain self-awareness like the others. I would keep him in the dungeon for now until I learned more about him. Even though they were born right in front of my eyes, they all managed to have very developed personalities, even more so the more powerful they started out. The new boss looked around the rather empty cave and frowned. He swung his massive hammer and smashed it on the ground. I watched, as I didn't think he was throwing a tantrum. Sure enough, after the third swing, a massive anvil rose out of the ground. Engraved runes adorning it hummed with power. "Hello, son," I said as I formed my avatar in front of him. He was over twice my height, but I held in my laughter. I considered Nova my son, and he was 5 or 6 times my size. "Machine father," he said, nodding. "What would you like to be called?" I asked. "Hephaestus. The name calls to me," he replied. "The god of forging and fire, huh?" It was from Greek mythology. I really needed to investigate how the magic was pulling memories for my creations. Puppet had learned about ninjas just from being near my core. "That sounds good. I'll forge those that are worthy weapons that will resound throughout history," Hephaestus shouted, holding his hammer in the air. "Good plan. Just make sure they defeat you in a test of strength first," I said with a laugh. "How else will I know if they are worthy?" he said, looking at me with a confused expression. "Fair enough. Do what you want on this floor. It's your domain from this moment on. I'll call upon you if I need you," I said, letting my form fade. "As you will it, machine father," Hephaestus said. I moved through the dungeon, not really sure what to work on next. There were several things pulling my attention, but nothing that was critical. Many of them required more mana before I would be able to work on the project, such as Julie and Rakras. If I were a mortal, I would just sleep, but nothing had managed to incapacitate me since the mana EMP, and even then I was still aware. I cast my vision out, not really looking for anything in particular. Sophie caught my attention, floating high above the valley but still in the aura. She didn't seem to be doing anything in particular, just floating there. Curiosity got the better of me, and I moved next to her. "What are you doing, girl?" I asked as I made a semi-transparent form in front of her. "Stargazing," she replied simply. "I see. That is probably a good idea, considering your mana type," I said, nodding. "Why would the lights in the sky have any effect on my power to make things lighter or heavier?" she asked as she turned upside down and looked at me. "That force is called gravity. It is actually the attraction between two objects. When you make an object heavier, you're increasing the pull between the planet and the object, and vice versa. You can do some interesting things with the power of gravity," I explained. "Like what?" Moving us next to the mountain wall of the valley, I pointed to a spot on the wall, and with her watching, I made a small black hole. I kept it limited, but it affected a 20-meter range. Everything was pulled in and condensed in a matter of seconds. When I killed the spell, all that remained was a tiny ball of smooth stone that weighed several 100 pounds. Your brother and sister, or rather your family, seem to have grasped a tiny glimpse of this power. I hope you take it to a never-before-seen height," I said, patting her head. Chloe," Sophia said with a frown. I smiled. "You might be part of my family now, but I will not deny you visiting your old family, if you should feel so inclined." She remained quiet, but gave a small nod. I was glad to see that she was calming down about the betrayal. I was sure the dungeon magic was part of that, but she needed to work through the trauma herself. I would keep working with her, but I felt it was the others in my dungeon that were doing most of the work. I knew Anna was keeping her company a lot. I may do a lot of questionable things for the dungeon, but I wanted my creations to treat each other like family. I was the deterrent keeping many of them from fighting among themselves, but I wanted them to keep from fighting for the rest of their time in the dungeon.
Chapter 23. Luella. Shortly after the quake, we left the dwarven complex. They'd suffered a few injuries, so we didn't want to get in the way. I cleared my mind of the incident. Regan said he was investigating, after all. I would leave it to him until it became a problem for the valley. When I checked the reports, Izal said that any damages caused by the quakes were being repaired automatically by the dungeon. As long as there were no casualties, I would ignore the situation. I was certainly not making an excuse, because I knew there wasn't anything I could do. The rest of the day was hectic. There were hundreds of details to cover before the festival in a few days. There had been some back and forth about going ahead with the Winter Welcome Festival, but I decided that we needed to go through with the event. People needed a release from the fear of the undead and uncertainty of the future. I wanted to incorporate Regan into the festival for all the new people to become aware of the mind behind the dungeon, particularly since more than a few planned to dive the dungeon. It would be a good idea for these poor souls, brave individuals, to know what they were up against. Speaking of diving into the dungeon, Regan had pulled his automata guards from the border and declared that diving was allowed again. There had been a line half a kilometer long to enter the dungeon, if the rumors were to be believed. I, for one, was glad it was reopened, as it meant the dangerous adventurers would have an outlet for their more violent tendencies. With all the things going on for Regan, he needed all the mana he could get. While the death rate wasn't high for his dungeon, it was still there. With all these refugees in town, I was sure a few of them would rush to their deaths. That wasn't much my problem, as long as no one of considerable value was lost in the depths. I just added that to my list of worries and moved on to the next item. Soon, the dark of night was leeching the light from my office. I cracked my neck and stood from my desk. I'd taken care of all that I could that night, and I would start again in the morning. My guards were waiting for me, and I nodded to them. I wouldn't fall for the same problem a lot of nobles did. You treat the people responsible for your safety well. Walking the halls of the castle at night always calmed me. The normally bustling place took on a new light after the sun fell and the day was over. The quiet was peaceful. I took a bit of a longer route to reach my chambers to enjoy it just that much longer. When I was passing the mess hall, I saw someone I hadn't in a while. I smiled and walked in. "Rockruss, are you sure you should be here?" I asked. Alara seemed to have an issue with him the other day, and Regan was quite taken with her. That was something I would have to keep an eye on. Not that I could do much about it, but at least if she tried to get him to kill all mortals, then I might be able to talk some sense into him. He was leaning back in a comfortable chair, enjoying a few sweet-looking morsels.
"Queen Luella, a pleasure to see you this afternoon. As for your question, my master has concealed my aura from the Lady Alara for the time being. My mana has been weakening as of late, so he is going to fix that bite. Fix Julie first."
"I see. Well, it is good to see you. I have so many new faces around me every day, it is hard to keep track," I said. I gestured to the guards that I would be a minute, and they took up positions nearby, but far enough to give us privacy.
"I can imagine. Going from just a girl to queen in a few hours,"
Rockruss said with a chuckle. I couldn't see his face due to the mask Regan made him wear, but I could imagine the smirk he had right now. There are pros and cons, but I'm adapting. Much like when you first joined us here in the valley. I said with a grin. I would never forget that the one who'd kidnapped me and used me to lure Regan away from his dungeon was this man. I'd forgiven him, of course, but I didn't plan to let him live it down.
"You try being crushed through a hole barely large enough to put your hand in,"
he retorted, then took a bite of a piece of cake. I would never understand how he could like food so much, especially sweets. I plan on keeping that experience pretty low on my list of things to do, I said. A maid brought me a cup of tea and a few snacks. I thanked her, and we sat in silence for a few minutes while we enjoyed our individual treats. I'm surprised Regan hasn't just thrown Julie from the side of his very tall building.
"I think she fascinates him. He seems to enjoy collecting oddities, or creating them himself. Who creates a dragon? And his dungeon's not that deep, or at least it wasn't then,"
Rockra said, leaning to put his chin in his hand.
"My master is one scary individual. The few bonds that hold beings back that are left on him might not last much longer."
I thought he already planned to be a god anyway, I asked with some confusion.
"You forget, due to Laloon, but a god is very different from a celestial. I never thought about it before, but after learning a lot of things from being with Master, a few pieces from my necromancer days have fallen into place."
Wait, I thought Celestials were basically gods, I asked, surprised. I knew from Azora and her people that Laloon was a traitor to the other gods, but it was deeper than I thought. I would need to get more information on this.
"Nope. Turns out they are basically the midway point,"
Rockra said, tapping his mask in thought. Interesting. I noticed the clock. It was much later than I would have liked it to be. If you plan to be in the castle, feel free to join my guard. At least it will give you something to do away from the dungeon. He held his cup up.
"I might take you up on that,"
he said, then took a sip. Morning came quicker than I would have liked. First thing on my rather long list of things to do today was talk to Regan about being part of the festival. Good thing I knew he didn't sleep. I tapped my bracelet, planning on just talking to him telepathically, but when I blinked, I found myself in a completely different place. I was overlooking his steel spire town from the platform on the side of the tower. "Damn it, Regan! You know how I hate it when you do this to me," I said, looking around for him. A disembodied chuckle resounded around me as he formed his body. I still found it strange to watch. I was in for another surprise. When his body finished forming, it looked almost like a mortal man standing in front of me, and not his usual metal body. He had black hair and looked to be a bit older, probably in his later 40s or early 50s. He was still rather handsome for his age, with only a few hints showing. It was more how he held himself that really said his age. He was a bit thin for my taste.
"What can I do for you this morning?"
he asked, bringing me back to my senses. "Regan, are you feeling all right?" I asked, unable to hold back. He tilted his head in confusion.
"I feel perfectly fine. Why?"
I gestured at him. "Look at yourself." He narrowed his eyes, but formed a mirror from mana. I noticed him pause when he saw himself. Then he rubbed a hand down his cheek.
"Interesting. Again, this spell throws me another curveball."
He tapped a part of his neck, and a seam opened with a hiss of air. He reached up and picked his head up off his shoulders.
"Just making sure."
He laughed, then put his head back on. So, very much not mortal after all. "Is that what you used to look like?" I asked.
"A bit younger. Full head of black hair, had a bit of white when I left my old world,"
Regan said with a shrug.
"Now, to business."
"Right. I want you to take part in the festival in 2 days. Mainly a display of magic, so people can see how powerful you are."
"Doesn't sound too hard. I need to get Alara used to mortals. Mind if I bring her along?"
I really didn't want a traumatized dungeon core wandering around during something like this, but Regan would keep an eye on her. I suppose, as long as you watch her, it should be safe enough, I said slowly.
Don't worry. I doubt many people could harm her, Regan said, waving me off.
It's not her I'm worried about, I retorted.
Fair enough. All right. I'll keep an eye on her. I'll treat it like a date.
I think I liked the cruel you more, I said without thinking.
A bit of a masochist, are we? He asked with a smirk.
Very much not. I hated pain. I'm just worried you're losing yourself. His eyes narrowed at me, eyes that were still extremely crimson and seemed to bore holes into my soul.
You don't have to worry about me. I was held captive for long enough in one life. Nothing will do that to me again. Not even love.
Got it, I said, holding my hands up in peace. Don't mention his love life, I thought, making a mental note.
Leave a note on your side table about when you would like me to make my appearance, and I'll be there, he said,
then waved his hand. I found myself sitting back at my desk. The only thought I had was, when did Regan get good enough at teleporting that I don't even feel nauseous anymore?
Chapter 24. Regan. I sent Luella back, then stared at the image reflected in the mirror. I was surprised to see my old face again. I knew that my avatar spell could have created a mortal body based on any image I had in mind, but I'd never actually attempted to use it for bringing my old body back. I was quite content with the bodies made of machine and metal. Alara suddenly appeared above me and fell. I reached out instinctively and caught her. "Morning," she said, the most cheerful I'd ever heard her. "Morning. I see you're in a good mood." She still showed an almost expressionless mask, but I could sense that she was happier for some reason. "Claimed another floor in my dungeon," she said with a little laugh. "Good. You're managing to cleanse the unholy mana much faster than we thought," I said. It was a project that would take months. "Yes, son, big help. When he return?" she asked, glancing around. In a bit. He's helping clear some taint in another place right now. He'll be back soon, though." I actually wasn't sure how long Anubis would be. I didn't have the mana to launch any large-scale assaults or hunt down the necromancers still free in the world. I was firmly stuck in the defensive court for the moment. "I see. What are you doing right now?" "Nothing. I have to let my mana build up for my many projects I'm working on," I said as I adjusted my hold on her, then put her in a princess carry. I'd heard somewhere that most women liked that, though I wasn't sure it would hold true for a dungeon core. She looked closely at my face. "You look smoother today." She even went so far as to poke my cheek. "This is sort of what I used to look like before I became a dungeon core," I answered, smiling softly. My old world was much different, while still being much the same. "Glad you're here now," Alara said, then wrapped her arms around my neck. "Hair might look better with a bit of gray, though." She giggled as she ran her fingers through my hair. I blinked at her statement, then my hair faded a bit from its shiny black to a more dusted color. "Much better." "How about we go talk to the Lycall, hear some of their story?" I asked and got a nod in reply. I grinned and stepped forward, and we were on the space station. I'd allowed the Lycall to move into a small district in the living section. They'd settled in nicely and appeared to be enjoying the wonders that were available on the station. They were doing much better after a few days on the station. Mainly, their health had spiked up for the better. Malnourishment was the biggest issue, but they had been riddled with a myriad of other health concerns and issues. My doctors were able to fix most of the surface issues quickly, but the deeper things would take time. We had to learn the biology of their race, after all. Groups of the Lycall were walking the streets excitedly. They would pause and bow to me, and I would wave them on. Part of the excitement seemed to stem from the fact they were never full enough to be able to move around so freely. but the newness of their surroundings also gave energy to their strides. I likened them to children that were seeing new curiosities every moment. Roughly a third were learning to read from some automata I sent down to teach them. I was pleased to hear they were very fast learners, almost absorbing the information like sponges. I made sure to keep the dangerous stuff away from them, but basic science and magic were taught. "Interesting children," Alara said, looking around at the Lycall. Yes, they are. I've rarely seen such childlike innocence since I came to this world. It's a nice change of pace, I replied. This world of Mergen was very much built along the lines of might makes right. While it allowed me to do what I wanted, after months of fighting, even I was starting to get tired of it. We made our way to where the elder had set up shop. He was the most eager to learn and had devoured the English writing system in a matter of 2 days. He was now helping the younger ones to understand. They were taking a break when we reached the house. "Elder, sorry for not coming to speak with you sooner. Mind if we drop in on you?" I asked.
"Lord Regan, of course. Please, come in."
He turned to the other Lycall that were with him. Most would be roughly 20 or 30 years old by human standards.
"We will pick up where we left off in a few hours. Why don't you all head out and practice for a while?"
They all bowed to him and made their way out of the house. "Looks like you were all settling in nicely," I said, looking at the happy faces they all wore.
"Indeed. We can never repay even this small respite that you have afforded us. Many of the young ones here have never known a full belly since their birth,"
the elder said, staring off after them. "I wanted to ask you about that. I have examined the data from the ship, and I was amazed that your people have survived as long as you have. Many of the facilities were shielded, and I hoped you would be able to tell me more." When Clamabis had returned, they'd brought a tremendous amount of data about the moon. The Lycall lived on the desert surface around a few oases that we found were artificial. Facilities underground would pump water to the surface, among other things. The biggest discovery was that the atmosphere was being created as well. Basically, it was terraformed by someone for people to live on it.
"I apologize. I have no knowledge about what you ask about,"
the elder said, shaking his head. "How about old legends passed down through the ages?" I asked. Many tribal people would pass their lessons and history down to the next generation through songs or stories. The Lycall might have something similar.
"There is only one story told. Would you like to hear it?"
"Please."
"Many generations ago, we lived in a place called Mergen. A great tragedy happened that forced us and our neighboring tribe to leave the place. Luckily, there were other places that our neighboring tribe had made livable due to the efforts of many lives. The Great Mother brought us to our home, Lyrale. She then took our neighbors with her to find new lands to settle."
The way he mentioned lives had a notation of sadness. I could only assume that they used a type of magic or science that was unforgiving on their earlier generations. I nodded along. It sounded pretty straightforward when I paired it with the few pieces of history I'd managed to collect so far. Either the Lycall were more advanced back in the past, and the Arcarans helped them migrate to the moon to survive something that was happening on the planet at the time, or the Arcarans used them as lab rats to test terraforming techniques or technology. Either could have resulted in their society coming to a pause due to lack of resources. I would have to inspect the facilities under the surface to maybe find more concrete information. I was also beginning to wonder if the constructs we had to deal with before weren't part of some ancient defensive system left behind by the Arcarans. The question then would be, what were they defending against?
"According to the story, the Great Mother visited often for a time, until one day she never returned. Since then, the land has slowly wilted away beneath our feet. The lands that are livable are only a tiny fraction of what we used to be able to inhabit, Had you not come along, we might have perished in less than a few years."
"That is quite fortunate. I was told there was a prophecy. Would you mind reciting it to me?"
"Not at all. When the Great Mother left, she left behind a tablet. It shows a depiction of men coming from the skies, then taking us with them back into the sky. Surely it can only mean that we would be saved once the sky people came to us. And as you have done, we have been saved,"
the elder said excitedly. His tentacles waved crazily in the air around his head. I nodded and didn't refute his claim. Worshipping was a big part of this world. Just these 100 beings alone were a decent chunk of adherent mana for me. If I could bring all the people on the moon under my protection, I could only see it as a win-win situation. "Thank you, Elder. Please make yourself at home. I will hopefully have the rest of your people brought here as soon as I can," I said, squeezing his shoulder.
"Thank you. I hope I never have to see a child starve again,"
he said, wiping a tear from his eye. "I will work to make that a reality," I said with a grin. Alara had fallen asleep in my arms and had her head against my chest. I almost envied her. Since coming to Mergen, the only time I'd slept was when I'd blasted my core with a laser, and when the necromancers knocked me out, but even then I was awake in my mindscape. I took a walk through the station. Once I was past the section housing the Lycal, it grew quite quiet. I personally enjoyed the quiet. It allowed me to think about things I needed to do. The situation in the east was being handled for the moment, with Anubis aiding them. The undead scar would have to be dealt with at the source, but my mana reserves were too low to do anything. The necromancer capital still stood in the northeast. With the satellites, we were able to detect a field around the city. I didn't want to launch or fire anything at it until we gathered more data on it. The last thing I needed to do was cause another wave around the planet. Luella was dealing with Thonica. I planned to stay out of as much of the politics as I could. While I could steamroll over everything I'd seen so far, that didn't mean there weren't more things out there that could resist me. I didn't want to wake a demon or something worse that could be sealed in some ancient palace. The moon Krona came into view through one of the windows I was passing. That was an entirely different box that needed to be opened slowly. There hadn't been anything since the other day, but I made sure to keep enough sensors to see an ant sneeze pointed at the ball of rock. Still, as about the only thing to give me trouble, it had been moved quite close to the top of my priority list. My harvesters were working overtime to pull in as much material as fast as possible to create more units and ships. There wasn't much of a mana cost until I activated the units and ships. I was creating a sort of backlog that I could activate quickly in case of emergencies. It was all a process. Alara yawned as she opened her eyes.
"Done talking?"
"Yeah. Have a good nap?" I asked, smiling down at her. She nodded, then looked up and saw the moon.
"Beautiful."
"Yes, it is, and full of mysteries." She snuggled in closer to my chest.
"Nothing hide from you."
I laughed. No, it won't," I said as I turned to keep walking. Chapter 25. Regan. There was a lot of preparation to be done before Luella's festival, mainly getting the airships ready for her forces. I couldn't use the more advanced ones that I'd built recently. They had a bit too much power for the people using them, and I didn't want them to get any funny ideas. I went with the gnomish design of a flying sailing ship. They would be familiar with that, after all. I mainly focused on the insides, several layers of armor, an internal and external shielding program, weapons, and of course the all-important portal matrix. That would be the most difficult part. There were several ways I could go through with the portal. I just wasn't sure which would be best in the long run. I worked and reworked the designs over several hours, and finally had a working model that I thought would have the least impact on the civilization of the world. Not that I was too worried about that at this point. I just didn't care for it being used against me. I already had a working portal from my experiments in the north. Replicating that, I built a large temple-like structure off to the side of the town's military district. It wasn't actually called that, but it was growing to be quite large. I didn't feel comfortable letting the mortals have full access to the portals. Thus, I created a security force and control force for the portal structure. The standing force wouldn't hinder any of the travel unless something was wrong with the portal. They would, however, stop anyone from trying to study them until I was sure they wouldn't blow a crater the size of a mountain somewhere. The ancient cities had had teleport matrices for centuries, and they hadn't replicated those yet, so I wasn't very worried. The system used a power mana generator. That would keep it from pulling from my reserves, and the mortals would have to manage their travel a little more closely. A good harmless regulator, in my opinion. That didn't mean I couldn't tap into the system to give it some juice when needed. That just left the airships. I was going to give them 2. There would be more than enough room for all the soldiers they planned to send. I decided to throw in a control crew. I didn't want the mortals to crash the thing into the side of the mountains, after all. Taking a shortcut, I copied the Ryu to save time. It looked like a 20th century Earth battleship from World War II. I skipped the magicked ancient siege weapons and went for more modern turrets and artillery. They would be controlled by my automata, so there wasn't any worry of the plans leaking out. Not that many mortals would truly understand them. With that, my heavily armored taxi was ready. I was all for bringing more mortals under my aura. I felt like I never had enough mana since the battle to take Alara's dungeon. Thanks to Luella, I might be bringing a whole city under my aura. Not to mention Puppet's subcore. If I was able to bring both Ebony Falls and Tear Falls under my aura, that would be close to 1 million mortals. "What are you plotting?" Alara asked, tapping my arm. I looked down and saw her sitting on a stack of beams. I was so caught up in the construction that I'd failed to notice her pop in. I swear I'm going to get myself killed due to my lack of awareness while building shit. I just sighed it away as the engineer at heart that I was. Just building some toys. Remember the floating ships? Building a few of those, I explained. "I see. Like water, one's better," she said, letting her body fall back to stare up at the ceiling. "I won't deny that sailing vessels have their own charms," I said with a chuckle. The shipyard in the steel spire, my forest core, was going full steam building the new airships. They were less complicated than the ones I was building regularly now, so it would only take a few hours. This would save me the most amount of mana in the long run. I left the shipyard and went to the command center of the space station. I wanted to check the status of everything, a process that could take several hours if I let it build up. It appeared I arrived at a good time, as we'd just received a report from Dar over on the west front. With the necromancers cut off, they'd disappeared from that side. I presumed they'd fled south into Thonica. Pulling up the display and reading her report quickly, I saw that she'd found a dungeon off the northern coast. Interesting. I wondered if they'd flooded the entire dungeon or just the first floors. I would have to check it out before long. "Do you know this dungeon?" I asked Alara. She nodded. "Ornia stopped talking to me several dozen years ago." I moved us to her core room. This would be the best place to attempt to communicate with the core so far north. Looking around, I considered that last time I was here it was basically a dungeon. Not the good kind. That was until it was turned into a crater. The room was now in better shape. A tree that grew from floor to ceiling dominated the center of the 200-meter-tall cavern. Alara's core floated in the center of the tree, which grew around it. 3 lines of my most powerful automata surrounded the core in case something managed to slip in. Alara only truly controlled a portion of her dungeon, after all. Extending my unique signature out, I felt for any response. When I had just about reached the limit of my senses, I finally felt something. I probed it to see if she would respond. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the scene around us faded, and we stood in a room that was split in 3 directions, sort of like a triangle. Each of us was represented by a mindscape of sorts, much like on previous occasions that I'd talked to other dungeon cores. An elf with scales, gills, and greenish-blue coloring sat across from me. She held a trident that I could feel radiated power even in this mental construct. I would have to be careful around this person. Her space was underwater. A sunken ship's captain's cabin was what came to mind as I looked it over. Fish swam lazily, and a treasure chest full of gold and jewels sat in the corner. "Hello, I am Regan, a core to the south," I said, trying to start off on a good tone.
"What is the traitor doing here?"
Ornia demanded, pointing at Alara. "She is not a traitor. She was a captive. I have freed her from her captors," I said, scowling.
"She could have detonated her core. Death is better than serving those monsters."
"Didn't want to die," Alara said, curling into a ball on her wooden throne. "Look, I came here today just to meet you, and to give you a warning. I don't know if you know him, but Vlad from over to the east was killed. I don't know the damage to his core. It was done by a demon general." Ornia's eyes widened.
"Another evil in a world full of enough evil to destroy it already,"
she said with a growl. I noticed her teeth were like razors, similar to a shark's. "True, but at least I am trying to deal with the evil rather than hiding away in a fishbowl," I retorted.
Hide, you say? Thousands of my children have those monsters killed. Why must I suffer and watch my children go to their deaths for those vermin that only want dungeons for their treasures and power?"
"Have you reached out to help, or seek help? Not everyone is a fighter. I am well aware of this fact. However, you could have helped with supplies, armor, or maybe you could have scouted. I'm not saying fight them yourself. This isn't a war anyone can win by themselves. Well, maybe I could, but that was beside the point." Ornia remained silent as she thought. Whether about a comeback or actually considering my words, only she would be able to tell me.
"Leave me. I will not suffer your insults,"
she said finally. With a wave of her hand, the link broke, and we were back in Alara's core room. "She seemed nice," I said, looking at Alara.
"Friend, scared, understand,"
Alara said with a hurt expression. I grabbed her shoulder to comfort her. "Don't worry. When you're feeling stronger, you'll be able to convince her." She nodded. I was about to leave the core room when I felt another presence on my mind. It was from the east, which would put it smack in the middle of necromancer territory. "Who is this?" I asked, more to myself. I was about to connect to it when Alara grabbed my hand. I looked to her, and fear was etched on her face. She shook her head rapidly.
"Bad, very bad."
I narrowed my eyes at her reaction. Call me stupid, but it made me want to see who this was all the more. I wanted to know who could cause such fear in her. I grabbed her hand and cupped it in mine. "Don't worry, I have a few tricks of my own." I stood and connected to the presence. The mindscapes built around me. I sat in my electric throne and stared at the other side. Gold lined every surface of another throne room. Sitting on a black throne was a man who wore a robe over armor that was fit for a king. When the head of the person rose, I saw it was not actually a man. It was a lich.
"Are you the one giving them so much trouble?"
the creature asked with a lethargic tone. "Them being the parasitic nuisance I've had to deal with since my creation?" I asked, leaning back in my chair. To be honest, I expected more, an eldritch horror, a being not of this world, or something. Him being just another undead kind of ruined the moment for me. The lich gave a dry laugh.
"Quite. The first generation was much more,
he said, seemingly losing his thought. I feel like you used to be much more, I replied.
I have forgotten more than you could possibly learn, boy,
the Lich retorted. To the field, then? I asked, narrowing my eyes.
I await your forces with open arms,
he replied, before the scene burst into dust. Alara held my hand with a worried look. I looked down at her and grinned. That was a letdown. Know anyone a bit scarier? I asked, bringing her hand to my lips and giving it a kiss. She blushed while shaking her head. Then we're fine. I'm not afraid of a dusty old relic.
Chapter 26. Luella. It was relatively silent in our council room, considering how busy we were with everything going on, until the sound of tapping resounded throughout. I lifted my hand to stop myself as my impatience got to me. Izal, whose stomach had finally started to swell noticeably of late, sat to my right. The person she'd chosen as the commander of the rescue fleet, Major James, sat next to her. On my left, Bruce and the commander of the soon-to-be-built fort, Major Winda, sat with some tension. It was hard to tell which location was going to be more dangerous. "How goes the preparations?" I asked Izal. "We are just waiting for the airships from Lord Regan. All the supplies and equipment that we expect to need have been gathered and prepared. Several of the White Fist have offered to join us, which should be more than enough on the healing front. I've read reports of them, but I wasn't sure what I was reading. What exactly are the White Fist?" I asked, pausing my finger for a second. "An interesting group. As you know, Lord Regan's hospital offers to teach people their unique healing magics. They are required to take a magic oath that restricts them from using the magic on people in any violent capacity. One man found that he was still allowed to use his own body, and developed a fighting method using the magic to keep them going," Major James explained. "They were able to get away with that?" I asked. One of the few things I knew Regan hated was people using his things in a way they weren't intended for. One of the teacher automata noted it one day, but said as long as the magic itself wasn't being used for violence, they were okay with it, he replied. "How many of them are there? If a force that was hard to kill was being built in my borders, I wanted to know about it." Major James tilted his head to think for a moment before he replied. "Last report put them at close to 50 strong. It takes a strong heart to make it with them." "Keep me informed. They sound like they could be of great value in the coming days. Or a very dangerous threat right next to our throats." Izal laughed as she reached out and patted my arm. "I got your security covered, my lady. During the festival, the White Fist plan to pledge their loyalty to Videtta." I leaned back in my chair. That does make me a bit more relieved. Getting back on track. With the White Fist and our own healers, we'll be able to bring significant relief to the area. We have a force of 500 and another 200 in reserve that, if the portal system works, we'll be able to trade out regularly to help with fatigue, Izal said, while looking at her notes. "I'm pretty confident in the abilities of Lord Regan's airship, but I plan to have a messenger set to go through the portal in case things go wrong." "Excellent. Keep up the good work." I turned to Bruce. "On your end?" "Much the same. The confidence level is high for the soldiers heading to the border defense. I have had a few inquiries about whether Lord Regan will be supplying any weapons for the fort defense. We are standing at 500 strong with a similar reserve. Honestly, if the portal is as reliable as the one in the capital, then this will be one of the best defended points on the map." "What about here?" "The capital has a standing force of 2,000. Now that the dungeon has reopened, we have started shifts of 400 at a time. We are already seeing major improvement after only 2 days. The 2 gentlemen that Lady Izal recruited to lead the expeditions are fulfilling their purpose well," Major James said. "The 2?" I asked, trying to remember if she'd mentioned something about that to me. "The 2 individuals that destroyed a restaurant a few months ago. I felt letting their talents go to waste sitting in the cell was pointless. And if they die in the dungeon, we don't lose a talented officer. They are bound by a magical contract, and with the dungeon, they are able to release their pent-up energy. The men actually like them," Izal explained. "I'll have to hear more about this later. Continue with the situation here," I said. "The majority of our forces are under Tier 1. but we do have a central force that is in Tier 2. Thanks to Lord Regan, we have people breaking through almost every day. The festival security is planned and ready. I will not let another Valley event be ruined, Izal said, pounding her fist on her chest with a stern look. I laughed and said, I hope not. I think people might rethink supporting me if we let a third attack happen during the festival. Exactly, Izal said with a nod. Speaking of issues, I feel the Laloon church here in the valley might need to be handled soon, Major Winda said, leaning forward. I turned to her. Are they causing problems? I haven't received any reports. With the number of refugees flooding into the valley, quite a few full clergies from the town churches that got out quickly have made their way here. They are staying to themselves for now, but I'm worried the more radical ones will take offense when we start construction on Lord Regan's temple, she answered. I nodded and looked to Izal. What do you think? She tapped the table for a second before she answered. It's difficult. We really can't make a move until they make one. Mainly, it depends on the image you want to project. If I rounded them up and separated them, that would be sending a message I don't want. I had nothing against Laloon personally. I doubted I would ever meet her, after all. Regan, on the other hand, might have a very real chance of doing just that, if Rockruss was to be believed. No, the best course for me would be to accept them and try to work them over to Regan's side. The fact that they weren't stuck in undead-covered Lekazar should earn us some points. Let's us keep an eye on them, but also keep a hand out to them. As long as they follow the rules and laws of Vaideta, I will not condemn them, I said finally. As you wish, everyone said, bowing their heads. That mostly concluded the meeting. The officers talked about the more minor details among themselves. I leaned back in my chair and stared at the ceiling. I was feeling completely drained. There was just so much that needed to be done. I wanted to just retreat to my room and stay there for a few days. I knew that couldn't happen, but it was a nice daydream. The day of the festival finally arrived. I felt like the previous 2 days were more like 2 months. The Winter Welcome Festival celebrated the end of the harvest season and let people know that the time for rest had arrived. It was hard to get around on the continent during winter, and travel would usually grind to a halt during the 4-month period. My lady, please raise your arms, the maid said, bringing me back to the moment. I did so, and my attendants slid the dress on. Once that was done, they attached plates of armor made from mithril alloy. The dress was elegant and majestic, with blue and silver colors. I felt awed just wearing it. The dwarves had made this armor for me in tribute. The best thing was that it incorporated the armor Regan had made for me. On the left breast was the coat of arms of Vaideta. Finally, I was dressed and ready. I made my way out to the entrance hall, where a procession waited for me. Izal stood to the side, wearing a dress that was accented in red. When she walked, she reminded me of a living flame. My soldiers wore uniforms of green and grey. I felt we created a very regal image. Ready? Izal asked with a curtsy. As I'll ever be, I replied with a smile. I got in the middle of the procession, then signaled the guard. The massive gate that had never once been used since Regan had built the castle began to lower. The gate was easily 40 meters tall. As it lowered, the castle descended, settling lower in the crater that it floated over. With a resounding boom, the gate finished opening. A huge crowd stood gathered at the end of the bridge that connected the castle to the town. The soldiers began marching, and I walked slowly among them. Izal right next to me. The crowd cheered as we made our way down the street to the center plaza. I smiled and waved slowly. The crowd fell into step behind us as we walked. When we arrived at the center plaza, my soldiers surrounded it, and Izal and I walked onto the stage. The cheering reached a new level as the entire crowd could see us. I couldn't help but look out over the people and feel a warmth in my chest. These were my people now. I had to do everything in my power to make sure they were safe, to make sure they were able to pursue a life, family, or whatever they wanted to make of themselves. I was also grateful that my people liked me so much. I knew it was hard times. So much of this might be for show, but I preferred looking at it appreciatively rather than pessimistically. I continued to wave to the crowd as we waited for a few more people. Skywood arrived a few minutes later, along with Dern Wintergrasp. Those were the only two Thonican nobles I was tolerating right now. The rest were on house arrest. Those two stood on the right side of the plaza. Of the 24 Lekazar nobles who had managed to make it to Videtta, only 3 managed to make it through my questioning. They also lined the other side of the plaza. Chloe stood with them, even though I'd tried to convince her she didn't have to. A spinning gold circle formed in the air next to me. Everyone quieted down as they watched the magic. A metal room appeared in the image before Regan stepped through, blocking the view with Alara next to him. He wore a black and silver robe that was fit for royalty, and his gear crown topped his head. Alara wore a beautiful dress that reminded me of a flower blooming. The color appeared to change as she moved, but never clashed with itself. Her black iron crown resided on her head, the only thing that was throwing off the picture. That said, it only added to the imagery. Another portal opened, and Azura and a few of her people came through it. She bowed to me, then went to stand to one side of the stage. From there, everyone who held some level of importance made their way around the stage. With them all gathered here, I realized that my tiny valley really had grown into quite a strong place.
Chapter 27. Regan. You don't have to go if you're worried, I said to Alara as she created a new dress, the third one in the last 20 seconds. Go, she said, checking herself in the mirror I created for her. I was surprised she cared about her looks. All right, just make sure you stay close to me, I said. I didn't know where she'd learned about fashion, but she actually had a good grasp of it. All the dresses she created would be worth a fortune. They moved and looked beautiful. The problem, at least in my opinion, was that she could literally create the dresses in seconds. She couldn't come to a decision with a virtually endless supply to choose from. How about I make you a dress? I asked finally. The one she was wearing melted, and she was left in the nude. Being a dungeon core, my sexual drive had been almost non-existent until now. I mean, I could literally see anything I wanted to in the town that was under my aura. I could only stare at her. Alara had a low sense of modesty, after all. I assumed most dungeon cores did. Regan? Alara asked after I wasn't sure how much time. I came back to my senses. One moment. I really didn't want to cover up the lovely sight before me, but, alas, the universe was unfair. It didn't take me long to figure out what to do, though. Nature suited her best, after all. I created a dress that could mimic any flower that Alara knew about. It would also show different images to people looking at her. Beautiful, she said, doing a twirl. I smiled. Glad to hear it. She caught me by surprise as she jumped and wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed me full on the lips. Thank you. Any time, I said, laughing happily at her reaction. I guess we have a party to get to. At the snap of my fingers, a golden portal opened in front of us that led out onto the stage. We walked out, Alara gripping my hand tightly when she saw the massive number of people on the other side. I snapped my finger again, and the gnome group came from their district. With a nod to Luella, I went to stand to one side of the stage. This was her shindig, after all. The next few minutes were a showcase of the people she had managed to bring to her side. Even with the gnomes being here more for me, that might not have happened without Luella. I had rubbed her the wrong way when she first arrived. I was honestly impressed there were so many of them. To the left were the Lekazar people, and I spotted Sophia's sister among them. The little brat Sophia never stayed in one place for more than a minute, so it was hard for even me to track her down. She was over at Steel Spire right now, straight out refusing to be near the mortals as they celebrated. When everyone arrived, Luella moved up to the center of the stage. Welcome, everyone, to the Winter Welcome Festival. I could give a speech about the strength and courage of everyone coming together.
Instead, I'll just say this. Drink, eat, enjoy the company of each other. Let us celebrate another year about to end. Welcome." Her short speech was magically amplified to reach every corner of the plaza and then some. She and Azal pointed their hands toward the sky. A surge of magic shot into the air from each of them. With a boom, they caused an explosion that resounded throughout the valley. A boisterous cheer went up from the crowd that rippled throughout the entire town. Music began to fill the air as musicians began playing various songs. The central plaza cleared of people, and dance circles formed where single women would call for men to come dance with them. I couldn't help but smile when I saw the happiness on everyone's face. Food and drink flowed without stopping. There were going to be quite a few drunks tonight. "Nice party. I got to give it to you," I said to Luella. We were all sitting in throne-like chairs with a table of our own. I didn't have to eat, but Alara could enjoy it, given she had a mortal avatar. She picked at the food, though. "I feel like that's high praise coming from you," Luella said, tapping the arm of her throne with her finger. "And you would be right," I said, chuckling. "Is the event ready for later?" "Yup, you'll love it," I said. She rubbed her temple. "Knowing you, I'm sure it's over the top." "And what would happen if I didn't deliver? That would just ruin our entire relationship," I said as I stood. "Alara and I will be around." "Have fun." Luella waved to us as we walked down from the stage. Everyone stared but didn't do anything beyond that. Most of the mortals here had never really interacted with me. They only knew that I was the dungeon host and that I could level the city if I wanted to. "What do you want to do?" I asked Alara once we cleared the main crowd. It appeared that just about everyone in the town was out on the streets. "I want to see plants," Alara said. "Got it." I took her arm in mine and we headed for the commerce district. We ducked into an alley and emerged looking like regular humans. Illusions, of course. Walking along like this, I was finding it hard to call this a town. It was more a full-blown city by this point. I couldn't remember the statistics that qualified a settlement as a city from back on Earth, but this would surely make the cut. Most of the buildings in the central district were over 5 stories tall and comprised a number of businesses and housing. With me spreading more modern construction techniques, the buildings were going up even faster, and they'd gone up fast before thanks to the magic developed by the Builders Guild. Needless to say, I was impressed. After a few minutes, we made it to the herbalist. The shopkeeper here had a lot of cool samples. I mean plants, that I've looked into a few times for my dungeon. I didn't know if Alara would enjoy it, but there were only a few more to check. I pushed the door open and held it for Alara.
"Welcome. Festival sale going on right now. All ingredients 10% off," a voice called from inside.
Looking deeper in the shop, I could see an older gentleman writing in a book at the counter. He was a beastkin, but his age made it hard for me to identify his exact kind. I wanted to say a canine type, though. "Thank you," I said, then turned to Alara. "Let me know if you want anything. I'll even be legit and pay for it." Alara went over to the first shelves, which were placed along the window. The keeper had rigged a few magical items that supplied water to the plants at regular intervals. She walked over to the first plant and ran her hand along its leaf. I could just barely sense the subtle use of mana. When she removed her hand, she had a smile. "Keeper, good person, plants, like him," she said. She spent the next 20 minutes making her way around the shop and talking to all the plants. I wasn't just standing idly by. Sure enough, given that alcohol was involved, there were a few fights and altercations throughout the town. I made sure my automata were up for the task, while also ordering a larger presence in the rougher parts.
"My, they sure like you, little miss,"
the keeper said, pulling his nose out of the book he was writing.
"I haven't seen them this happy since summer ended."
"She likes plants and they like her," I said, walking up to the counter. "Not going to the festival?"
"No, An old man like me would just get in the way of the younger folk. I very much like my cozy shop surrounded by my friends."
"You, a good person. I like you," Alara said as she came up next to me.
"Anyone who's a friend of plants is a friend of mine. Feel free to drop by any time. I think they would like that as well," the keeper said with a smile. "You two should be out there. No need to flirt in my shop and make an old man jealous."
The keeper threw me a wink while making a shooing gesture. I laughed as I grabbed Alara's hand and pulled her outside. We spent the rest of the day walking around and checking out various shops and attractions. Most of the merchants in town were pulling out all the stops to get a few extra gold today. Overall, I felt we had a good time. It was good to take a break every now and then, even from war. "It's time for Luella's magic trick," I said. Alara just nodded. This was the longest she'd been active since I'd saved her. I picked her up in a princess carry, then jumped to the nearest roof. I turned toward where my dungeon entrance was, and my smile grew broader as the sun set. "People of Videtta, I am Regan, the Machine Father. As long as you are with Videtta, you are protected." My voice rang out across the valley. It was pre-recorded as I didn't know how the day would go. The sun set and a blinding beam of mana fired from my dungeon. It flew until it hit a spot directly above the valley, several thousand meters in the air. A silver lattice spread from the spot and domed down toward the mountains. The gaps in between the silver lattice threads filled. Images of the various races appeared on its surface. I wanted something that would actually speak to the inhabitants of the town. "Nicely done, if I do say so myself," I said, looking the shield over. "Pretty," Alara said with heavy eyes. I smiled and leaned down to give her a quick kiss. She smiled back before passing out. This woman was going to get me in trouble in the future, I just knew it. I sighed, then paced over to Luella's location. She was still at the table that was set for her and appeared to be in some sort of competition with the dwarves. I watched from the nearby rooftop to see if I could get an idea of the mood. When I saw that it was just a drinking competition, I shook my head and jumped down. "Regan!" Luella yelled when she saw me. Her entire face was red, and she was swaying back and forth. I was impressed that she knew it was me, considering I still had my illusion on. I looked to Izal. "How much has she had?" I asked, worried about her image. "Well, she was competing against dwarves, so 3 kegs. Turns out she is very competitive. She beat the dwarves, if that's saying anything." 3 dwarves were lying around the table, drunk into unconsciousness. "As long as she is ready to face the consequences in the morning," I said, laughing. "Don't talk about me when I'm right here," Luella said, or slurred. She walked over and poked me in the arm. "I am in full control." "I see that." You don't believe me," she accused, pointing. "You always treat me like a child." "I assure you I do not." "My lady, maybe we should retire for the night," Izal said, trying to calm Luella down. Luella turned her glare on Izal. "You're happy. You found love and are even having a child. I'm still alone. What does power mean if you are alone?" she said, then started to tear up. "My lady, you're not alone. What are you talking about? You have me." Izal pulled her into an embrace. "You can't give me children," Luella retorted, putting her head on Izal's chest. "I'm sure there is someone out there for you," Izal said, caressing Luella's hair. "Lord Regan, would you mind?" "Not at all," I said, and snapped my fingers. A portal appeared, and Izal led Luella through to her room. I looked around at the gathered crowd, who were staring awkwardly, and raised my hand. "Would everyone kindly look to my finger?" When everyone was staring, I quickly caused a flash that erased the last 2 minutes from everyone's short-term memory. "Thank you.
Please go back to having a good time. Luella better thank me for this, I thought with some mirth.
Chapter 28. Luella. Pain. That was the only thing I could think about when I woke up in the morning. Well, that and the incredibly embarrassing scene I'd caused last night. I might have been drunk, but that did not affect my memory. It was almost scary how well I could remember everything I did. Awake? I looked up to see Izal sitting in a chair in the corner of the room, reading a book. Her voice was low, but it still sent ripples of pain through my head. She closed her book and walked over to sit next to me. "Do I want to be?" I asked with a groan. Flashes of the events from last night continued to cycle in my mind. The thing I dreaded most was facing Regan after this. "I really didn't know that you wanted a man so bad," she said, handing me a glass of water. I don't remember. I didn't feel bad about lying at all. I honestly wanted last night to disappear completely. I took a long drink of the water. It helped clear the pain a little. "Neither do the people who were there. You have Lord Regan to thank for that." "You'll have to remind me to thank him later," I said, falling back in the bed. I could never thank Regan enough for the things he had done for me over the months. I owed him my life a few times, so I probably would never be able to pay him back if he ever came to collect. "We're about to start deploying the troops. I think they would like a send-off. If you can manage it," Izal said. "When?" I asked, and began channeling mana through my body to help get the residual alcohol out quicker, though it would take a few minutes. The throbbing in my head had at least gone down a bit. 2 hours from now. "Let me wash up. I'll be there," I said, and got out of bed. I grimaced when I realized that I was still in my armored dress from yesterday. The amount of mana and magic in it kept it looking pristine and beautiful, but just the thought of last night made my head hurt for more reasons than one. I shook it off and went to the washroom. A very short hour later, I was ready and stood at the portal hub that Regan had built to coordinate our forces. He had his own forces guarding the structure, but Izal and I decided to station a few patrols in the surroundings just to be safe. The structure only had 3 portals at the moment, but there was room for more. Regan liked to plan ahead, after all. The airships and fort portals were large enough for 5 men to walk abreast and still have room to spare. Lines of soldiers, over 1,000 people of various races, stood in front of me. New armor and weapons shined in the morning sun. With my enhanced eyesight, I could easily see the tension, and in some cases, fear on their faces. Whether it be the fort or the airships, these men and women were heading into places that would be harsh. It was like my hangover disappeared without a trace. "Men and women of Videtta, I commend you for rising to the challenge that has been set for you. I know it is a frightful venture. Whether you fight the undead or the flesh and blood of Thonica, it will not be easy for you. Some of you hail from Thonica, and it may feel like you are fighting your brothers and sisters. I do not condemn you for feeling this way. At the end of the day, the common people always suffer the workings of the nobles and royalty. I am not much better for sending you off on this mission. I just want to remind you what you are fighting for. Freedom. Those of you who are former slaves fight for the others like you, so that they might have a life where their children can grow up free to make their own choices. Those from Thonica seeking a better life. Look how fast my city has grown. I can assure you that change will continue in Videtta. Finally, those from Lekazar. Your countrymen and women are dying at the hands of the undead. We have the power to save them. Remember, every mortal slain is another soldier for the armies of dead." I paused to let my words sink in. I knew it wasn't the most rousing speech, but it was the truth. I wanted Videtta to be built on truth rather than pretty and empty words. That meant I would deal with the consequences, no matter what they might be. I took a deep breath before continuing. "Videtta is stronger when we come together. For too long have the people of this continent been divided for petty reasons. Look to your neighbors. See beastkin next to human, and human next to elf, dwarf next to gnome. Videtta is an ideal, one that we see working every day. But there are those that would see it destroyed. Thonica, with its hungry nobility seeking more and more. The necromancers that want to see all dead, no matter the race. I looked out and saw that much of the fear had been replaced by determination. Soldiers were turning to one another and clapping shoulders or grasping hands. It was a beautiful sight of camaraderie. It made me feel that my decisions to this point had not been wrong. So, go forth, defenders of Videra. First Army, the Wardens. The soldiers on the right cheered, the sound resounding in the air. Go forth, Second Army, Peacebringers. The left banged their weapons on their armor and shields, adding a symphony of sound to the cheering. The sight made me proud. I turned to the portal controller, a female-looking automaton that reminded me of a noble. She nodded and waved her hand. There was a ripple of mana, and all 3 portals opened. 2 led into empty cargo holds, while 1 led to an empty clearing surrounded by trees. Commanding officers quickly jumped to action and started directing people to their correct destination. The Wardens, the defenders of the pass to Thonica, were hauling a lot of building materials. The Peacebringers also possessed a large amount of cargo. Either way, it would take several hours before everything was sent through. Quite a sight, Izal said from next to me. Indeed. If the nobles could see this, I bet they would be trembling in their shoes. The nobles of Thonica have their own problems right now. What do you mean? I asked, tilting my head. An individual of massive power has been going around, testing nobles. He's already reached 10 heads. The people are starting to call him the Reaper, Izal replied. Do you think? I asked. Izal had never straight out told me, but I knew that this individual was someone important to her. That narrowed the list down considerably. She looked at me for a moment before nodding. Probably. I just hope he's all right. From the sounds of it, anything that gets in his path ends up decapitated, I said with a chuckle. Izal glared at me, but nodded. We remained silent as we watched the procession of goods and soldiers. They were almost done by this point. When we looked through the portal to the fort, construction was already starting. Dwarves and earth mages worked the ground into a solid, flat surface. Finally, the last member of each of the armies was on the other end, and the portals closed. The keeper of the portals bowed to me, then walked over to a chair in the center of the temple-like structure. She took a seat, then remained stationary. Let us pray for their safety, Izal said, turning to walk away. Who do we pray to? Lord Regan, I asked, still staring at the portals I'd just sent over 1,000 people through to their potential dooms. If anyone actually had the power to save them in a critical moment, it would be him, Izal said. I suppose that is true. And I can actually talk to him, I said with a laugh. Does that make it better? Izal asked. Maybe we shouldn't be able to talk to our gods. I feel we would demand too much from them. Good point. Walking through the town, I noticed how remarkably quiet it was. Considering most of the population was sleeping off a hangover, not much was being done. That was, of course, not true of the adventurers. The closer we got to the north side of town, the more parties we saw heading out of town. Looks like Regan is going to be busy, I commented. Yeah, though the new entry floor is quite deadly to the unprepared, Izal replied, looking after them. That's nothing new, I said, waving her off. When is Cassie going to move the guild to be closer to the dungeon? She can't anymore. Damn place is so massive it would take months to redo all the work they've put into their current location, Izal said. Well, it was hard to predict the last 3 months. I'm surprised one of the more influential Adventurers Guild leaders hasn't tried to take her place. I bet they have. But all guilds have contracts for positions like that. Now, given that we're at war with basically everyone on the continent, it would be hard for them to send someone to replace her either way. Hey, they started it, I retorted, then realized what I said sounded childish. Of course, Your Highness, Izal said with a head bow. Finishing our little walk, we made our way back to the castle. As we grew, that only meant more paperwork. Even if I made myself a queen, it would be many years before I had trusted advisors that I would let do the work. I would need to enjoy these little walks while I still could, even if I was surrounded by guards the entire time. When we made it back to the castle, Izal turned to me. "I'll leave you here, Your Majesty. I have other matters that need attending to." She gave me a bow and a grin before turning to leave. A few of the guards separated from the guard detail and left with her. I stared after her for a moment before turning and heading inside. The giant gate was closed, and only the side gates were open. A patrol passed me as they headed out for their rounds, and I smiled and nodded to them. They served for the good people of Videtta. I would always try to acknowledge them when I could. Back in my office, a mountain of paperwork met my gaze. I glared at it, then cracked my knuckles. This was something I'd chosen for myself. I would deal with it as such.
Chapter 29. Regan. Today was going to be a busy day. I had enough mana to work on some of the experiments I'd been holding off on. Mainly, creating new bodies for Rockruss and Julie, as well as spending some quality time with Quinn, the blood shifter I'd captured when Luella had fried her. She was stuck in an orb of energy down in my dungeon. I mainly just hadn't had time to deal with her. Alara was working on her dungeon and planned to rest when she was done, so I moved over to Steel Spire. I hadn't been giving this location enough love, but it was getting along well. I was manufacturing my airships in the tower. As they were being built via an assembly line, there were several hundred automata working around several thousand machines in the trunk of the tower. Julie was lying in a room I'd set aside for her, staring at the ceiling. I had no idea what she was thinking about, but she would randomly get a face-splitting grin, then squirm around and wrap herself with her arms before stopping to stare at the ceiling again. I was sure that she was completely off the deep end. "Are you busy?" I asked from my ethereal form.
"Master, were you watching me?"
she asked, covering herself like a maiden would, though she did it almost sarcastically. "I watch everything," I replied with annoyance.
"What can I do for Master?"
she asked, then jumped to her feet in a blink.
"Is it time?"
I wanted her to be sure about this. The mind played a big part in magic, and if she felt confident about this change, then it was more likely it would succeed. "Yes," I spoke in a booming voice, forcing her utmost attention. "However, you must be sure of this. If I fail, I have no idea what will become of your body, mind, or even soul for that matter. I'm offering one chance for you to back out." She fell to her knees with tears running down her cheeks.
"I give my everything to you, my body, my mind, my soul. Take everything."
I felt a burst of adherent mana like nothing before, even from Izora. With acute awareness, I realized that I could have reached out with my mind and crushed her soul. I knew that I had that kind of control over her now. This was unexpected and a little disturbing. Creating my avatar, I kneeled in front of her and reached out, grabbing each side of her head with my metal claw-like hands. "Very well. Your loyalty has overwritten your past. I will make you one of the most powerful mortals on the continent. But remember, you must use this power for me," I said, my voice still radiating power.
"Yes, Master."
She leaked something onto the floor from between her legs, but I ignored it and teleported us to another part of the main dungeon. Julie had originally been a dark mana-based individual before the necromancers altered her energy in some way. Even after interrogating nearly 100 necromancers, I learned nothing, as none of them knew what actually happened during the event. I wanted to take her back to her dark mana roots while also infusing my own brand of mana into her. I snapped my fingers, and everything but her body melted into the dungeon. Julie began to float in front of me. I extended a metal claw and began etching magic script onto her skin. I could have reduced the pain, but she appeared to enjoy it, so I didn't bother. This would be a complicated procedure. I wanted to create something that would be truly unique in this world. Grinning, I got to work. A few hours later, I was finished with all the designing. All that was left to do was infuse a chunk of mana into her new body to give it a boost like no one had ever seen. There were several hundred mana stones melted into a type of circuit covering every inch of her body. They would project the mana as I needed it. I grinned with what I was sure was a bit of mania. I was a scientist at heart, and although my field was in robots, I liked to try all sorts of things, especially since coming to this world. This would be the most interesting thing I'd done to date. "You ready?" I asked. I had worked for hours carving the runes on her. She hadn't cried out, at least in pain, once. Her cheeks flushed and a sort of delirious expression overcame her face as Julie replied, "Yes, Master." I placed my finger on the mana stone overlaying her forehead. Julie's body jerked as my mana surged into her. The mana stone circuitry sank into her, changing everything as it did so. To begin with, it sucked in and burned every last drop of unholy mana. From there, it worked its way into her blood and fused with her cells. It wasn't long before she lost her flesh and blood body, and it was replaced with a synthetic one of metal. Her skin changed to a pale white metal that would have been able to repel a tank shell on Earth, and that was with it just being idle. Once she channeled mana through it, I had to wonder if anything would be able to hurt her via physical means. That wasn't the end of it. Mithril was interwoven into her skin as well, which allowed for drastically increased mana resistance. Julie screamed as the metal mixture hit her heart. I felt the link between us grow so dense that she could never escape me, even if she tried. I didn't hesitate and poured even more mana into her. Her body began to glow from the intense amount of mana surging through her. If I hadn't been controlling it, she would have melted from the inside. With one last surge, I poured mana into her brain. Her eyes snapped open, and a silvery blue light poured out of them. Arcs of mana cascaded around us, melting any place it struck into slag. The mana in the air suddenly rushed into Julie's body with a bang. The force knocked her out. I slowly lowered her from the air, then carried her over to a quickly formed bed. She was now an even 2 meters tall, with long white hair and, before she'd passed out, electric blue eyes with circuitry inside. She looked purely mortal on the outside. In fact, had someone touched her, I doubted they would have noticed the difference. Several mana stones lay embedded in places along her body. I had developed some new armor and weapons, and they would need to be powered by the uplinks. I checked her internals to make sure everything was all right, and nodded when I saw no unholy mana. Dark mana, and my own, coursed through her veins. I felt that the experiment was a success. All that remained was to awaken her to see if her personality had been affected. Using the link, I told her to wake up. Her eyes snapped open instantly. "Julie, how are you feeling?" She raised a hand, then proceeded to open and close her fist several times. She shot up and felt her body over, a little more sensually than I felt was necessary. Finally, she looked over to me and gave me her classic maniacal grin. "Perfection." I gestured over to where a suit of armor stood, with several weapons on stands next to it. "Then get dressed. Go stand on the pad." "Yes, my master," she purred and walked over to the setup. She placed her feet in the marked locations, and the machines around her came to life. Robotics arms disassembled the armor, then reassembled it on her. Smooth gray plates with interlinking magic circuitry were attached to her body to create an almost skin-tight suit of armor. I kept the jester mask for her helmet. Her face was quite beautiful now, but I was more comfortable with the mask. She left it up for the moment, though. With the armor attached, several weapons were connected. A much superior version of her kopeshes were laid out. They were made of the topmost alloy my dungeon could currently produce. From the tests I've been able to perform on it, they should survive just about anything short of dropping them into the sun. I observed the information being fed by the suit. Let's see. Tier 3, level 7 by my calculations. About what I expected. She dropped to a kneeling position. I wasn't sure I had ever seen her so serious. My master, my God, my soul is yours. I shall be the sword that abolishes your enemies. Please, wield me as you see fit. Don't worry. That was my desire when... I paused to think of the right word. Forging you. I hope you understand what you are swearing to. That body cannot die by natural means. Unless I throw you into the sun, you will be my sword forever. As I mentioned, the mind was a strong part of magic. If she believed very little could hurt her, then she would be quite powerful. Her grin managed to grow wider, and her pupils dilated. Of course, nothing would please me more than to cut apart your enemies for eternity. Very good. I reached forward and pressed a hand against her chest, ignoring the pleased look on her face. A searing heat gathered, then branded her armor with a raven made of gears. Fly well, my raven. War is going to be your skies. Yes, my master. I have plenty of enemies we can let you practice on. Shall we? She pulled one of her kopeshes from her waist, then licked the edge of the blade. It would be my pleasure. I snapped my fingers and teleported us to the edge of the steel spire aura. Kill everything with an unholy signature between here and Tear Falls. Don't touch the regular mortals unless they are a necromancer. I'm sure you know this, but I'll know if you lie to me, I told her while tapping her heart. What of the undead scar? This is a test, not a solution. I know you'll make it through. I want to know how fast. Understood. A black aura grew around her that extended for almost 10 meters. Quite impressive for anything with a body, and something she could keep up for several hours with her mana capacity. I stepped back to signal for her to start. The black aura molded into wings, and she shot off, keeping close to the ground. A loud crashing sound came from the direction of the tower. When I turned, I saw Zuthon come to a halt a few dozen meters from me. He had grown considerably larger since I'd first met him, though, as he was a land dragon, a larger size was in his favor.
Metal Man, I sensed a tremendous dark aura. Was it you?
Zuthon, glad to see you're upholding your side of the bargain. I blinked as I really took in his aura. Have you managed to break through to Tier 3? Zuthon laughed loudly enough to shake the nearby trees.
I have indeed. I quite enjoy the magic meat you've been delivering every day.
Glad to hear you've been enjoying it. However, I thought land dragons liked to rule their territories.
I'll admit a few months ago, I might have challenged you for rulership of this area, but I've grown to enjoy that town. The mortals aren't so bad when they don't try to hunt me for alchemical components.
Good to hear. The steel spire has grown a lot, and without me directly supervising it. I am pleased with that. My automata were instructed by me, of course, but Zuthon made a decent deterrent for anyone that might think to make trouble. I was glad he was around, protecting the place.
Then I shall leave you to your conspiracies,
Zuthon said, giving me a dragon grin before turning to leave. Speaking of conspiracies, I mumbled, moving back to the dungeon. A room that could only be reached via teleportation that involved a set code that currently only I knew, appeared around me. In the center of the white room floated a sphere of energy with a red liquid inside. I waved my hand and the sphere vanished. The liquid splashed to the floor, then flashed around the room, trying to find a way out. Stop bothering. I spent plenty of time making sure you couldn't escape, I called out as I formed my avatar. The red liquid all came together and formed a child-sized figure. She was barely over a meter tall. Other than that, she was like a mini version of Quinn. I formed a pair of chairs and sat. "Now, let's talk," I said. I thought for sure that Luella had killed her, but I found that she had regained consciousness after only a few hours. If all the demons were like this, I couldn't see how the mortals won in the war, even with the Celestials' help.
If it's about how to kill me, don't bother asking. I'll never tell you that.
I don't need to know that. I can already do it, after all. I created a small sphere in my hand and held a purple liquid. "Remember this?" I asked, grinning.
I don't think I'll ever forget that horrible stuff,
Quinn said, gripping her chest. I didn't think so. Let's get to business. What do you know of the demon world? She looked like she was going to stay silent until I moved the liquid toward her. Then she slumped into the seat, defeated.
Fine. The demon world, my ugly, twisted home world, Deoris, torn apart by so many wars that we've lost count. That's what happens when you trap a society built around conquering.
How did you end up trapped?
A dirty little secret is that once we open the portals, we have to migrate completely, as it uses that planet's world spirit, life mana, or whatever it possesses. We failed to secure a foothold on this side before they were forced shut. That was over 1,000 years ago.
I tapped on my chin as I leaned back in thought. I wasn't foolish enough to think that the only demons I had to deal with were the ones on this side already. Any good scientist knows that there is always an alternative way around a problem. Depending on their location, they could possibly reach us via ships if their technology reached that level. No desire to return home? I asked, looking back to her.
Not particularly. I was a lowly infiltration soldier back home. I doubt that they will have changed in the time that's passed.
I see. Speaking of your army, tell me about your generals. She gained a critical look.
Unstoppable, unkillable, un-everythingable. I could go on if you don't get the picture.
I find it hard to believe that nothing is able to hurt these individuals.
If you can find it, be sure to tell the people back on Deoris. The generals are the main reason we've remained conquerors for so long,
Quinn said with a shrug.
Most of the demons would much rather live out their lives like the mortals of this world.
I refused to believe that nothing could affect these beings. I already knew that space magic worked on them even if you had to include everything in a certain radius around them in the spell. Even metals that people once thought unmeltable were melted once we learned more about their properties. Time to work on a new side project. Surely physical means have to affect them if they can interact with our plane of existence, I said, tapping my chin in thought. Quinn shrugged.
The only thing, and I mean only thing, I've ever seen stop a general was another general. These were fights of legend and myth, tales told to children.
I stared at her for a moment, then nodded. I will allow you to remain in that form in this room. Please don't do anything stupid. The room is rigged to release this if you do so. I tapped the sphere, then vanished from the room. The last thing I saw was Quinn making a rude gesture.
Chapter 30. Julie. The ground passed under my feet with only flashes of color registering to me. I felt so much power radiating from me. Things I never thought I could do, I knew that I could do easily now. My shadow wings were only the tip of the iceberg. I crossed kilometers in seconds, soon making it out of the forest. The plains met my eyes once I left the forest, and I soared into the sky, my fear of heights completely gone. I knew this body Master made for me could survive anything. In the distance, I could see hundreds of undead. They were being held back by the few forces of Lekazar that still remained to protect people fleeing toward the valley. I wanted to kill them all, but Master needed these mortals to get even more powerful. If I protected them, then he would reward me later. I angled down and shot toward the undead. A particularly large one that towered at least 7 or 8 meters became my landing pad as I slammed into it feet first. Its body turned into a spray of flesh and rotted blood as the ground cratered under me. The undead nearest to me roared and started to charge. I grinned as I pulled my blades out and charged directly toward them. As I sliced the first undead in half, I felt that all-too-familiar energy from the unholy mana entering me. Only now, my superior body didn't lose to it. It controlled it and changed it back to the dark mana. My blades met little resistance while slicing the undead to pieces. Their bodies turned to ash around me. My black wings sucked the mana from the undead if they passed through them. To the mortals nearby, I must have seemed like a blur as I moved through the battlefield. Nothing could stop me while I was in my element. I couldn't help myself. I started laughing. In a matter of minutes, the undead that were threatening the mortals were reduced to ash. I had only used the blades Master had made, and not any of the other weapons installed on my suit of armor. Even with just these, I felt invincible. Standing in the middle of the ash, I was breathing deeply as the battle rush sensations faded from me. A soldier walked up to me with a tremendous amount of fear on his features. However, there was an emotion I'd never seen before, too. Thankfulness. "Who do we have to thank for this help?" he asked as he kneeled in front of me. The old urge to remove his head from his shoulders didn't emerge. Instead, I felt above it. "The god Regan. If you are glad to be alive today, then you owe it to him. My master cares for the mortals and wants them to live. Were this not the case, you would have met the same fate as the undead," I replied, swinging the remaining rotted blood from my blades for emphasis. The soldier backed away, but only a few steps. I didn't notice it back with Master, but my voice was much more now. The way you know a person is beautiful from their voice. There was a certain quality that beautiful people seem to possess. I was described as a brutish woman more than once in the past. I doubted that would ever happen again. "I understand, Angel of Regan. The loon left us to the undead when we prayed to her. We thought all hope lost." "Then you should remember this day," I said. I had to hide my squirm. I rather liked being called the Angel of Regan. I wondered if Master would allow me to officially have the title. I would need to bring more mortals to his calling. I lifted my Kopesh-wielding arms and formed the dungeon symbol from my darkness. "The day that Lord Regan saved you." I dropped my arms and shot into the sky. Master had given me many toys that I could use to find undead. I could also use them to find mortals. I felt my thighs get a little wet at the thought of a reward from Master. That, and the thought of killing more things. Luella. Looking over the construction from one of the balconies of the keep, I turned to the Major. "The fort is coming along nicely, Major. How long until the walls are completed?" "A few weeks. They will serve their purpose for now, but it will be hard to use them to actually defend the pass," Major Window reported. "Keep up the good work. It's only been 2 days. Having this much done already is amazing." It was true. Not only was the keep already built, the outside at least, the groundwork and about 3 meters of stone wall had already been raised. The more intricate work would start from here out and would slow down work considerably. It would only be a day or two until scouts from Ebony Falls gained awareness of the situation here. It would be interesting to see what response they would have. The fact that the travelers had stopped coming from the direction of the city led me to believe they were already aware of the situation. There might be a meter of snow on the ground, but that meant little to adventurers and determined travelers. I just hoped the people weren't being detained unlawfully. War always led to the commoner suffering. "How are the soldiers?" I asked. "They are performing admirably. Many of them miss the dungeon aura to fuel their cultivation. But with the portal, we are able to rotate more easily than a normal force would. We are trying not to get too attached to it, but it is a challenge." "I can understand that. I'll try to have some of Lord Regan's food sent over to the soldiers. I know his chefs are still a higher level than our own.
That would be much appreciated.
Nothing motivates a person more than a stomach full of good food, the Major said with a grin. I left her and made for the portal. Guarded by 40 men and women, it was the most defended place at the checkpoint. For good reason. I had to admire the portal. A giant circle of metal and stone with runes carved on its surface. It was a supreme example of the kind of magic technology that we should be capable of. I hoped the mortals would once again reach this point. I placed my hand on the pedestal and pressed the sequence that led to the valley. Regan had said that he wanted to think long-term and made it capable of dialing future portals. With a ripple of energy, a pane of clear blue formed before changing to look at the other side of the portal. I stepped through with my guards. Next on the agenda was the airships. I wanted to check their progress. They should have been arriving at a town a little south of the valley's surrounding forests. Moving to an identical pedestal as the forts, I discontinued the current portal, then dialed the airship. It took a bit longer to connect, but finally the hold of an airship appeared. Looking through as I walked toward the pane, I noted people running around and spotted a few injuries as well. I hurried my stride and came through just as the ship shuddered. Looking around, I found the portal guard on duty. "What's the situation?"
"My lady, the town was under siege by the undead. We are lending assistance, but there was a considerable force of flying undead. However, I believe we should be just about done cleaning up the skies and are about to move in,"
the guard reported, then noticed my worry.
Most of the injuries you see were from evasive maneuvers. Many of the soldiers aren't used to the airships in battle yet."
"Thank you." We moved through the ship until we reached the bridge. Undead birds of all kinds assaulted the two airships, but appeared unable to penetrate the barrier around them. The things Regan called turrets were handling them with ease.
"Your Highness, I'd hoped to have finished this before your visit,"
Major James said, rubbing the back of his head. "The fort isn't seeing this much action, thus the meeting didn't take that long. It's hard to believe that the undead have already reached this far west."
"I agree, but we already knew they were being controlled. I wager they want to claim as much as Lekazar as they can, as fast as possible. This town would be a great place to cut off any forces sent from our valley, though they likely didn't expect airships of this caliber," he said, tapping the console in front of him.
"How much longer until the battle is over?" While I had full confidence in Regan's airships, I preferred not to test it on the first battle.
"For the sky part, another 10 minutes. The land might take a bit longer."
"I see. I needed some exercise anyway," I said, nodding to my guards.
"Your Highness?"
the Major asked, confused. I threw him a grin, then pulled open the door leading to the deck. Lightning started to crackle around me as I lifted into the air. It slowly turned red as I poured more mana into the storm growing around me. As I flew over the deck, an undead bird, 5 meters in length, got fried when it flew too close. I looked around, taking in the entire battle, which included a few hundred flying undead over a span of about 1 kilometer of sky, and several thousand on the ground surrounding the town walls. I homed in on the unholy mana, then spread my arms. The storm grew to encompass the entire battlefield. There was a moment of tension as everything came to a standstill. Then I swung my arms down. Hundreds of lightning bolts rained down around me, slamming into air and land undead. The energy then arced from one undead to the next, easily turning 30 to 40 of the enemy into charred husks in an instant with just one strike. This continued for nearly a minute, until every undead was a pile of ash. I nodded and flew back to the airship. "Sorry to steal the thunder from your first engagement, Major."
"No, Your Highness. We appreciate the help. Anything that reduces the loss of life,"
he said with a small bow. "I like how you think," I said, clapping him on the shoulder. "I'll let you handle the town. It wouldn't do for me to interfere with that, since you are the face of this force."
"Thank you, Your Highness."
We walked over to a pad on the bridge. A light washed over him, and down in the center of the town the same image appeared for everyone to see. I stayed, as I wanted to see how this would be received. I didn't want to risk my people if they would just be met with resistance at every location they visited. Greetings. I am Major James of the Videtta Rescue Force. Queen Luella Coates has sent us to rescue you from the undead scourge that is threatening Lekazar. Her valley is currently the safest place on the continent, protected by the dungeon god, the Machine Father Regan. Major James took a breath before he continued. Those of you who would like safety, but do not wish to trust a foreign force, know this. Princess Chloe Lekazar has given up her throne to Luella. She does not wish to see her people suffer, but does not have the power to assist them. We will be landing in 1 hour in front of your town. If you plan to leave, then please gather any belongings of import by then. There is boundless food and drink, so do not worry about these items. The light cut off, and Major James stepped down from the pad. Very good, Major, I said, clapping my hands. Thank you, Your Highness.
Chapter 31. Regan. A few hours after releasing Julie on the undead, I started getting bursts of adherent mana from random places. I wasn't sure what was going on until I tuned in to one of the cameras on her suit. Apparently, I now had an angel serving me. I just grinned and left it alone. She was serving me and wasn't killing the mortals, so I couldn't be mad at her. Closing the feed from Julie, I looked around my dungeon. I wanted to spend the day working on another section of it. As I'd figured would happen, people were moving through the first 10 floors with decent speed. It was calibrated to allow such a thing, after all. A few unlucky individuals had failed to avoid the machine gun traps and ended up Swiss cheese, but that wasn't my problem. The few parties that had already started diving the dungeon would pass the information along to the guild about the farming floor. Already, I had close to 500 people taking their chances on the farms. I found that my wage for that work was several times that of the kingdoms. Even with a war going on, you needed to eat. And you needed money to eat. I needed to work on the 40th floor down, but wasn't quite sure what to go with. If I chose an element, it would need to be water or air. I just didn't like the idea of an oceanic floor. Machines tended to rust in the presence of water, after all. Then again, I wanted to give unique challenges to my divers. How many people brought sailing experience with them? I moved down to that section and carved out a cavern that could not exist without magic. It was massive, spanning 300 by 300 kilometers, with another 100 for height. Then I created islands with a port town in the center. Using some magic scripts, I made the walls vanish. If someone were to sail next to them, they would get turned around. Finally, I clapped my hands and filled over a third of the floor with water. With the use of magic, I created sections of fresh water and salt water. This way I could explore more types of plant life on the floor. Thanks to samples I'd gotten in town, I had plenty to work with. Rubbing my hands, I thought about what to put on the floor. All manner of sea creatures, of course, but I wanted something special. Luckily, I didn't have to reinvent the wheel. I copied the design for my airship pirate automata, which I'd created a while ago, and altered them to be more seafaring, then created wooden ships that would sail the seas. On a few of the islands, I made pirate bases that people could raid for rewards. Pirates could be turned in at the town for rewards as well. At the entrance, I created a port that housed several different levels of ships. Everything from a dinghy to a galleon was available, though each required different things to gain access to them. Treasure maps could be gained in several ways. They would lead people to enough riches to set them up for several years. I made sure the more luxurious ones were guarded by metal beasts that could sink a ship easily. This floor would test a party's adaptability and teamwork. At least that was the plan. I was close to the middle of the center island when I looked down and saw Alara swimming in the water. She moved gracefully and appeared to be at ease. I moved down next to her. "Enjoying yourself?" I asked with a bit of a chuckle.
So nice. Join me,
she said, beckoning me like a siren to the sailors of Earth myths. How could I say no? I muttered, then formed my body and dropped into the water. I made sure to use lightweight plastic parts for most of my body so I didn't just sink to the bottom.
Ocean near me, cold and frozen, all year around.
Ah, we are close to the Arctic Circle for this planet. This is a sea that would be found near the equator.
Like it,
Alara said with a smile. She dived under the water and I followed her. I hadn't realized it due to only her head sticking out of the water, but she was completely naked. I didn't know if it was because this world didn't have swimwear or she just liked to swim naked. My brain froze again as I stared at her. Thankfully, I didn't need to breathe. Neither did she. Alara moved next to me and grabbed my hand, then started to pull me through the water. I put up a bit more resistance while looking at her back, but not much. I shook my head to clear my thoughts. I really need to figure out what this is about, I thought with a grimace. I didn't mind being entranced by her, but it might cause me problems down the road. Down under the water with Alara, I found the seabed a bit lacking. I'd accidentally left it a blank floor. I pulled her hand and she turned to me. I waved her over, then smiled as I placed a hand over her eyes. Quickly, I created the coral, plant life, and rugged seabed floor I vaguely remembered from movies and documentaries. My inherent dungeon skill helped make it appear more natural. When I was done, I removed my hand and gestured to the new and improved floor. Alara did a cute underwater squeal, then kissed me deeply before she shot off to explore. I found that I quite liked her innocence, and frankly I was amazed it had survived through the necromancers. I needed to protect her from here on. I made small jets on my feet and hands and took off after her. Alara and I enjoyed ourselves for longer than we probably should have. I'd never really had a romance back on Earth and didn't know if that's what this was. I did know one thing, however. Alara made me happy when I was around her. I enjoyed the moments more than almost anything so far on this planet, perhaps except making my children. Come, you need to get back to your dungeon, and I have errands to attend to so that the eastern half of the continent doesn't completely burn to the ground.
No,
she said with a pout. I placed a hand on her cheek. No worries, this floor will be here for us later. Her pout remained, but she turned to sand as she went back to her dungeon. I smiled at her reluctance, then looked around. This floor was complete for the moment. The door to the next set of floors was hidden at the bottom of a sunken ruin that needed 4 parts of a treasure to raise it from the depths for 24 hours. I planned to make a boss at a later date, but didn't have the mana to spare on that bit of construction. I planned to leave Goblin City as the next section after this. Actually, I guessed it would be Goblin and Gnome City. With the new race living on the station at the moment, I didn't want to risk introducing the gnomes to the station just yet. If the Lycall had some sort of biological issue, it would put anyone that came up there at risk. It was late in the evening, and I had a few hours before the attack on Tear Falls would begin from the undead. Even with my drop forces, the concentration of undead was still increasing. That was one of the reasons I wanted to send Julie from the west to see if she could hit the enemy commanders from behind. Moving below Goblin City, past the asteroid mining, and finally beyond the floating islands, I started pushing my aura down farther. I wasn't 100% sure, but if my calculations were correct, I was nearly 2,000 kilometers below the surface. What confused me was the fact that, though I was in the mantle, the temperature had yet to start increasing as I went farther down. Pushing my aura down was a very mind-numbing thing for me as a dungeon core. If I let the aura spread passively, it would take a week for it to expand by even a centimeter. Doing it manually like this allowed for me to gain distance much more quickly. I was thinking about things I wanted to show Alara, when my aura suddenly hit a wall. It actually hurt, like I'd slammed my face against a wall. "What the?" I muttered as my aura collided with the wall in an almost perfectly flat plane. I worked it for almost 20 minutes before taking a deep breath. "Ignia," I called after I hollowed out a space for her. Her form appeared in front of me.
"Yes, Father?"
"I got a question," I started to say when she cut me off.
"A question for me? It's been so long,"
she said, zipping around in circles. "Yup, I seem to have hit a wall. I can't spread my aura past it," I explained.
"Less than a year. I guess I'm not surprised. I don't know the cause. That is not in my inherited memories. But this barrier is found no matter where on the planet you start from. You can't expand your aura like in the past."
She pointed her palm at the wall, and a small beam came out and sliced a millimeter-wide hole that extended for about a meter past the barrier. My aura easily rushed in, filling the gap.
"The dungeon has to dig down manually."
"Is that all?" I asked with a bit of skepticism.
"Yep, at least according to these,"
she said, tapping her temple. I created my avatar and extended my clawed hand to scoop out a chunk of the stone. Absorbing it, I found it quite dense. It would not be an easy challenge for regular dungeons to overcome. Thankfully, I wasn't a regular dungeon. Again, I pulled from my previously created automata. The large drills I used to carve through Alara's dungeon formed in the hollow. I modified their drill heads using the newer mithril alloy so they would be able to cut through the dense material. With a boom, their engines activated and started to grind into the floor. I watched for a few minutes as the drills carved into the ground. It was quite slow, with the drills barely making headway. After 5 minutes, they'd only cut a meter deep. Sparks and dust were flying left and right to be absorbed by the dungeon. The aura rushed into the gaps without pause. I didn't even need to push it. I set my dungeon to replace the divides between the major sets of floors with the newer material. It would complement the plating well as added defense for the dungeon. With that issue taken care of for the moment, I moved over to the station. Tear Falls would be entering night soon, and I liked to be aware of the situation in case something unpredictable happened. The defense line on Tear Falls was already formed based on Anubis's direction. My automata had formed a camp outside the city. They were able to build turrets and other emplacements with the help of Queen's daughters. While around the city, they liked to take a mortal form, ranging from human to elf, all unnaturally beautiful, of course. I didn't say anything, as it didn't hinder their ability to perform. Artillery, machine gun emplacements, laser turrets, and an assortment of other deadly weaponry formed a line of death around the wall of the city. My automata from the drop moved with precision as they took their places, readying for the night. Of course, the mortals hadn't come to a decision in a single day, but I had graciously allowed them to extend it by a single night.
Chapter 32. Luella. Over 90% of the town came with us, Major James reported. We sat in the captain's cabin of the airship. Out of respect, I didn't take his chair, and sat in a chair to the side of the room, sipping from a cup of tea. Regan had left the room bare, with only the necessities to operate included. Still, the Major had managed to make a nice home away from home. Very good. Any reason for the people staying behind in particular? I asked. We were trying to save lives, after all. If it was an issue we could deal with, I wanted to do so. The more people we saved, the less undead we had to deal with. The church. They didn't take too kindly to another god being proclaimed, the Major said, as he pounded a fist on the table. Now, at least 2,000 people are going to be fed to the undead due to a few old bastards' hang-ups. I wish we could force them, but that's not the mission. If people want to stay, they get to stay. We might be helping them, but I will not force anyone, I said, setting the cup on the side table. I understand, of course. Just sad to see people behaving so maddeningly. Major James mumbled under his breath. I fully agree. That's why we're still sitting here for another night, instead of heading to the next town. Once the undead breach their walls, I'm sure they will have a change of heart. Did you have the embassy party set up?
Yes, my lady. They are standing by where we said they would be. If anyone seeks safety from them, they will grant it.
Good. Let's see if they can hold out through the night, I said, grinning mischievously. This wasn't just to save the few people who were being forced to stay, but also to test the soldiers. They needed real combat to truly improve. This was about as controlled a situation as we could give them. A few hours later, I was standing on the deck of the airship with my guards. We were watching the gruesome horror show that the town was turning into. Needless to say, the town walls held for minutes with most of their standing forces gone. Families that were forced to stay due to their religion ran through the streets while undead slaughtered them freely. There was a beacon of hope, though. Toward where the slums of the city would have been, a pillar of light rose into the air. The undead were being cut down by the forces trained by Bruce and Azal with ease, and people who came to their senses rushed past as fast as their legs could carry them. "What is the point of all this?" I said, shaking my head.
"I don't reckon there truly is a point, my lady. The undead only seek to slaughter, those that control them only seek power, and those above them only seek more power," one of my guards said as he stared down at the massacre.
"Been reading in Lord Regan's library, Lieutenant?" I asked, grinning. The guard laughed nervously.
"A bit."
Nothing wrong with that. I turned back to the town. The only place that was free of undead by this point was the spot being held by my soldiers. "Get those men and women out of there. I don't feel like losing any of my people to the undead this night."
"Yes, my lady."
One of my guards relayed my message to the major, and a flare was fired into the night sky. The airship moved so that it was above the spot and lowered a pulley to bring everyone on board. The ship began bombarding the surroundings with cannons to hold off the undead, while the soldiers and civilians loaded on board. With practiced teamwork, the crew brought up the people quickly. After only 5 minutes, we had everyone who sought safety on board, and we left the town.
"Still a loss to lose a city to the undead,"
the major said as we pulled away. "We might have been able to hold it, but we can't hold every town and city we come to. We are limited. The undead are not," I said with a shake of my head.
"True. Do we just leave it to become a nest for the undead, then?"
the major asked. "No. We put distance between us and the town. When we were about 10 kilometers from it, a beam of light came from the sky. It struck the center of the town, and a dome of fire rose from the epicenter of the explosion. With my enhanced eyes, I could see everything turning to ash."
"What the?"
"Behold the power of your god," I said, laying it on thick as I walked away. Before I entered the hold, I turned back to see the last effects of the explosion. Arcs of energy flashed around the blackened landmass. Nothing could have survived that. Elementals of various sizes formed in the crater. Adventurers would be busy for decades cleaning up the mess that would be Lekazar. I confirmed the fleet's flight path before I used the portal to return to the valley. That was how things went for several days. In a week, the valley's population crossed 1 million people. If it wasn't for Regan's housing complex, as he called it, we would have been overrun by the amount of people. Our food stores were just barely keeping up as well. I hoped Regan was enjoying the manna from all these people, because I was quite ready to burn them to a crisp. I'd thought the border cities' crime rates were bad, but this was on another level. Even with Regan's obelisks, people were still tempting fate and committing crimes. We were managing to handle it, with the main parts of the city being better off. I considered it mainly to be an adjustment period after so many people losing so much. I thought Regan might come up with a way to help the issue, but he'd been mostly silent for the last few days.
"Trouble,"
I heard in my mind before a knock came at the door. "Enter," I called, worried by the message from Regan.
"My lady, there's a—"
The guard paused as he struggled to find the right word.
"revolt happening in the town."
"What? By whom?" I demanded, jumping to my feet. "The Church of Laloon. They demand the impostor Regan be dealt with," he replied. "How dare they? I brought them into my city, my home, and this is how they respond." Lightning crackled from my skin to anything metal in the room, the desire to storm outside and burn them all to a crisp flaring up again. Unfortunately, it would be difficult to do that. Regan needed the mortals to feed him mana. I needed them for manpower in the fledgling country. "Orders, my lady." "Are they being violent?" I asked, sitting back down. "No, they are just demanding that you bring out Lord Regan. They've set up in the first residential district where their church is located. The citizens are not being harmed in any way." "Please send a messenger that I will meet with whoever is in charge in an hour for discussions," I said. "My lady, surely we shouldn't negotiate with these heretics," argued the guard. My anger subsided for a moment as the thought that people were truly worshipping Regan entered my mind. "Thank you. I don't intend to threaten the safety of anyone in this valley. I will at least try to talk to them," I said, giving the guard a smile. I knew he was worried about the valley at heart. "I will deliver your message personally," he said with a bow, then made his way out of my office. I'd known this was bound to happen when the Major mentioned the church a week or so ago. I'd just hoped I would have more time to create an actual plan. I was about to call for Izal when she appeared at my door. "I like your timing," I said with a grin. "Heard there was a party in town and wanted to make sure they had all their permits," she replied as she walked in. "I had a guard tell them an hour from now, but to be honest, I'm not sure how to handle this," I said, tapping my desk with my finger. "It would be brutally easy to just have them all removed, cleanly or otherwise. Hell, if I ask Regan, he might be able to just teleport the whole lot of them to a very scary place." "Indeed. Though I doubt he would want to do that, since these people are basically his food. I can only imagine how much mana he's getting with just over 1 million people crammed into this valley." "Don't remind me. It scares me just thinking about it." "So what's the plan, Your Highness?" Izal asked with a teasing tone. "For now, we'll go talk to them. Have the city forces ready in case everything goes downhill. I would like to resolve this without bloodshed. What they plan to do to a dungeon host is beyond me," I replied, shaking my head. "As you command," Izal said, and bowed on her way out. I tapped my bracelet and was about to send Regan a message asking what he thought I should do, but shook my head. He knew of the situation. I would see how far I could get without his aid, though considering he was the target, it might not be very long before I was forced to involve him. 40 minutes later, I was outside the first residential district, also known as the original district. It contained the largest portion of the old town, including the church. I hadn't wanted to outright ban the worship of Laloon, but that might have been a mistake. They weren't breaking any of the laws, so Regan's obelisks weren't doing anything about them. Standing at the entrance of the district, I found the gate blocked by several dozen men equipped to varying degrees of completion. A few wore full plate, but most of the people in the back wore basic leathers and some chainmail. They all wore nervous looks as I approached. I felt a little better about the situation after seeing that. "Are you going to make me leave my guards out here?" I called to the assembled group. "Your Highness," one of my guards said, but I waved him down. A man called out from the center of the group. "I know what this looks like, Your Highness, but we cannot abide a false god. Please talk to the priestess and you'll understand." I turned to Izal. "I'm sure I'll be fine, but in case anything happens, please stay out here." I could take care of myself now. I'd gotten the power to do so. My city, however, was much more fragile than I was. I walked forward on my own, leaving the guards. "As you command," Izal said with a salute. Someone from the rebel force led me to the church. It had gone through several upgrades since the first weeks after the dungeon was found. Now it was almost to the point of being a cathedral. Elegant stone and glasswork made it a marvel to behold. Depictions of Laloon and her legends were portrayed in the glass. I was led inside, where I found all the booths full. The noble from a week ago stood on the stage in prayer. I mentally groaned when I saw her. I felt like this was going to be a headache with such a headstrong person leading the opposing force.
Welcome, Your Highness. We are happy you came so quickly. We didn't want this to turn ugly,
Countess Constance said, with a smile that appeared to shine. Yeah, I'm here. Please tell me what you plan to get out of cutting off a part of the city, I said, cracking my neck. While I was taking this seriously, I didn't want them to see that. They needed to see this as an annoyance for just about everyone other than themselves. Countess Constance's eye twitched, which I took as a win.
Our brothers and sisters have sent us messages about how the rescue forces have abandoned whole towns because they worshipped Laloon and not the false god named Regan. No god would do such a thing.
That was me, I said, and yawned into my hand. I don't have the resources nor the time to waste on people who refuse our help just because we follow Lord Regan. They're lucky we didn't treat those places like we did the infested cities. Only dust would remain at this point.
You, how could you? These people were just trying to survive. Why should they have to bow to a false god to be saved?
The Countess demanded heatedly. Then allow me to ask you, where has the church been this entire time? The necromancer threat is far from new. Where has the Golden Army been? The 12 disciples? An entire country is reduced to a blackened wasteland, and a second one is well on its way. I rose slightly in the air due to my anger. Well, Countess Constance?
That is, I'm sure the Grand Vicar has a reason. The light works in mysterious ways, she replied.
She was starting to sweat and backed away from the center of the stage. If the Church of Laloon hadn't burned the texts and books from before the Demon War in an attempt to keep the event from happening again, you would know. I paused, swinging around to the gathered people. Know that Laloon is a liar and a cheat, murderer of her own husband.
Blasphemy! Laloon has only led us down the path of righteousness, Countess Constance shouted from behind me.
The Celestials used to walk among us. Now your priests only hear one message from her a year. If anyone is a false god, it is Laloon. The church was so quiet, a person could almost hear hearts beating. I observed the crowd to gauge how my words had reached them. From their faces, I thought I managed to reach a few. People who might have had doubts in their minds for a while now. The church had only been becoming more corrupt as the last century passed. They weren't outright evil, but they had a new passion for gold and other, less-than-virtuous callings.
I see there is no changing your mind, non-believer,
Countess Constance said, regaining her composure. She looked over to the side, and that was the only hint I got. Over 3 dozen crossbow bolts shot at me from every direction. I sighed with great gusto as I snapped my fingers. The lightning curtain I always kept around me made a visible appearance as the bolt struck it. The metal was magnetized and spun around me like a tornado of blades. I felt it was a rather weak attempt to take my life. Were they betting on surprise? Or had the Countess just not believed any of the reports about my power? I would have to find out, as both made me a bit annoyed. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were acting like a necromancer. Is this how the church does things now? Kill whatever gets in your way? I asked the Countess, who was turning pale. I began channeling mana into my curtain. I wanted this to be bloodless, but I didn't see a way for that to happen. Besides, if I cooked them all well enough, there wouldn't be any blood. Lightning started to arc to any metal around me. Countess Constance was in full retreat as she backed away on the stage. Wait, I heard Regan say in my head. I pulled my mana back and waited to see what he had in mind. One of his golden portals appeared on the stage. A moment later, Regan himself walked out. As I looked him over, I had to consider my own words. Maybe Regan was a god.
Chapter 33. Regan. After 2 days, we were finally able to figure out what was past the maelstrom. I was still only about a fourth of the way through deciphering the magic woven into the artificial storm, but I had a rough idea what it was doing. The maelstrom was a cage the size of a continent. Additionally, it was an engine and a wall. As to what it was containing, it would take longer to get to the bottom of that mystery. Whatever it was big and powerful, as well as something that I didn't want to release by accidentally tampering with the storm containing it. That's why I was devoting more resources to understanding the magic, in case my Terra wave had damaged it. While I was doing my research, I felt an uptick of adherent mana to Laloon from the gathered people in the valley. I'd expected it, but something felt off. Pausing my research, I moved over to check out what was going on, and to my surprise, found the little coup happening. Mortals, they never get tired of causing problems. With so much adherent mana gathered in one place that wasn't all flowing into myself, I was able to examine it a bit more closely. This form of mana truly was powerful. I had been watching it for maybe 3 hours when I realized something I should have noticed at the beginning. The mana wasn't going to a different plane. It traveled to another place on the planet. I touched one of the streams with my own mana and traced its path. To my surprise, I found that the mana was actually traveling inside the maelstrom. If the cage needed more mana than the storm itself could produce, then Tier 5 and 6 individuals would be a good source. They would release enough mana in their aura alone to produce quite a charge. I was going to study it more when I felt Luella had reached an impasse with the people of the church. I really didn't want her to have to fry over 100,000 people. That would be such a loss of mana. With over 1 million people in the valley, I was getting nearly 6 million an hour. I couldn't ask for something better right now. I sent her a message to wait and quickly thought about what to do. I decided to go with the tried and true approach for this world, something that spoke much louder than words. Overwhelming power. That meant I couldn't use my normal form. I groaned at the mana this was going to cost me, but if I was able to keep all these people alive as well as convert them, then it would be worth it down the road. I would just have to apologize to Rockris later. First, I took my face from when I was living and modified it to fit this world's sense of beauty. Then leaned more toward the strong look with sharp cheekbones. Next, I created short golden hair, topping it with a golden crown composed of gears. The next part was harder. I needed my body to literally radiate power. Sticking to the white and gold theme, I created an automaton body that was similar to the machines I'd worked with just before my death. It was also the first time I used adherent mana. Creating living metal out of mithril, I fueled the spells with my adherent mana. I knew something would happen. I just wasn't sure what. The metal underwent a transformation. It was amazing, to say the least. Just from my dungeon sense, I could tell it was indestructible. I could also tell that I couldn't make this without my adherent mana. I quickly made a staff with a star at the top out of the metal easily being able to handle the amount of mana scripting needed to control the shielding and reaction. If I was a mortal, this body would have elevated me to Tier 5 easily. I was also worried that this would be what I was dealing with if the Celestials were able to create this material. I would need to upgrade my children as quickly as possible and get Duilin his body. An ex-Celestial would have some idea on fighting these beings. Then there was the mysterious force on the moon. So many issues, so little time. With my new body done, I stepped through the portal. I realized my sense of size was getting slightly off kilter as I found I was almost 4 meters tall. I towered over the mortals standing on the stage, but the new material my body was made from was lightweight to the extreme and barely made a dent on the stage floor. "I hear there have been accusations of me being a false god?" I asked the gathered people, casting my voice around the room. "My apologies, Lord Regan. I was trying to reason with them, but failed," Luella said, bowing while floating in the air. "I attribute no blame to you, Nor do I blame these fine people. Their lives have changed in a matter of minutes. I would be a poor god indeed if I did not know what they were going through."
"Then you claim that Laloon is a false goddess?"
Countess Constance said, pointing from where she was curled next to the wall. "That is a matter of opinion. Did Queen Luella ever once say Laloon was a false goddess? No, she only implied. The goddess has sent sparse messages in recent years. Maybe we should ask her personally why that is," I said, as I turned to the side in search of the highest-tiered priest in the room. I settled on a man who was sitting off to the side of the stage. He was several levels higher than even the Countess, who was in Tier 3 range. "Good man, would you do me the favor of communing with your goddess? That way you will know that I create no falsehoods." The man jumped at my turning the focus on him. A jumpy kind of person in general. He looked to the Countess, then back to me. His face seemed to change as his twitchy eyes grew steely, and he nodded with much more confidence. I grinned, and a man who knew when to hide. He walked over and kneeled at the front of the stage to start praying. As the adherent mana started to flow from him, I tapped into it with my own mana and started to absorb it. I knew the goddess hated this from my beginning days as a dungeon core. Sure enough, an image of the goddess appeared in my mind's eye. I quickly grabbed it with my mana. "Hello, Lady Laloon. Let's have a chat," I said.
"What is the meaning of this?"
she demanded, as a sort of viewing window appeared in front of me. I made sure she could only see me. As an added precaution to make sure she didn't catch on and start acting coy, I created a barrier of air so the sound wouldn't travel to her even if someone shouted to her. "I just wanted to chat about the current state of the world. I've been cleaning up a mess that could have easily been prevented had you made your priests work more diligently together."
How dare you tell me how to use my pawns? You're just some little dungeon core. You have no idea of the forces I command."
"Is that so?" I moved my staff so she could see the gleam it made. "What to do?" I said, tapping the staff against my shoulder.
That's not possible. Wait, Cassin, this is another one of his tricks. Damn that shadow demon. I swear I'll slice him to pieces."
I blinked as she came to some conclusion on her own, and I decided to just roll with it. "Lady Laloon, I ask again, why do you leave your people to suffer?" She snorted, looking me over. I wasn't sure what she was thinking.
You know as well as I do that those moldy old gods were the ones that forced this change. I should have burned their temples sooner. I regret waiting until I became a celestial.
She sent a glare at me before waving her hand through the image.
Next time try something more original, Cassin.
I went ahead and cut the connection as she waved her hand through it. I was quite pleased with the information gained from this little experiment. I now knew I could at least communicate with Celestia. And another fact I gleaned from this, my mana never left the realm. I knew what that felt like thanks to the subdimension I had in my core. Dismissing the spell entirely, I turned back to the assembled people. "Are you pawns?" I asked simply. Countess Constance grabbed the man who used his mana.
"It's a lie. Those weren't actually the words of the goddess, right?"
The man looked to be in a trance, but quickly came to his senses. Quite violently, he tore the symbol of the goddess from his robe and stomped on it. He glared at the Countess, who backed away quickly. That harlot! I devoted 30 years of my life to her. I believed in the light." He turned his glare toward me. "And what do you demand of us? Devotion? Constant prayer?" I'll be honest, I'm not a nice person. I look out for my own. In that same thread, if you follow me, you're one of mine. I can promise you one thing. I am a dungeon. I need mortals to grow so I can grow. Laloon only needs you to serve her ends," I said, giving the man a smile. The man turned to Luella. "Your Highness,
on behalf of everyone here, I apologize for the idiocy that has transpired today. Please, punish me and forgive the sins of the others," he said, as he kneeled to the ground, exposing his neck. "What is your name?" Luella asked, landing in front of him. "Vicar Sarus, Your Highness." When the man said he was a vicar, the crowd made a large amount of sound. Countess Constance also looked at the man with wide eyes. Apparently, Sarus was a big deal. "Very well. As punishment for your crime of rebelling against the crown of Videtta, you are to—" She paused for effect. "Make sure that everyone is returned safely to their homes and given a warm meal. That is 100,000 people." Vicar Sarus looked up with a bewildered expression. "But, Your Highness—" "No, my decision is final. No one came to harm today, and I believe for most people—" She glanced over to Countess Constance. "It was an enlightening day." "Very well." I moved forward, pulling everyone's attention back to me. "I will not force you to worship me as Laloon did, but I don't mind everyone here thinking of me as a friendly grandfather. Let us grow strong and prosper together," I said, setting my hand on Luella's shoulder. A golden portal formed over us and descended down to move us back to her office. "That went better than I expected," Luella said, moving over to her liquor cabinet. I laughed for a few seconds before I could reply. "You were about to turn them all into charred meat." "Okay, maybe you showed up just in time. Tell me, was that the real Laloon?" "Yes. Vicar Sarus can verify it, as the manna had to travel through him. Everyone might have been able to see what transpired, but he could truly experience everything that the goddess was conveying." "I hope Sarus will be all right. I was surprised when he said he was a vicar. I thought that Golden Countess was the highest-ranked church member in the valley." "I have to give the man credit. He knew that being high-ranked in a valley that is currently worshipping another god might not be safe for him, but he still worked to make sure the people of his church were taken care of. He is truly a good man." "On another note, it's weird seeing you in white and gold. Have a change of heart?" "Wanted to express my holiness. Made some kind of new material," I said with a laugh. "If I didn't know any better—" "No, can't be," she said, shaking her head. "What?" "It's just the coloration, the way the light bends around it. It's almost as if it was adamantine, God's metal." "Considering how I made it, it just might be." "You know what? I'm not even surprised," Luella said, rubbing her temples. "Damn, I guess I'll have to try harder," I said, and rubbed my chin. I would have to find a new person to tease if Luella stopped reacting to me. I was about to say as much when I sensed a massive surge of mana in the east. It was near where I'd last checked on Julie. Excusing myself, I teleported to the station to find out what was going on.
Chapter 34. Julie. I knew Master was pleased. Every time I saved some mortals, I could feel a burst of appreciation from him. Just today, I managed to save a town that was about to be overrun by undead. When I saw the town, even I was amazed they were still alive. I could sense several large mana signatures from inside the town, but couldn't pinpoint them due to the chaos. I had yet to use any of the more advanced weapons Master had built into my suit. My blades were more than enough for the rabble that I'd come up against so far. I preferred cutting up zombies to skeletons. Zombies were the closest to mortals I could get. I hoped that Master waged war on flesh-and-blood mortals soon. I was a few hours from the scar that Master told me about, excited about what I would find. Endless slaughter being at the top of my list. I wasn't sure when, but my blades had started to speak to me, craving more of the undead flesh. I wasn't sure if it was the usual insanity or something new. I knew Master's weapons were capable of developing egos. I just never dreamed that I would gain one, let alone two. I squirmed at the thought that these blades could be like Master's and my children. Master built them, and I'd channeled mana into them. It was similar to that bitch Izal's weapon. I couldn't wait to show Master when I got back. "Master," I moaned as I sliced a 3-meter zombie in half. The dark mana was drained from the flesh and into me. "More," my blades replied. "Don't worry, my darlings. There's plenty where that came from," I cooed, rubbing the blades against my cheek. I looked around me to a sea of undead of every shape and size. I'd once had dreams about commanding an army like this. Now, my dream was to tear it apart for Master. I flashed a feral grin, then shot forward. Limbs, rotted blood, organs, and all manner of gore splattered around me as I sliced my way through anything that had unholy mana. I wasn't sure when or why, but I started to laugh. I was having so much fun. I wanted to slaughter more. I'd never been able to kill so wantonly. Even if they were the undead, it felt so good. My heart beat faster every moment I was in the horde of undead. I felt a wetness on my face as rotting blood from the zombie I'd just sliced in half splattered. I came to a stop at the edge of a black wasteland that stretched as far as I could see to the north and south. It spread in front of me at least 30 kilometers wide, I estimated. Undead appeared to be continuously emerging from the desecrated land. A few months ago, this would have enthralled me. Now, I just wanted to rip them apart. I noticed a man walking through the Deadlands with much more coordination than the undead. He was either a very high-level undead or still living. That firmly put him on my Master's kill-on-sight list. My breathing sped up at the thought that I might further Master's cause even more by killing a necromancer that escaped his purge. "I see some prey," I said excitedly. The two blades spoke one after the other. "Tear apart." "I can't deny my babies," I cooed. I surged my mana, then shot into the air. Flying over the useless undead, I angled down at the man who didn't seem to notice me yet. The air streaked by me as I closed the distance on him. I was less than a meter away from him when he swung his arm around. My blades collided with his palm, and a shockwave rippled out from the impact. He sank 1/2 meter into the ground. "Aren't you a feisty one?" the man asked with a grin. "Motherfucker!" I shouted with a growl and jumped back. This was the first time I'd failed to cut through something. It felt like I'd hit a brick wall with my arms. The man turned to face me fully, and I realized his face reminded me of the gnome bitch that Master kept as a pet. He was taller, but not by much. Purple tendrils emerged around him, and I pulled farther back, sensing mana even darker than unholy mana. "I can make your life easier for you," he said with a beckoning motion. "I'm quite happy with my current situation," I replied. I tapped the wrist of the suit, and pods opened on the shoulders. Solid red beams of light streaked at the man, carving furrows into the ground, which exploded after a moment. When the dust cleared, he was standing perfectly fine, dusting off his clothes, which were the only things damaged. "That was interesting. I don't think I've seen magic quite like that before," he said with a chuckle. "I think it's my turn, though." He raised his hand, and a black hole formed with streaks of lightning arcing into it as he pulled in mana. I didn't take any chances and shot into the air, flying back to gain as much distance as I could. The ball of darkness was only about the size of his hand when he threw it toward me, but it expanded to fill the sky. I wrapped my dark mana wings around me just before the blast hit me. The impact sent me flying, and I slammed into the ground and probably would have died if not for the new body Master made for me. I felt pain, but not nearly as much as I should have been feeling. As I pushed myself up, a good few centimeters of dirt fell off me. Looking around, I found that almost a kilometer's worth of area around the man was now as smooth as a pane of glass. I crawled out of the hole I'd made with my impact. "My Master is able to hurt me more without even meaning to," I called to the man while dusting off my armor. I noticed a few scratches, and my anger boiled to the surface. "I got this from Master. Son of a bitch!"
Interesting. I don't think a person has ever been able to walk away unscathed from that before.
"Fuck you!" I screamed, then shot toward him. I brought my blades around with inhuman speed that he matched with his bare hands. Each of my impacts caused a shock wave that tore the ground around us to pieces. My anger only grew more as I failed to hurt him in any way.
"I believe that is quite enough," the man said with a sigh.
He swung his fist around, and I could have sworn it was in slow motion, but he managed to hit me square in the chest. The next second I was in a crater several meters deep. My chest throbbed, but didn't quite hurt. I dug my hand into the side of the crater and started pulling myself out with effort. "You're not holding back because I'm a girl, are you?" I said after I reached the top of the crater.
My lord, whatever created you must be even scarier. I don't think I should let someone with that amount of power have free rein. Would you be a dear and tell me where your master is?" the man said.
"I'll say it again. Fuck you."
Pity.
Energy surrounded him, nearly taking a solid form as the ground cracked under him. He shot toward me, and I barely got my arms up in time to block as his fist slammed into me. I was sent flying again, but he stayed on me and began to rapidly pound on me. I could feel some type of energy trying to seep into me through the impact sites. We collided with a hill, and I realized that I'd just been knocked at least 20 kilometers to the north. He kept his barrage up, each blow forcing me farther into the hillside. I could feel the armor Master made for me starting to crack. There still wasn't much pain, but I knew once the armor broke, that might change. The man stopped for a moment.
"Want to reconsider your answer?"
I spit in his face and smiled when I saw his expression change from mild humor to one of anger. He lifted his hand, and a jagged spike formed out of some type of energy I couldn't get a sense for. The only thing that crossed my mind was that it wasn't of this world. Just before it started to descend, I heard something I didn't expect.
"Mind if I cut in?"
A blade of golden white metal erupted from the man's chest, and purple energy spilled out.
Regan. Using the station and satellites, I was able to locate Julie in the northeast. She was fighting something I'd been trying to find for a few weeks now. Volrudos, the demon Izora's father had unleashed. I'd figured he'd be near one of the dungeons, not strolling through the dead scar like it was a fall afternoon. I couldn't tell from the station whether she was making any headway, but given the information I had on the demon generals, I doubted it. I debated on my course of action for a few minutes, but lost my cool when I saw Julie impact the side of the small mountain. I don't care how messed up Julie was, she was mine. Opening a portal to the battlefield using my connection with Julie, I appeared behind Volrudos just as he was about to plunge some type of blade into her. I leveled my new staff with his back, then amplified my strength to the limit of my new body. "Mind if I cut in?" With a thrust, I stabbed the blade through his back. A second later, the entire mountainside shattered from the shock wave created. Purple blood leaked from the wound along the shaft of the weapon.
"Impossible,"
Volrudos said, spitting out some blood. I yanked the weapon free as I grabbed the back of his head and threw him straight down. He created a crater with his impact. I made sure Julie was all right and teleported her back to Steel Spire, then dropped down into the crater. Nothing is impossible. I have various theories I need to test. I'm glad you volunteered to be my test subject this fine afternoon. Energy pulsed from Volrudos, and his wound healed instantly. Grinning, I activated a laser of my own. There was a brief flash of light, then Volrudos was slammed back into the crater, adding another 10 or so meters to its depth. I examined his body but couldn't see any visible wounds. A stream of black and purple erupted from the bottom of the crater as Volrudos threw some type of spell at me. I created a quick barrier before the spell collided with me. The next second, 2 or 3 kilometers of the mountain behind me was gone, whereas my barrier cracked and shattered. "I'm glad you have a few tricks up your sleeve," I commented, dusting my robe off. This was why I preferred black. Blood and dust didn't stain it as easily.
"You are an interesting being. I've never met anyone outside of my own kind that managed to cut me,"
Volrudos said, pulling himself out of the crater. "Hurt? I plan on killing you today. No one hurts that which is mine," I said, with mana flickering around me at my anger.
Now, it was only a little bit,"
Volrudos said roguishly. The demon stood there as if waiting to see what my next trick was going to be. I couldn't disappoint. Thinking through my list of weapons, I grinned as I held my hand out. It was times like this I was glad to be a dungeon core. Having created something once, I could reproduce it again. A speck of fluctuating matter formed over my palm. "Let us see if you can withstand this." I shifted my hand, then fired the mass like one would from a railgun. Volrudos gave me a grin that seemed to say, "Do your worst." The mass hit his chest. It was at least 300 grams of antimatter. I teleported a distance away just as the reaction happened. Volrudos's chest exploded with enough energy to equal a few hydrogen bombs. I had to give him credit. The rest of his body was indeed immune to energy, and the explosion turned into a column coming from both his chest and back. Everything in a 20-kilometer radius was reduced to ash. After that, the destruction varied based on the landscape. I reappeared next to Volrudos to check if he was still alive. I was depressed when I found him still breathing. The wound didn't heal instantly like the first one, but it was closing before my eyes. I considered what to try next.
"That hurt. I hope you're ready for what comes next,"
Volrudos said in between grunts of obvious pain. "Did I piss someone off?" I asked with a sneer.
"You are dead."
With a boom, the mana in the air suddenly surged toward him. I frowned as I calculated the amount of mana he was pulling in. While mana didn't technically have a physical form, if it was condensed enough, it took on a crystalline form. With the amount he was absorbing, it just didn't make sense. "We'll see about that," I said, readying my staff for whatever he might throw at me.
"I'll break you,"
he shouted, then shot forward. It appeared he was doing this the old-fashioned way. Brute force seemed to be Volrudos's motto. I channeled mana into my body to bring it up to the same speed, the god metal drinking in mana like a man lost in a desert. I met his fist with my staff, and from there it turned into a rapid rally as I met his increasingly faster blows. I knew he was soon using enough force to break entire mountains. In fact, the shock waves of his blows were creating furrows in the ground around us. The parts of my body not composed of the adamantine were slowly cracking and breaking from the pressure. I contemplated what to do as I went over all the facts I knew about demons. A light bulb went off in my head as I thought about Quinn. I made what I thought was an evil grin. Now I just needed to stab him again. I met his blow, but this time I let it throw me a few dozen meters away. When I cleared enough distance, I channeled mana into my laser spell again, only making it continuous. He knew it wouldn't hurt him, so he took it. He was blasted into the side of the mountain, and I shot at him myself. He struggled against the laser, but failed to get up in time. The blade on my staff impaled him, going through and nailing him to the mountain. I killed the laser and stood back.
"I think we both know this doesn't really bother me,"
Volrudos said with a gesture at the staff in his stomach.
"Honestly, I'd hoped you would show me something more."
"Oh, don't worry about that," I said, then snapped my fingers. As I watched, his veins instantly bulged as his body rejected the new substance. But my theory had paid off. The mana-eating nanites I'd made worked on him as well. They replicated before his body could deal with them, allowing them to quickly eat him.
What is this? It burns!
He yelled as he ripped the staff out of him. I held out my hand and it returned to my grasp. I knew that Quinn had managed to survive by literally ripping her own body apart, thus I'd made a few improvements. Rather than spread slowly in a growing radius, these dived directly into the bloodstream for maximum spread. "This is your reckoning," I said as I reached into the hole and grabbed his neck with my clawed hand. Chapter 35. Regan. I debated for a few minutes, but ultimately decided his existence was too dangerous to me. Allowing the nanites to run their course, I watched Volrudo slowly and very painfully die, writhing in a puddle of his own blood. I did collect all of the aforementioned blood. I remembered stories back on Earth about creatures that were able to regenerate from a single cell. It would not be a joke if the same happened with Volrudos. I knew the moment his soul left the body. Whether to return to the wheel of reincarnation or to head off in some other path, I couldn't be sure. My clawed hand suddenly bit through his neck as if there was no resistance. I made a mental note to increase all my defense against energy entities. I checked his body over and found 2 shards of crystal embedded in him. I frowned as I ripped them from the body. I didn't know if the dungeon hosts that these originally belonged to would be able to return, but I would at least try. I knew one was Vlad. The other one, however, I wasn't sure. I would need to see if I could set up some way to track either the movements Volrudos made or a mana signature of the cores themselves back to where they'd originated. I encased the body in a mithril alloy that sealed it from all outside stimuli, then used space magic to cut it off from the flow of time. I really didn't like the idea of risking this thing in my main dungeon, so I moved it to Steel Spire. Wiping my hands of the entire thing, I moved over to where I placed Julie. She was slamming her head against the floor, but was doing more damage to the floor than herself. Tears spilled from her like a river. I watched for a few seconds, not sure how to proceed, then just decided to wing it. It wouldn't be the first time I didn't know how to deal with a woman for one reason or another. "Julie, stop," I said, walking up behind her.
"Master,"
she cried, and flung herself around my waist.
I've failed.
She kept repeating the phrase over and over. I wrapped my hands around her shoulders and pulled her back. My god form, as I was starting to think of it, hands, were nearly large enough to wrap around her chest. I was almost 4 meters tall in this form and could easily pick her up so that she dangled in the air. "That is enough. You failed, so you will be sent back to the starting point and made to do it over. This time, if you run into a creature that is basically the nemesis of all life on this planet, you are to give me a call."
You're not mad?"
she asked with a sniffle. "I wouldn't be a very benevolent master if I got mad at you over something you couldn't control. But I guess a punishment is in order," I said, looking off into the distance, though I didn't miss the pleased expression that flashed over her features. Bloody masochist. This would be difficult, however. I'd given her a body that didn't really feel pain. I grinned as I got an evil thought. I accessed the living metal that formed her body. I was the one who'd made it, and I still retained control over it. Tapping into what served as her nerves, I sent the command to administer pain throughout her body. A second later, she screamed and writhed as her thighs grew wet. I let it go on for about 10 seconds before I dropped her to the floor.
Thank you, Master,"
she said, lying on the floor and breathing deeply. "Rest for a day, then you will be sent back to the forest to start over," I said, then walked away.
Yes.
I shook my head and began checking over the steel spire. I didn't feel like having another body walk away like Reed's had. The only information I had on that break-in was that a celestial of considerable power had managed to inhabit it, then vanish. His little visit gave me quite a lot of data to use regarding that type of entity, however. If something tried the same thing, I would be adding another celestial to my collection. Speaking of celestials, I needed to create a body for Dui Lin soon. I hated the idea of a powerful minion ally sitting up there wasting away. It would have to wait a few more days. The battle with Volrudos took much of my mana that I had built up. I checked the hour and realized it was nighttime, so I decided to go look in on Puppet. With the drop forces there, they should be able to hold out for several weeks, if not months, without issue. Still, it paid off to never assume you were going to win the war before it even started. I decided to go full appearance. Maybe I could score a few worshippers. I found Puppet on the wall of the city. Even with my forces there, the mortals weren't taking any chances and were stationed on the wall. Though I could see quite a bit of relaxing going on. People were even asleep in a few places. Mortals. It was scary how fast they could adapt once they thought they were safe. I was about to create the portal when I saw the prince standing next to Puppet. That reminded me I hadn't actually negotiated with their leadership yet. Guess it didn't hurt to strike while the iron was hot. I looked around my aura and found Luella. With a thought, I was standing in her office. "If you were any bigger, you would be in the ceiling," Luella commented after my form solidified. It was true. The room was barely big enough to contain my new form. I waved my hand and her office expanded by several meters in every direction. To Luella's credit, she never once blinked. "How did the situation with the church go after I left?" "About as you can expect. There is going to be a great amount of turmoil in the ranks for the foreseeable future. You would be the better judge of how many people have actually converted." "True. I'd say we managed to sway around 30%. It will be interesting to watch going forward. On to other business. I need you to grab Chloe and come with me over to Tear Falls. We need to negotiate what happens going forward over there." "I'll send a guard. Where is she?" Luella asked with a raised eyebrow. I chuckled and told her where the guard could find Chloe. Then I snapped my fingers as a thought came to me. A small portal opened. "Sophia, I want you to come with me. We are going to talk to your brother. I won't take no for an answer." The portal opened into a black void. Of course, that's to be expected when you open a portal into space. The girl was floating around the space station like a small satellite. I seriously didn't understand what the child was thinking. She came through the portal with a pout. "All right." "That's a good girl. Don't worry. Just a small family reunion so that hopefully everything goes smoothly," I said with a chuckle. "Hello, Sophia," Luella said, waving at the girl. "Do you remember me?" Sophia nodded but hid behind my back. While we waited for Chloe to show up, I played with trying to shrink my new body down to a more reasonable size. It took a few tries, but after setting the material to fold into itself, I was able to make the body smaller, though it was much denser now. "That's a bit better," I said, looking myself over. It still held its divinity, which was its prime goal. "Yeah, I think I like you below the 3-meter mark better," Luella said with a quick observation. "Thank you, Your Highness." I gave her a bow and a smirk. Chloe showed up a few minutes later, breathing heavily, having rushed over. Her guard was right behind her, almost on her heel. "Are we all here?" I looked around to make sure everyone was ready, then created a portal. I led the way in case the mortals got trigger-happy. Not that anything these mortals could do would hurt my new body, but the same couldn't be said for the others with me. Plus, I didn't want to have gravity magic thrown at me. Stepping through the portal, we found Puppet still next to the prince, calming everyone down. A few of the guards on the wall were certainly uptight. Not that I blamed them, considering the one-sided war on the undead my creations were waging only a few hundred meters from their walls. "Good evening, everyone. I hope the night finds everyone well," I said, tapping my staff on the ground. Going through the portal undid the shrinking my body had gone through.
"You've certainly changed since your message a few nights ago,"
the guard captain said. Given my nature, I have a lot of forms I am able to take, but that is neither here nor there. We are here to discuss the future of this lovely city, I said, gesturing around me.
Brother!
Chloe moved from behind the group and grabbed her brother's hands.
"Chloe, what are you doing here? What about Sophia, Kyla, mother, father?"
Kyla betrayed us to the necromancers. Only Sophia and I got out.
"Where is Sophia?" the prince demanded, looking around. Chloe glanced back to me. "She's right here," I said, reaching behind me to pull the girl from where she clung to my back. She dangled from my grip like a kitten would from a mother cat's mouth.
"Sophia, what have you done to her?"
he demanded when he saw her new form. "What she asked me to do, so don't even start or I'll level this entire city just to be done with it," I said, not even bothering to hide my annoyance. He ground his teeth but didn't say anything on the subject.
"Sophia, can you at least give your brother a hug?"
he asked, holding his hands out. I let her go and she floated forward a few centimeters, then flashed behind me almost faster than my own eyes could keep up. The prince cried, "Sophia!" "I'm sorry, but part of my deal with the child is to protect her. If she doesn't want to speak to you, then there is nothing I can do on the matter," I said.
Lord Regan,
Luella said, moving forward.
Perhaps it's best if we continue inside. There are many eyes watching right now.
I glanced around to the many soldiers and adventurers on the wall, then nodded. Indeed. The guard captain led us to the city keep, or rather palace. Looking around, I could see that even with the assistance of my drop forces, the people were still in rough shape. There appeared to be a general lack of food. Mentally asking Puppet while we walked, I found out that the last airship had failed to return about a week ago. I reached a plaza in front of a church belonging to Laloon's followers. The priests and priestesses were turning people away, even though they still appeared decently fed. I was about to let the hypocrisy of this particular branch go, since I was already here on other business, when I saw the priest point to a young girl. She was of decent beauty, and I still would have been fine with it, but he refused to let the rest of her family, 2 brothers, in with her. When she tried to go back to her brothers, the church officials stopped her. "Stop," I said, slamming my staff into the ground hard enough to form a small crater. Everyone came to a stop. The eyes of people new to me widened at my apparent burst of anger. I walked over to the church steps. "Tell me, why does she get to enter while her brothers do not?" I could see the man was thinking quickly. He gulped, then said, "I can sense the light in her. If we train her, she will be able to help many people." I looked over to the girl and used my mana to sense on her. I chuckled when I saw she was very strongly of the dark mana. "If you want her to run in the shadows, certainly, though I have a feeling your use of her will be more of the carnal type." At this point, I was actually impressed that my body wasn't affecting him much. I narrowed my eyes and scanned the man. "Who are you to decide how the church is to operate? We have uses for all the aspects, not just light," he shouted. "I'm sure. Tell me," I said again, "what is a necromancer doing behind enemy lines? Don't you feel bad about your brothers and sisters being slaughtered out there?" "Necromancer? Please. Just because I don't agree with you, you try to frame me," the priest said with a flippant hand wave. "You are a brave one. You don't even know what I am," I said, then slammed my staff into the ground again. The center of the plaza behind me rose 1/2 meter up with a radius of several dozen meters. Bags of grain, crates of vegetables and fruits, and cooled meats formed. There was enough to feed several thousand people for months. For the number of people in the city, it should last a few days. "What? What are you? Wait." His eyes grew wide. "You're the dungeon core to the west." "I don't think I'll ever get tired of that look," I said, reaching forward to grab him. Whether out of panic or some other desperate reason, he threw a bolt of unholy mana at me. It collided with my face, but was cleansed before it even started to leach into the ambient mana, let alone my body. "Are you done?" I shot my arm forward and latched it around his neck. "Lord Regan, don't you think it might be better to let the local forces deal with him?" Luella asked. I didn't fail to notice her hand on her forehead. "One moment," I called back. Metal leaked from my hand and made a brand around the man's neck, effectively sealing his mana. I tossed him over to the local guards, not worrying about being gentle, then moved over to the girl, who was still being held by the priestess. That changed with a look at the woman. "Child, I commend your actions of trying to stay with your brothers. You see that woman over there in the silver? She can give you and your brothers a comfortable place to live and plenty of food to eat." What do you want in return?" she asked, her voice only cracking once. "Smart. Never expect a handout. But don't worry, I am more than capable of getting anything you can give. So what I want is for you to grow up, and if your path might lead to it, help the lady in silver. For now, though, why don't you spread the word about the food here?" "I will, Lord Regan," she said, bowing enough that her head touched the ground. As her brothers followed her example, a burst of adherent mana came from the girl. I waved as she ran off, shouting about food at the plaza. I turned my eyes over the church to make sure there weren't any more necromancers. The structure was much larger than it appeared. Mana of all aspects flowed in and out of the place. Looking farther down, I saw what might have been catacombs that were flooded by death, dark, and unholy mana. I would need to send in Puppet later to have a closer look, but I couldn't delay any longer. "Guard Captain, I'm sorry about this delay. I would recommend you send a few platoons here to investigate this church. If you want me to help, that will be determined during our upcoming session," I said, turning back to the group. I had to stop myself from laughing at the range of emotions being shown. Luella exasperated, Puppet interested, the prince horrified, and the guard captain infuriated, though not at me, surprisingly.
"I will make sure that these vermin pay. I can't believe I allowed this scum in the walls under my watch."
Once I was back in the group, I said, "Don't beat yourself up too much. They've been practicing it for nearly 5 decades now."
Chapter 36. Luella. I could only sigh as I watched Regan. I knew he'd kind of taken a turn toward prosecution ever since he'd rescued Alara, but there were smarter ways of going about it. Well, I couldn't blame him. When I saw the girl being taken into the church, I about lost it myself. I would just have to hope it didn't affect the talks with the city government. With the interruption over, we soon arrived at the palace. It appeared to be constructed out of jade and marble. Even higher than the city itself, the waterfalls gave it the appearance of being lifted by water. A single bridge connected the city to the palace. The guards stood aside when they saw the prince leading the group. "Some very clever magic was used here," Regan commented, looking around at the palace. "Anything we need to be worried about?" I asked quietly. The last thing I wanted to do was walk into a trap. "No. It's mostly magic to allow this castle to even exist like that." We were led into the throne room, where a man sat on a smaller chair to the side. If the Emperor visited, he would take the place of honor. Though I guess there wasn't an emperor anymore. Prince Charles made his way over and sat on the throne once we all entered the room. "I know it is not custom, but as my sister informed me, father is no longer living. As heir, it is my right," he said as he sat down. "This is going to be fun," I heard Regan mumble, and could only groan. "I owe you a debt of gratitude. It is likely that this city would have already fallen had it not been for your timely intervention. No thanks to my other sister at that," Prince Charles said, slamming his fist on the throne. "I'd hoped she'd been forced when she attacked the other day. It appears I was wrong." "Prince Charles, I don't have an easy way to say this, so I will come straight out and say it. As Queen of Videtta, I lay claim to all Lekazar lands. Prince Chloe has already surrendered her rights as the heir to me. Willingly. I still have some love for my old country. So please step down, I said, stepping forward. While I knew Regan could play circles around the prince, if he stepped down on his own, it would be better for Chloe. I didn't want her to lose any more family. Yes, I heard about this Videtta from the guard captain. That would make you the machine father, the new god. It's always nice when they catch on quickly, Regan said from next to me. Prince Charles burst out laughing, and I grew worried about what was going to happen. I knew from a young age I would never be emperor. I just wanted to sit on the throne for a few minutes. I hope you excuse me for my childish dreams, he said with a shrug. He jumped up and looked back to the throne. I still wish I could have sat on the golden throne of the capital. You're taking this remarkably well, and you knew you would never be emperor, Regan said with a smirk. The royal family has been around for a very long time. We have seen many magics come and go. There was a prediction of when the line would end. Every heir is taught about it. Interesting, Regan said, rubbing his chin. Well then, your throne, my lady, the prince said with a sweeping bow. I was still reeling from how easy this had been. I expected an argument, a fight, or something. Regan tapped my back with his staff, pushing me forward. I blinked and walked up to the throne. The noble in the steward's chair bowed to me. He seemed more or less casual about the whole situation. I guess as long as your life and position weren't in jeopardy, then it didn't matter who was above you in the grand scheme of things. I sat down and looked over the people gathered. I allowed Helios to float next to me and cleared my throat. Thank you, Prince Charles. I am glad you have abdicated the throne so easily. I promise to return Lekazar to its former glory. Thanks to Lord Regan, we can deal with this necromancer threat. He bowed his head in thanks. Lord Regan, is there anything we mortals can do to make this easier for you? Where is the centermost place in the city? Other than showing me that, not really. Lord Steward, will you please escort Lord Regan to this location, I said. As you wish, my lady. The man bowed to me, then to Regan before leading the way out of the hall. I turned back to the rest. We shall link our two cities with portals to allow greater assistance. Those that wish to leave may do so. Those that wish to fight for their home are more than welcome. Many will likely want to leave, but will be more than willing to return. A few nights of rest without fear of the undead will lift many a spirit, the man next to the guard captain said. I looked at him and realized it was one of Regan's children. Puppet. Then we will make it happen. You are Puppet, correct? I asked, leaning forward. Yes, Your Highness. I am technically in charge of the adventurers currently in town. The guildmaster was killed during the first raid on the city. Then I will issue some missions for the adventurers that wish to stay in the city. That way they will be more inclined to stay. That will go a good distance in making many people happier, Puppet said with a nod. Prince Charles, if you would like, you can be taken back to my city with your sisters. I thank you for the offer, but I will remain. I refuse to leave until Tear Falls is safe again. Very well. The last matter is that of the church. Guard Captain, please have that issue taken care of. I quickly sent a message to Regan, then reached into my space bag. Here, use these. They will allow you to detect any unholy mana, and they are adept at absorbing the foul stuff. I held out 3 green-sheathed swords to him. He stepped forward and took them from me, and I nodded with a smile. Thank you, my lady. The next few days were hectic. The city of Tear Falls had a population of nearly 400,000 alone. Adding in the refugees from the surrounding lands, it came out to a decent population boost for Videtta. When half of that population moved to Videtta, it grew empty in Tear Falls, and even more crowded in my city. Thankfully, it was more of a rotation deal, with many of the people returning with high spirits. A few hours after Regan was led away by the steward, a tower much like his steel spire rose in the center of the city. I was glad he'd reduced the size a bit, but it was still at least 700 meters tall. He'd also changed the fields outside the city into a literal wall of death. Machines of all kinds were slowly moving into the forest. It was almost as if they were eating the tainted land as they moved. Well, steward, Prince Charles, I leave the city of Tear Falls in your capable hands. If you need me, send me a message on this. I handed the prince a strip of metal that had a mana stone in the center. One of the mages Izal had recruited for the army made it after studying in Regan's library. I was considering making him a court mage to work on advancing the country's magic. We couldn't always expect handouts from Regan. "Thank you, Your Highness. Please keep my sisters safe," Prince Charles said with a bow. "Of course." "Keep me safe. You're the one in the war zone, brother," Chloe said, smacking his arm. I tapped my staff, and a portal opened to the valley. I had to thank Regan for making this for me. A circlet of mithril floated at the top of the staff just below the head. It contained the portal spell matrix. I had to fuel it myself, but it was surprisingly easy to do when the distance to cross was just under a few 100 kilometers. Chloe and I followed my guards through to the portal matrix. I nodded to the guards. Then we loaded into a carriage that was waiting for me and made our way back to the castle. Regan said it was safer for me to have the portal linked to the matrix. I was already happy just to have an easy way home, so I wasn't complaining. Looking out at the city, I noted how much it had changed over the last few months. The snow covered it like a blanket. I smiled and swore to myself for maybe the 1,000th time. I would protect this place, no matter what.
Chapter 37. Oparin's Wanderer.
Yes, I know it's dangerous, but I can't refuse a direct order from the council, I said to the annoying raven that had been cawing several good points this whole time. The council had ordered me to investigate the strange terror wave that struck the city. I had a general idea of where to start my investigation, but it could still take me months to years. That entire time I wouldn't be able to come back to the city unless it was dire. The journey was just that perilous for most people. "Caw! Caw! Caw!" Kez sounded from its perch. "If that happens, so be it," I said, shrugging. I couldn't control what would happen once out in the wilds of the beneath. That had been a fact of life for the last 10,000 years, especially since the Dark Elves had made their way down here. It was peaceful within the areas around the cities, but even then, there were skirmishes all the time between the various races. Space in the beneath was the premium, after all. I snapped my fingers, and the other spirits around the room condensed into beads that formed a bracelet around my wrist. They used a decent amount of mana in their physical forms. The only one I left out was the raven, since he was useful. Plus, he would throw a fit if I tried to put him in his bead. 50 years since I've been to the surface. I wonder how much has changed, I mused as I donned my armor. It would be hard to tell it apart from a cloth robe, but it contained mithril inlaid with defensive spells. I could take a troll fist and walk away with less than a bruise. Not that any troll would aim anywhere other than the head. "Caw! I'm sure the sunset will be the same. Something like that doesn't change," I replied with a snort. The year I spent on the surface was still vivid in my memories. It was a place that was hard to forget. Such vibrant colors that almost blinded me the first few days. The distances amazed me in the beginning, but thankfully I quickly adjusted. There were large caverns in the beneath, but never seeing a cavern wall after days of walking had been new to me. "Caw! No, I will not cry. I was only 20 when I left the first time. I'm much older. Damn, I shouldn't have told you that story." Kez scoffed at me, then took off through the window. I harumphed as I finished packing for the trip. I could carry quite a bit thanks to the city council lending me one of the best storage bags in the city. It could hold several tons, and I wouldn't even notice. That was one magic that always got the better of me. No matter what I tried, I couldn't get a grasp on it. Half an hour later, I was exiting my tower. There were still considerable repairs being done to the academy, though I felt some of the masters were using this event as an excuse to get a few upgrades done to their labs. I just shook my head at the idea. Moving past it all, I stepped on the teleport pad and went to the city gate. With the small tinge of nausea that even at my age I still couldn't shake, I walked up to the gate. One of the 4 ways into the city, the massive gate was 30 meters tall and made from a blue metal known as cobalt. It was found around the beneath, and with proper tempering and a few secrets I wasn't privy to, it could match mithril in many ways. The gates to the city had withstood many an attack over the years. Kez landed on my shoulder shortly after I emerged from the teleport pad. I was about to join the line for the people leaving the city for one reason or another, as I wanted my exit to be as quiet as possible, when one of the guards saw me and ushered me forward. Everyone started to bow as I reached the end of the line. "Be careful, master," one of the guards said. Apparently, word had already gotten around. "Thank you. I promise to do my best," I said with a gruff smile. They bowed again as I stepped out of the city. The tunnel stretched off into the darkness. Kez hopped off my shoulder and flew ahead, lighting my way. "Caw!" "Very true, old friend. Just like old times," I said. I felt almost 30 years younger just from taking that first step. Yoai Meng. "Mother, you need to rest," I said, helping my mother to a seat. "The village still needs so much work," she replied with a sigh, "which will be there even if you take a few hours to rest." "You're right," she said as she closed her eyes. It wasn't even 10 seconds before she passed out. My siblings were at the village teacher's house right now, so I didn't have to worry about them. I covered Mother with a blanket, then left for my assigned work site. Men were hauling trees over to the craftsmen to have them turned into lumber. "Meng, take the day off. You've been working harder than anyone, and I would rather you not collapse. Seriously, son, you take too much after your mother," the foreman said as I approached. "The village still needs so much work," I said, then realized I'd just copied my mother. "Son, go." "Fine." I turned around and made my way to the cliffs. I hadn't had a chance to sit out here in weeks since the wave. Taking the familiar trail, I started walking. It was strange since the path had changed. A few minutes later, the cliffs stretched out before me. It was an unusual view now. The clouds that used to hide what was below the cliffs were gone. A massive landscape spread out before me. From the height of the cliff, I could make out forests of trees, plains of rolling grass, and all manner of other views came to me. The beauty was marred, however, by the monsters that made their way through the view. The village had a guard posted to make sure that nothing tried to climb the cliff, but luckily, even the flying monsters hadn't managed to make it this far up yet. I walked over to my usual perch. In the time it took me to do so, a monster that was the size of a small mountain collided with another one almost of equal size. Enough blood to fill a lake sprayed from both of them as their claws ripped into each other. "I don't know how many fights this makes," a voice said behind me. "Greetings, Feng," I said, turning to see the guard posted to watch this side of the cliffs. "Greetings, Meng. Finally taking a break?" Feng asked. "More like forced to take one," I said with a laugh. "It's good you are a hard worker, but it is possible to work too hard," Feng said, grabbing my shoulder with a strong grip. "Hence why I am here." The ground started to shake. At first I thought it was the monsters fighting,
but even they paused in their fight. We jumped back as parts of the cliff started crumbling. A minute later, the shaking finally stopped. The monsters glanced around, then went back at it.
"What was that?"
Feng mumbled. "At least it wasn't as bad as a few weeks before," I said. "Go make sure the village is all right." I nodded and took off at a run back to the village. Port of Hope. "Nero, it has been 10 years. You said you could help my sister."
I've told you before every time you ask me, it is not that simple. Celestials don't just drop from the sky,"
Nero said. He hadn't changed at all since the day we freed him from that prison in Ebony Falls. Through many twists and turns, we'd ended up as an adventurer party named the Ardent Lords. "Not according to this," I said, tossing the parchment on the table in front of him. It was a report from a member of the Laloon Church claiming that a celestial had in fact attacked a dungeon to the north, by falling from the sky, no less. "Well?"
"My dear boy, this is not a true celestial. Entrance to Celestia is not granted, it is forced. Once a person reaches Tier 5, they are whisked away. That being said, the only way to reach it is to reach Tier 5.
So, as I thought from the beginning, you're worthless. Hell, we would have been at this Robbia Valley had you not come up with some stupid excuse to keep us here," I said, getting angry.
"That is a valid point, but hear me out."
"She was hot," Nero said. "So, you dating some girl for a few months is more important than my sister?" I demanded.
No, of course not. But you should have seen this girl's ass,"
Nero said, making a cupping gesture. "Enough. I'm taking my sister to this valley, with or without you," I said, having enough of this idiocy.
"Fine, I'll go with you. I just love the city so much. Besides, the undead hordes might be a few weeks away, but I doubt the Church of Laloon can handle them,"
Nero said, making a flippant gesture when he mentioned the church. This concludes Conflict by Matthew Peed, narrated by Gabriel Vaughn and Eva Kaminsky, members of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2020 by Matthew Peed. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Matthew Peed and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.